Friday night footy returns to the West, and with it, an opportunity for two sides chasing very different targets. The West Coast Eagles aiming to snap a 9-game losing streak. The Gold Coast Suns still hunting a finals spot for the first time in their history. The question around the Suns is, can they do it on the road in hostile territory? So far this year, the answer has been no. But can they do it tonight? They need to win pretty much every game from here to get the job done and to sneak into a maiden finals series. The last time these two sides met, it was the Gold Coast. It was on the Gold Coast in round 7, and on that occasion, 33 disposals and 2 goals from Noah Anderson had the Suns winners by 37 points. Can the Eagles reverse those fortunes this time and turn what was a decent half of footy in the Derby last week into 4 quarters and 4 points here at Perth Stadium tonight? It's the West Coast Eagles taking on the Gold Coast Suns. Round 21 AFL action live on ABC Sport. Mitch Turner here in the commentary position with you as we look at the clouds somewhat roll over, but there's plenty of blue sky here above us and a beautiful build-up to bounce down, which is just under an hour's time away. Alongside me in the commentary position tonight is Cash Fodadar again. G'day, Cash.
Good evening, Mitch. Yeah, nice cold night here in Perth, but looking forward to what should be, as you said, an interesting game of football. And you mentioned how Gold Coast won the last time these two sides played up at Carrara, and I'm interested to see what West Coast have learnt from that and how they can take away what was the Suns' midfield dominance in that game. We know they've got a dominant ruckman in Jared Witts, and that's an area of the ground West Coast have struggled. They brought in a young midfielder like Clay Hall. They've got a couple of other younger players in there like Zane True. So how they can combat the Suns' midfield of Rowell, Anderson, Flanders, and who are ably fed by Jared Witts, that's the big question for me, to see how West Coast handle that.
You mentioned some of those changes. One of those for the Eagles being the debutant Clay Hall, playing his first game tonight, player 292 for the West Coast Eagles. He'll run out in the number 29. He was recruited with pick number 38 in last year's national draft. He's the son of Derek Hall, who played 2 games for the Eagles back in 1993. He's the 6th debutant for the Eagles this season, joining Harley Reid, Locke Rawlinson, Harvey Johnston and Tyrell Dewar, as well as mid-season draft pick Jack Hutchinson. And Brady Hoff will also play game number 50 tonight, pick 31 back in the 2021 draft, having a terrific season. The other changes for the Eagles: Alex Witherden, Liam Duggan, Jeremy McGovern, Tyrell Dewar and Harvey Johnston come back into the side along haul. The outs: Tom Barras is missing with delayed concussion, so too Luke Edwards with concussion. Jack Hutchinson and Jack Petrocelli have been suspended. Josh Rotham injured and Jai Cully has been omitted. For the Suns, Braden Fiorini and Alex Sexton, 2 experienced players, come back into the side for the omissions of Ned Moyle and Tom Berry. Our experts here for ABC Sport tonight: Chris Waterman, the 2-time West Coast Eagles premiership player, will be along a little bit later. He's probably still getting into the ground, but already here is former West Coast Eagles player and Collingwood premiership player, Sharad Wellingham. Hello, Sharad.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, listeners. How are we all going?
Going well. Fresh off a golf victory yesterday against your mates.
Yes.
I had to give you some credit there.
Don't. We don't need to go into it.
You did get the win, though.
You got the win.
That's all we need to know. And if you are listening, you're part of Sharad's golfing group, then just know, everyone knows he got the win. So might have to pick up your game next year. Some big ins. We're going to have a chat to a couple of the coaches from both camps in just a moment. We'll get down to Sean Grigg from the Suns, and we'll also have a chat to Luke Shuey, the midfield coach from the Eagles. But some thoughts from you quickly, Sharad. Those ins for the Eagles, the 2 notable ones, Liam Duggan, Jeremy McGovern, massive ins for the Eagles tonight in a leadership and a backline structure kind of way of thinking about it.
I think leadership-wise is probably the main importance for those guys coming back in. Obviously, Jezza McGovern's performance is incredible, but I feel like the rest of the back line will walk a bit taller, having those 2 leaders out there. I also think that it will ease a little bit of the leadership requirements that have been dumped solely on Oscar Allen, who, has looked a little bit lost over the last couple of weeks, especially last week. So, yeah, great to have him back in.
Interesting to get the thoughts of Chris Waterman when he's along a little bit later on, but your thoughts as well before we have a chat to Luke Shuey. Very tall again, the Eagles. Jack Darling was recalled last week. He's held his spot. You mentioned Oscar Allen looked a little out of sorts. Jake Waterman is there. Jack Williams is still in the side. Very tall up front. Are you a little surprised they didn't kind of revert back after last week and maybe go a slightly bit smaller in that forward line?
I am. But they've been doing it for most of the year, haven't they? I think that they don't have another option potentially. They don't have the small forward who's able to either execute what they want or perform at the level that's required. So it's a really tough one where the intensity and forward 50 pressure that often gets lumped on the smalls, can that slack be picked up by the talls? Because we saw Oscar Allen lay a couple of forward 50 tackles last week, even though he wasn't having a great impact in the game with ball in hand. He was still able to put some forward pressure on, which is good. But Jack Darling hasn't been doing that of late. You'll probably have a stat that proves me wrong here, but it doesn't feel like he
quiet last week.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he's offering that. I know the big thing got made. Did he have 12 tackles back a little while ago?
A little while ago.
Yeah. And so it doesn't
week.
feel like he's doing that at the moment.
Yeah, certainly had a couple of big games where his pressure looked to be back Jack Darling, but if you go through his recent games inside, certainly last week he had a bit of a drop-off from the tackle stats. So last week just the 2 tackles. And his last little, 8 games for Jack, 2 tackles, 3 tackles, 2 tackles, 1. That was all following that 12. So,
and you remember last week, the ball didn't get in there very much, did it? It wasn't like it was a huge amount of inside 50s. And so when it went in, they had to make sure they capitalised, which for the first half they did. They were able to make sure they did score at a high efficiency rate when they went in there. But I just think you give yourself more chance if you got a little bit more, that's not the diversity is not the word, is it? It's a little bit of
it works. The way changing the way you go in and the way you structure up. The right word. But game 295 for Jack. Still contracted for next year, of course. So has a few games left remaining this year. Won't get to 300 this season, but has the chance to take on that milestone next season. A little bit of news out of the Eagles today. Dom Sheed suffered a hamstring injury at training. His season is over. He was a chance to potentially come in tonight, but Dom Sheed with that hamstring injury is out for the remainder of the season, and he'll be set for surgery on his foot as well as he moves into the off-season. But a pretty good time now to probably go downstairs where Ash Nelson, who is the 5th member of our team tonight, is standing by, and she's got one of the Eagles assistant coaches in Luke Shuey down there. Ash.
Thank you very much, Mitch. I've got Eagles assistant coach Luke Shuey with me. Luke, it seemed like you took a big step forward in the Derby in terms of physicality. Is that the expectation for tonight now?
Once you deliver something and you show that that's a possibility, you expect that. You expect that effort at all times. You don't always get the reward, but last week we didn't get the reward because we're up against a great side. But you expect that effort from here on in, and we need to rock up with that intent tonight. Otherwise, we do what we've done too many times this year, and that's let ourselves down after a half-decent performance. We weren't overly satisfied, but learned some good lessons. Freo's ability to do it for longer shows where the benchmark's at. So great challenge for us against another really tough midfield, and we need to be at that level to compete.
Gold Coast have struggled on the road. Do you sniff an opportunity here to get the 4th win of the season?
No, not because of their struggles on the road, no. It's been too many times over my journey that I've looked at trends and patterns like that and thought, it might be a sniff here, and you roll out and get smacked off the park. So, no, it doesn't mean anything. They touched us up in the Gold Coast earlier in the season. So, we need to expect that that's what they're going to bring tonight for us to, give ourselves a chance.
Clay Hall gets his opportunity tonight with a debut game. You would have worked alongside him a fair bit at the moment. Tell us about him.
Yeah, he's a cracking kid. I did a bit of work experience with the WA state team last year, just once a week, going down and having a look at things. And he was down there, and he was the one kid that after every training session grabbed me and wanted to do some extra stuff. At 8:30 at night when I was freezing me backside off and wanted to get home to a warm cup of soup. But that attitude stayed the same ever since he got here. He's really impressed us with his work ethic, and he's one to grit the teeth and crack in. Even at 18 over pre-season, he was competing with some of our big bodies in the midfield and holding his own. And then he had the ankle setback, unfortunately, but handled it really well. Put his head down, got to work, and been playing some pretty good footy at Waffle over the last month, and great to see another young pup get rewarded for us.
Let's head upstairs to the ABC commentary team for a couple more questions. Sharad Wellingham, our expert tonight.
Hey Boots, how you going? Good luck for tonight.
Thanks, Chaz.
Mate, another I'll get away from tonight's game. I'm going to start with a bit of the external stuff. Another potential coach has taken his name out of the running in Nathan Buckley. What does that kind of send as a message to you?
That Bucks isn't keen to coach over here.
No, I mean about coaches saying they're not keen to come over and take the reins.
No, it doesn't really send too much of a message to me, mate. I'm not really, to be honest with you, I don't have time to even read the breaking headlines these days. But you look at Bucks' last 12 months, and he's obviously going really well in the media side of things. You look at Coxie a few weeks ago, obviously. Spoke to you the day after he came out and said no to the job. He's got a bright future up in Sydney, hopefully. So everyone will have their reasons, but there's plenty of great candidates out there. And as the club has said, there'll be a diligent process, and I'm sure we'll land on the one that's going to work out well for us.
Cool. Now, tonight's game. So the level that you guys did reach, last week was really impressive. And what have you kind of done throughout the week to make sure that they go out there and maintain that rage?
We've looked at the times this year when we have competed like that and then let ourselves down a week later. So, addressing the elephant in the room, that that effort's been inconsistent. You look at Brisbane a month ago and then a St Kilda game the week later, just two contrasting differences. So, hopefully the boys find a way to compete at the level we did last week and just give that effort. And, if we give that effort and we lose by 10 goals, well, there's nothing more we can ask for. It's on us coaches to then, train method and skills and all the rest of it. But you just want the effort from the players. And, this year as a footy club, as a whole, players and coaches together, we haven't been consistent enough. So we've seen that when we do compete and we turn up for it, we give ourselves a chance against the best teams in the competition. So, fingers crossed we come out tonight with the right attitude and the boys can get a good result.
Mate, a young backman that's really impressed us this year is Harry Edwards. I think he's got a huge potential career at the footy club. The Tommy Barrass going out, Jezza McGovern being injured, do you see him really flourishing with the opportunity of these guys being out for an extended period of time?
Yeah, and that's the space you want to live in as a footy club. You lose two of the best in the competition, but you'd hope you're starting to breed some young guys who can come in and compete the way they do. And luckily for H, he's worked alongside those blokes for 5 or 6 years, and we've seen those results come to the forefront when he has got his opportunity. So I love his attitude, his competitiveness. He's one of the angriest men we've got on our list, but does it with his heart in the right place, and you always know what you're going to get from him, and that's what you want from a bloke on the last line of defence.
Hi Luke, Akash Fodder up here.
Hello, mate.
Last time you played the Suns, they had a lot of dominance in the ruck through Jared Witts, and you'd expect he's probably going to dominate the hit-outs again. So how do you take their clearance game away from them when they've got a dominant ruck like Witts?
Yeah, you guys have got the footy record up there. He hasn't shrunk over the last 3 months, has he?
No, I don't think he has.
We certainly don't know his weight.
All right. Well, that's going to be a challenge, but he's a big boy and one of the premier rucks of the comp, and got a hold of us last time. But been really proud of some of the effort, or the efforts, I should say, that Bailey's given us this year against some really good ruckmen. At times he's not only just held his own, but he's got on top for periods of the game. So it's all we ask from Bailey. We don't expect him to be giving our mids long hits into space and silver platter service, but when he's willing to compete and follow up the way he has at times this year, we get a really good result. So he knows he's got his work cut out for him, but we've seen him do it before.
And Harvey Johnston, one of the young players that's come in this week, where should we expect to see him play? Sort of half forward, across the wing? Yeah,
he's played all three positions this year, wing, half back and half forward. We'll probably have him up on the wing and half back for most of the night, but he does give us the luxury of throwing him forward because he's a great runner. really great with his communication and his voice for an 18-year-old. He really helps us set up behind the ball or in front of the ball when the ball leaves, and that's really valuable as well. So, great to see him get another opportunity. Again, another young guy who's had a couple of cracks this year, and we love his energy. He's one of the best kids I've seen walk through the door in my time. Love his footy, love the way he plays, and can't wait to see him play again tonight.
Boots, real quick one. We just saw Tommy Cole run out past you. Is he going to be playing up the ground again? Have you got him in the midfield rotation this week?
Well, him and Harvey, they'll probably go through the wing and half back with each other. So, similar-ish players, and give us a bit of run and drive. And
I really liked his role last week. It was good.
Yeah, he did too. You should hear him still talking about it.
That doesn't sound like Tom Cole at all. Luke, Mitch Turner here. One last one from me. Dom Sheed, injury, out for the season. How big a blow is that for him, and would he have been a chance to come back in tonight given the outs?
Is he? Yeah, I knew he'd hurt himself. I didn't know he was out for the year. It's disappointing. He was going to play tonight, Dommy, so he'd be shattered, but just one of those years, wipe the slate clean and get fresh for pre-season. He's obviously still contracted for next year, and when he's played this year, we've seen he's still got some really good footy in him. So disappointing to lose him, but obviously we're not in the premiership hunt this year, so he'll get himself right for next season and hopefully put the injuries behind him.
And just lastly, Shaz has put your name forward as the head coach a couple of times. Are you applying for the job yet, Luke?
I think it's because he wants another job in footy. Give you the hot tip, I'm not giving him one.
Very good. Well, hopefully for our sake you get the job, Luke. We appreciate your time. Good luck for tonight.
Good on you. Thanks, guys.
West Coast Eagles assistant coach Luke Shuey downstairs, just giving a few jabs to our man Sharad Wellingham up here, who threw his support behind Luke and said he would make a great head coach, whether now or in the future. And Luke just threw it back in your face, Shaz, and said you're chasing a job.
Nah, I'm not chasing a job just yet.
Very happy with what you're doing at the moment away from...
I'm doing the 18 stuff that he mentioned.
Yes.
And it's actually really good having the players. So we had Luke Ryan come down and Alex Witherden come down this year. And the guys in the program just eat it up. They love having the current players down there and being able to tap into their expertise. And like Luke said, it's the ones who kind of try and tap into that resource a little bit more that makes the impression. So yeah, it's invaluable having them come down.
Before we welcome in our listeners from the Gold Coast in just a moment, let's just indulge in our local West Australian and Perth audiences as well. Just an update on East Fremantle Oval. It looks like it's been given the tick off of the surface, so there's a 2-week period of notice they have to give once that tick off from the inspection's been given. So it looks like in a couple of weeks' time, East Fremantle will be able to return to that home ground, which has been renovated at East Fremantle. So Sharp Park will be back in business. There was also a little bit of news around, just quickly, Shaz, some of the players have been invited to the Combine, some of your 18s boys. I
believe we had 10 invited.
I'm just trying to double check and find the list. I have it here somewhere.
I haven't seen it, so if you can get that up, that would be great. So
I will, because
10 players invited, though, and 3 more to the state Combine, which is the opportunity to kind of do the same thing, just at a state level. 10 invitees is a great result. The names, if you've got them.
I do. So there's 10 out of 65 across the country. Those names from WA: Bo Allen, Cody Angove, Jackson Artemis, Malachi Champion, Hamish Davis, Clancy Dennis, Cale Garain, Will Hayes, Aidan Riddle and Luke Urquhart. So they are your 10 that you were involved with that have been invited to the Combine. Who's the top prospect you would have thought there, Sharad?
Top prospect would be Bo Allen in terms of...
played league footy.
He played some league footy. Malachi Champion's really talented. He's obviously a small forward, can get up in the midfield and play a bit of
3 goals
time through the midfield.
3 goals
on
league debut last week for Subiaco.
But Bo Allen's pretty much AFL ready, I'd say, in terms of his physical development. He's a big-bodied kind of... he was a defender, but we got him up into the midfield because of his size. I think he's been involved in the academies and national academies, for the last few years. So he's definitely prepared to take that next level. And ripping young man as well, captain of the side this year.
3-day national combine held in Melbourne, October 4th to October 6th. Do you have any memories from the national
state combine?
Do you have the state or the national?
State combine.
Did you blow it out of the park, Sharad?
I think I did well in the speed and agility, and reasonable in the. Actually, do you know what? I think I may have been crook, and Eric McKenzie and myself had to do it by ourselves. I have a vague
beep test or the 3K or
the beep test. We had to do it by ourselves, like not with everybody. I have a vague recollection of that. I might be completely wrong, but I have a memory of doing it just with Eric and I, and he's a freak when it comes to long distance stuff. Even though it's not long distance, but it's over a long time.
It is
aerobic.
It's
Aerobic endurance test.
No, he's sure you blew it out. Very, you got out of it by being crook and got right back into it. But it worked out for you, Sharrett. You ended up at Collingwood. You played in a couple of grand finals, won a premiership, and made your way back over here as well.
It's just such an exciting time for them. I'm sure you can remember what it was like when you were 18 and watching the boys go off and get involved in it. You're good mates with Dommy, and I'm sure you watched his kind of journey through it. It's just an exciting time in their football journey.
Well, we had David Swallow on extra time last night, and he reminded us about the time. We asked him about the time he towered up a Cash Fotodara, not directly, but got the grand final win over him in 16s. We'll continue the conversation a little bit later on, but it was great to have David Swallow on the program on extra time last night. As we welcome in our listeners from the Gold Coast, from the NRL coverage here to Perth Stadium. West Coast getting ready to take on the Gold Coast Suns. The Suns looking to turn that road form around and get their first away win of the season. The Eagles looking to snap a 9-game losing streak. We are about 35 minutes away from Bouncetown. If you're just joining us now, the changes for both sides. For the Suns, Braden Fiorini and Alex Sexton are into the team. Ned Moyle and Tom Berry are out. For the Eagles, into the side, Alex Witherden, Liam Duggan, Jeremy McGovern, Tyrell Dewar, Harvey Johnston and Clay Hall to make his debut. Out for West Coast, Tom Barras, Luke Edwards, Jack Hutchinson, Jack Petrocelli, Josh Rotham and Jai Cully. So we will have a chat to someone from the Gold Coast camp in just a moment. Sean Grigg will be down there on the boundary, and he's a few minutes away, and we'll have a chat to him about those changes, about Gold Coast trying to turn their away form around, and maybe we'll even just quiz him and see if he's got a mate living in Melbourne playing at Punt Road that wants to maybe just change colours and head up north to the sunny Gold Coast for the last year or two of his career. But it's great to have your company wherever you are listening to us. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, on Sport Digital, of course, on the ABC Listen app. It's terrific to have you along for what hopefully is a cracking game on a chilly night here under the lights in Perth. Mitch Turner in the commentary position alongside me is a Cash Fotodar. Our experts, Sharrett Wellingham, former Collingwood Premiership player and Eagle in the box with us. Dual Eagles Premiership player Chris Waterman will be along a little bit later, and Ash Nelson is our expert down on the boundary, giving us all the injury updates and the conditions. We'll touch base with her when she chats to Sean Grigg in just a moment as well. There has been plenty of changes in the AFL today. We won't go through them in depth, but we will talk about them a little bit later on. There's been changes to the NGA point system, the bidding system. There's changes flagged for the father-son potentially as well. There's a few changes coming in across the next few seasons, and some of those changes include future pick trading, length of rookie contracts on AFL lists, free agency compensation and how that has worked out, amongst a whole host of other things. So I'll have a little bit of a chat around that later, because it'll be very interesting to get the thoughts of Chris Waterman, who, of course, his son Jake, who's playing for the Eagles tonight and having an incredible season. He is a father-son selection. He's the only father-son selection to have ever played 100 games for the West Coast Eagles. There is another game in action at the moment in the AFL over at Docklands. The Dogs are taking on the Demons, a really important clash in terms of top 8 positions. At the moment, it's about 5 minutes into the second term. The Bulldogs, 4-7-31, lead the Demons 1-1-7, a 24-point margin as Max Gawn lines up for the Demons to try and reduce it. If you do want to listen to that, you can jump on the ABC Listen app, of course, and look for the AFL button and tune into our coverage from the Melbourne team, as Max Gawn has put it through, so he has reduced the margin at the moment to 18 points. 4-7-31 the Dogs to the Demons 2-1-13. Building up into Bouncetown here at Perth Stadium, though. We are 32 minutes away from getting things underway. The Suns are out on the field warming up. So too Now the West Coast Eagles, and if away form has been something of a concern for the Suns, a chilly, slightly windy night here in Perth is probably not the conditions they were looking for as they try to overturn and change that run of fortunes away from home. But there's a great opportunity against the Eagles, so as I say, have lost 9 straight games. We'll continue that conversation in just a little bit, and we'll ask Sean Grigg about if they have changed anything at the moment. There is some team news as well coming in on the subs. Akash Fodadar, the subs have been named for both sides.
Yeah, that's right. For West Coast, it's the first gamer Clay Hall who will be the substitute, and for Gold Coast, Malcolm Roses will start. Well, not with the vest on anymore these days, but in the warm-up top, and he will be Gold Coast sub there. So another first game, another debutant, Clay Hall for the West Coast Eagles, starting as the sub. Don't always love that, but maybe it's just a way to ease him into AFL football.
Yeah, it's not great. Sharad, quickly, your thoughts on that? Yes, no?
No, I don't like it. Just get the debutant out there. The opportunity, especially with where West Coast are at the moment, it's a great opportunity to see someone play, give them that exposure. And, you saw what happened with Cully last week.
Yeah, so he'll have to wait a little bit longer, the boy from bidding up, to get his opportunity to make his debut. As we now welcome in our listeners from the regions around WA and, of course, Brisbane News Radio as well to Perth Stadium for this clash between the Suns and the Eagles. The Eagles, the host. The Suns trying to head into opposition enemy territory and hostile environment and try and finally break that hoodoo and get a win on the road. They're sitting just a couple of wins outside the 8 at the moment. Mathematically, still a chance, but they've got to win pretty much every game from here. The Eagles trying to get something out of season 2024 after the departure of Adam Simpson. Jared Schofield, the reins, he's doing his best audition to try and put his name forward for the job. It is time, though, now that we've got all of our listeners with us from Gold Coast, from Brisbane, from all around WA here on Friday Night Footy for ABC Sport, it's time to head down to Ash Nelson, who has a special guest from the Gold Coast Suns with her. Ash.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. I've got assistant coach of the Suns, Sean Grigg, here. Sean, it's been an emotional week with Brandon Ellis retiring, 251 games. How do you think the boys are going to respond with that announcement?
Yeah, it was. He means a lot to the footy club, and my personal journey with Brandon as well from our Richmond days. We were locker buddies, so yeah, I was there for his first day and around for his last. So he had a wonderful career, a lot of impact at both Richmond and Gold Coast. So yeah, he'll be sorely missed.
Now, the group does have a mathematical chance for finals, but is there a bit more of a narrow focus tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're out there to win our last 4 games, but like you said, we can't look too far ahead. As you know, we saw the game last week, Eagles and Dockers. It was a fiery encounter, and you know the Eagles are right up for the contest, so we can't look too far ahead. We're really looking forward to playing Friday night. Hostile environment. It's going to be a ripper.
There has been a lot made about your away form, but does it give you confidence that the last 4 times you played the Eagles, you've had wins? 2 of those have been right here at Perth Stadium. Yeah,
absolutely. Like we've played really good footy in patches all year, whether that be at home or away. So we're looking to rectify that, just play consistently better footy. So we're looking to start well. That's the most important thing in hostile environments and away, is try and get scoreboard pressure on. So for us, that'll be our number 1 priority.
Having a look at the midfield contest, you're going to have to close Harley Reid down tonight, or Elliot Yeo. They've got some big midfield bulls in there.
Yeah, absolutely, and as do we. And you know, Tim Kelly as well is a bit of cream on the cake there. He's a great player, so it's going to be a wonderful battle. Even between Jared Witts and Williams in the ruck. We'll back our boys in. We've been in good form around the midfield, so it's going to be a ripping encounter in there. I can't wait.
Let's head upstairs now for some more questions from our ABC commentary team. Mitch, over to you.
Sean, great to have your company. You've got the expert Sharad Wellingham in the box next to me.
I was just going to slide that one straight over.
Well, you probably lined up
against the wrong person.
No, you probably lined up against Shaz a couple of times in your career, Griggy. So I'll let Shaz have another crack at you here.
Got plenty of towelings from Griggy. Mate, has the preparation through trying to change your away form changed? Have you tried different things to get a different result?
Yeah, before I answer, we used to have a bit of an agreement out on the wing, Sharad and I. One would go one way, the other would go the other, and we'd both end up with 8 or 10 possessions in the first quarter and both be pretty happy. So I'm glad
it was a good way to do it.
Exactly. With our away stuff, we've tried a number of different things, and even some experience from Dimmer. Dimmer's been at Port Adelaide as a player and been successful, and our experiences from Richmond and also Geelong, trying to incorporate a couple of things that can help the boys out. But sort of like I said before, it's, once the ball's bounce, we just want to play that consistent brand of footy, and we feel like those hostile environments, you've got to get the scoreboard pressure on. And for us, we've been getting those opportunities. We just haven't been taking them, or the last couple of weeks in particular, we've kicked poorly at goal. So we're looking to rectify that early tonight.
The Eagles showed some heart and fire last week, and you kind of touched on the intense, hostile environment that you're going to be coming up against. What did you pick apart from Eagles' performance last week that you've got to try and stop tonight?
Yeah, right up for the contest, and that contest and pressure that the Eagles have come out and said publicly that they want to get their game up and going is paramount, and that's sort of something that we like to play as well. So the battle of the midfields is going to be prominent early. There's some great players around there. Obviously, Reid, Yo and Tim Kelly are great players, but for us, we got Anderson, Rowell and Flanders and a few other guys that will go through there tonight. So it's going to be a great battle, and one I'm looking forward to.
You mentioned Dimmer coming from another club to where he is today. Someone else has been discussed about joining the club, your old teammate Dusty. What do you personally think of that occurring, and do you think it would be a good impact on the club?
Yeah, it'd be interesting what way sort of Dustin goes. He has to make up his own mind whether he continues on at Richmond or hangs up the boots or whatever he wants to do. So obviously those conversations will end up happening later on in the year. And personally for me, I just want the best for him as a friend and a teammate. So whether that's to hang him up if he's finished, whether that's to keep going and continue that legacy at Richmond. He's been a champion there, and it'll be interesting what way he goes. He keeps his cards close to his chest, as everyone would know, so I can't give you too much insight, to be honest.
Hey, Sean, Akash Fodor here. So you're not in Dusty's ear saying, come on, mate, the lifestyle up here on the Gold Coast is pretty good?
I think everyone knows the lifestyle on the Gold Coast is pretty good. I've certainly enjoyed moving up, being a Victorian my whole life. It's been a real eye opener coming up to Queensland, and I've certainly loved it.
Were you blown away? Sorry to jump in. Were you blown away by how big the footy's gotten up there as well, Sean?
Absolutely. The thing that surprised me the most was the academy and how well it's been ran for obviously a number of years now, and for us to see the benefits of that, particularly last year's draft with the 4 boys coming through. And, we've seen Bodie Yulin really take a step this year. He's from the academy also. But, when we rock up to training, or leave to go home, the academy's just starting, and the amount of kids that join in, and, my own kids that go to school in Queensland, you see Suns footies and Suns hats starting to make their way, in the playground and after school. It's pretty cool to watch and be a part of.
Sean, you mentioned some of your midfield strength, and one of the players I wanted to really ask you about is Sam Flanders. We saw a few weeks ago when you guys were here against Fremantle, he moved from half back and into the middle of the ground from half time and really made a difference. Just talk to us a bit about his game and how he's transitioned it into becoming a really, really good midfielder.
Yeah, that's right. He's been elite for us this year, and he probably started that form late last year, to be honest. He had a great run of form, and he's continued on throughout the year. We've used him at half-back earlier on in the year to have some really classy ball use and some penetration and some run off half-back. And as we've found our games gotten up and going, we've used him through the midfield. He's a great clearance player, sharp feet, great tackler, but, the ball use for us with him is his greatest asset. He's a very smart footballer, and we're lucky to have him.
And is he one of the players, I guess, you used to try and help cover the hole that's left with Toot Miller missing through injury?
Yeah, absolutely, and he's been one to go through there, and we've been really excited about Will Graham, also a first-year player. So he's been really, really good. He's strong body, hard at the ball, and we might see him and Harley go at it. 2 first-year players tonight, 2 big bulls that'll be good to watch.
That will be exciting to watch. One other player I want to ask you about, Matt Rowell. Now, he made a name for himself last season with a bit of a unique habit of eating the grass before games started. Is he still doing that? And if he's going to do it tonight, can you tell him to just be a bit careful, because we've been a bit sparse with blades of grass here at Perth Stadium. So if he can just be a bit careful about where he picks the grass from, if he's still doing that, that'd be great.
I'll let him know. I'm not too sure if he's still doing that one, but he's having a good year for us, Rowley. He's hard and tough, and that contested side of his game's pretty good to watch.
Sean, Mitch here. We were asking you about Dustin Martin and the potential of what he could add to the group if he did make the decision to come to your club next year. You were at the Cats when Gary Ablett was there on the back end of his career. Did you see how much value that a senior experienced great of the game can bring to a side that's trying to contend?
Yeah, I've been very fortunate to be around some good players, in their prime and at the back end of their career, and very lucky to have coached Gary in the latter part of his career. Those champions are invaluable to have around, and I was very lucky to learn off Gary, and teaching some of the young Suns midfielders some of the things that I learned off him has been good.
Speaking of the midfield, the zone that you take care of, the Eagles have conceded more goals to midfielders than any other side in the competition. I'm sure that's a stat that popped up this week. How much emphasis have you put on your group to try and, impact and damage them forward of centre?
Yeah, well, it's probably been one area of our game that's been lacking that connection inside 50. I think we're number one in the comp for getting the inside 50s, but we're struggling to convert that into scores. So we feel like we've got some classy mids that can hurt the opposition when we're up and going, and even kick goals themselves. So it's one area we're always looking to do, and if we can get our forwards some easier shots, that'll help put that scoreboard pressure on that we need early in the game. Being the midfield coach, how much can you actually add to the group, given that you were a bona fide ruckman in your day? Absolutely, yeah. Jared Witts and I have some lengthy conversations all the time about ruckcraft. It's fascinating. It's something I really enjoyed the latter part of my career, and not winning too many hit-outs, but can always give my advice to Witsy. It's something you've probably been asked about this year around the place, but we don't get to see you over here that often. Damien Hardwick was your coach at the Tigers. Now you're coaching alongside him. How different is that relationship gone from being a player playing under Damien Hardwick, who could be ruthless at times, to now being, a partner alongside him in the coach's box? Oh, don't worry, he can still be ruthless now as a coach. I've been getting yelled at by Dimmer for 15 years, and I keep coming back for more. I love working with Dimmer, and it was the main reason why I moved to the Gold Coast was our relationship. And he started my coaching journey when I was a player. He sort of wanted that on-field coach in the latter part of my career, and got me to come into match committees and ask my opinion, and gave me that authority to change some stuff on the field as a player. So he saw something in me personally early, and that's why I'm here where I am today, is because of him. And just one last one. It's not your necessary area of expertise, being the midfield coach, but Ben King has really struggled in front of goal the last couple of weeks, and he had a really good run leading into that period, but he's kicked 1 goal 6 in his past 2 matches. How much work is he putting on the track, and is there anyone in the club who's specifically taking him aside and just helping him get back on track with his goal kicking? Yeah, he's a real pro, Kingy. He's worked hard on his game all pre-season and throughout the year. So the pleasing thing for us, he's getting those shots. He's still getting them, so he's still in good form. Like he has kicked straight majority of the year with a couple little hiccups the last couple of weeks, but for us the positive is he's getting the shot still. He's still getting hands on the ball, and he's creating contests for our smalls. So like I've mentioned a few times, it's really important to get scoreboard pressure on when you're playing away. So we'll back Kingy in to take a few marks and kick a few early goals for us. Sean, we really appreciate your time. We love having you over here in the West. Good luck tonight. Thank you. Sean Grigg there, midfield coach from the Gold Coast Suns, former Tiger as well, 3-time premiership player at Richmond. That's why we asked him about Dusty Martin.
I kind of felt like he thinks Dusty's more likely to just hang the boots up.
I get the feeling for Dustin Martin, and it is either Gold Coast or retire.
Yeah.
I think he's at Richmond. He's even the way exhausted. But
Shawnee spoke then. I reckon he thinks it's more likely to be retire. I don't think he's going to stay at Richmond at all.
Yeah,
retire or Gold Coast is definitely the 2 options. But I feel like he was saying he's probably likely to hang him up.
You've got to talk him out of retirement to get him to the Suns almost.
Yeah.
As good as Dustin Martin has been, and he's been unbelievable, is he what the Gold Coast need?
Well, look, I think that anybody who comes in who can play football at that level, it doesn't matter whether, like, he's shown he can do that, and so he can pass on a lot of his knowledge. Now, I have no idea what kind of mentoring kind of capabilities that he would have, but having somebody around the club who could pass on that experience and knowledge and even just mindset that he's obviously got, doesn't matter if he doesn't play at that level, I don't think. And he's not going to be going up there to chase the big bucks. He's not going up there to sign a huge contract. It would be purely just to go up there and kind of sail off into the sunset type stuff. But it's definitely worth it.
As someone who has been in multiple football clubs, Jared, Dustin's quite, as Sean said, reserved, and he's not that loud and out there. And it's just not the way he goes about it. He refers to himself as a normal guy, as Brett Giglio's told us, our AFL team in Melbourne, that Dusty thinks he's very normal, but everyone thinks he's a bit of an interesting cat at times. At a football club, for someone like that, can they still, teach and educate people around them? Because it's pretty impossible to be at a football club and say nothing and give nothing away. Surely just being in that environment, even if it's very small bits of training, he's going to give something to the youngsters, isn't he?
100%. You pass on stuff even just by your actions, so you don't even have to be able to talk. It's just him, and by all reports, he's an extremely hard trainer and tries to get the best out of himself. And watching somebody train to that level, and like when you're obviously a bit older, you can't train to the level that you once did, but it's the meticulous approach to training and preparation that you can pass on all of that stuff. It doesn't have to be stand here, I'll do this, watch this kind of running patterns or anything like that.
Yeah, it just be one little thing.
Yeah, and I mean,
one bit of feedback in a drill where you say, hey, just do this.
Yeah, little tips. I definitely think that there's a benefit to it. So someone that good.
We're going to talk about it tomorrow as well. Players that you've been around who are of that level of Dusty Martin, because you do have an ex-teammate and mate playing in a big milestone tomorrow. So on Sports Talk here in the West and on Sport Digital, we will have a chat about Scott Pendlebury, who brings up game number 400, your premiership.
Been watching all of his highlights this week, actually.
Have you just finished? Did you start on Monday?
Would have taken a few hours.
Time does move slow for Scott Pendlebury, though. There is another game on, though, tonight over at Docklands. It's the Dogs and the Demons at the moment. The Dogs, 6-10-46. They lead the Demons 3-1-19. It's a 27-point margin with 6 minutes remaining in the second term. So the Dogs are in very, very good form at the moment. One of the most informed sides in the competition. As the live ladder looks, they are Footscray this week, of course, we know, and they've got the collar Guernseys on. They would go up into fourth for the time being, so provisionally in fourth, the Dogs, with some other games to come. Obviously, the chance for Carlton, the Giants, the Cats, and the Power to jump back over the top of them. But provisionally, they will go to fourth, and they might get a bit of a percentage boost.
Yeah, it's great. It's pretty incredible back end of the season, isn't it? And almost to the level of Hawthorn. What does Hawthorn need to happen for them to sneak in? Like, there are a few different scenarios. It's so chock-a-block there. Like,
a win this week's huge because they face the Giants. It's Canberra, but a win against the Giants, who are a win ahead of them, that would be a massive, because Hawthorn are ninth on 104.5% with 44 points. So
it's a crazy finish to the year, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible that if Footscray win this, there are, sitting in ninth, the Hawks, there are 5 teams above them who are all in the 8 that are only 1 win above them. So it's pretty incredible. But if they can beat the Giants this week, it's a massive sniff. But for all those teams from, even the Lions in second spot, all the way down to, let's say, Essendon on 42 points and 10 in 10th spot, maybe Collingwood and the Suns as well. But it's just win every game. It's just you have to win every game at the moment in the back end of the year, these last few games, because it is so close. Both sides are preparing to run out. So the Eagles tonight are... Yeah, go
Sorry,
on.
before we do...
Want me to show you the ladder again?
It's almost... It's so close that it's like you don't even know who you need to... sometimes you go, we need them to lose and us to win. That doesn't even come into it yet. Like, it's so close that it will literally, have little bearing. It's crazy.
I think, as Mitch said, it's just going to be as simple as every team that is in that third or fourth down to 12th, 13th is just thinking, we have to win every single game.
Just win. Now the sides are getting ready to run out. The Eagles banner right in front of us here reads, Suns from the East, set in the West. Sorry, Golden Boys, but this is our nest. That is the Eagles banner today. They will be playing in the retro kit that they saw and they played in back in Gather Round against Sydney in Mount Barker, the 1995 retro kit, the first time they've worn it at home. The AFLW team lined up on either side as the Eagles prepare to run out. And listen to the song as we welcome in dual premiership player at the Eagles, Chris Waterman. Muddy, does this bring back some memories?
I remember this jumper well. Is that on?
Yeah, on.
I still think it's one of our best jumpers.
It's a great jumper.
Yeah.
And the song?
Yeah, this is the old
We
one.
haven't heard this for a while.
Yeah, I'm glad they've gone back in time because I reckon everyone loves it.
This is so good.
Yeah.
So for the
the
Eagles,
original?
Yes, this is the original.
Yeah, and this is by far our best jumper. I do like the natural blue from the very beginning, but this is our best jumper we wore.
The 1995 Guernsey.
Why have they gone away from it? Is it purely just a, branding and marketing thing, or is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Branding, marketing.
The more new jumpers you make, the more you sell.
Correct.
It's very much like the soccer do over in Europe. They've
A million
four
jerseys.
or five different Guernseys for each club.
Well, Jake Waterman was one of the first out for the Eagles in game 101. It is now the only father-son selection to have played 100 games for the Eagles, and he's wearing that Guernsey. His dad in the box with us wore all those years ago. It is great to hear the old Eagles song. The fans wanted the banner back. They got the banner back this year, Shaz and Chris. They want the song back. It's been called upon by a lot of the fans, but at least for one night only, they've got it. Maybe they'll go back to it.
Feedback to the club's got to be keep it.
Yeah, they're doing the traditional things, which Donny's brought straight back into the club.
It's great.
So the Eagles are out on the field, ready to take part in Friday night footy, warming up on the Graham Farmer Freeway ends of the ground. The Suns, they have their supporters here in the west lined up alongside their banner as they wait to hoist it and run out as well. Great to have your company here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sports. Sharon Wellingham and Chris Waterman alongside me.
Just looking up at the flags, we actually need the breeze to come in a little bit because the pre-game entertainment, the fireworks, has left a bit of the sulphur hanging in the air.
Reeks of gunpowder, doesn't
Can
it?
you smell it? It smells like the sparklers, the fireworks, everything is going off as the song gets a cheer as it comes to an end. The Eagles celebrating a bit of retro round. A number of teams across the country in the AFL doing that this week. As we mentioned before, the Western Bulldogs in action at the moment over at Docklands. They've got the retro Guernsey on with the red collar, going by Footscray this week. In action against the Demons over there at Docklands. The Demons just cutting the margin back to 16 points late in the second term. Not far away from bounce down here. We'll get down to Ash Nelson a little bit later on and get the latest team news, who will start on the bench, as well as the ground conditions. But we hear the Gold Coast Trumpets fly. Quite a different sounding song to the Eagles, but the Suns running through the banner.
They're potentially going through a rebrand as well. Change up their colours and jumper and stuff, I think.
Yeah, they are.
There's been talk of the logo. It's not the most inspiring logo, is it? The Gold Coast one on the front of the jumper.
Not overly.
Trying to read the banner, but it's very hard on the angle we're on.
They're kind of limited though, aren't they, with the colours they've chosen? There's not a whole lot you can do with it. You can add white into it, but
Yeah, it's the lifesaver colours, isn't it? There's a bit of blue at times in there as well.
which suits where they come from.
Well, let's
It represents the Gold Coast.
Let's have a chat about the Gold Coast Suns here as the Eagles are on a 9-game losing streak. They played a really good half of football last week, maybe 50 to 60% of the game. They showed a bit of fight. We're on top of the Dockers. The Suns haven't won away from home outside of their 2 trips to the Northern Territory. They're coming off their first loss at home against the Lions in the Q Clash. The Suns, it's a really hard one, isn't it, Chris and Shara? Because you think they're favourites for the football they've played this year, but how much does that road form worry you looking at this game?
Yeah, I think that, I haven't watched a heap of Gold Coast, but you go back and look at the stats and the story that can kind of tell, and it's hard to. It's like they just don't bring the contest and perform. They obviously don't perform at the level when they're away, but you're trying to figure out what it is, and there's nothing that really sticks out. So it's an odd one, and they're obviously rattling their heads trying to come up with a solution, but you kind of got to just take it as the performance that they can put up when they're at home. I don't know.
The last 2 days, just talking to people around town, going, who are we tipping? Got to be Gold Coast. And they're building their mouldies, going for their tipping comps, and I'm like, well, Like, what, because they're playing West Coast? Or just remember, Gold Coast haven't won a game away from home.
No.
So it just brings the game alive.
And there's been times this year where the form they've come off with their previous win, you think, surely they get this win away from home. North Melbourne's the one you think of where they went to play North Melbourne in Melbourne, and you thought, surely this is a game the Suns can win, and they couldn't get it done away from Carrara on the Gold Coast. So
And there'd be an element of confidence that would come from that for West Coast, because they go, we know that Gold Coast, I know Luke Shuey said, you don't look at it, you kind of don't look at those trends, but as a player, you would definitely take confidence in going out there knowing that your opposition can't perform when they're away, and so you're going to be up and about, aren't you?
They've won over here.
yeah, they
won last year, though. Yeah.
70 points they beat the Eagles by last
That's
year.
right.
And at Perth Stadium, they've played 8 in total against both Fremantle and West Coast. They've won 2 and lost 6.
Both those wins against West Coast.
Yeah, I would think they would take a little bit of confidence out of this is the furthest trek. We know we've been there and done it before. That's what they'd be bringing to this game.
Just spotted something down in the pre-game warm-up, Shara, that you asked Luke Shuey about. Tom Cole warming up with the midfield group down here, so it looks like that
role will continue. And again, and I think it's also helped Ruben Jinby feel really confident and comfortable behind the ball. I think that it really suits him. And Muddy, I think that the longer you're in a position you're comfortable in, the better you get. And so the development pathway for Ruben, I think, is better as well, with Tommy Cole going up through the midfield.
Yeah, and Ruben needs to just keep playing that role. He's done it really well this year. But Coley's been in and around the place for quite a while, so for him to change a role, it's a lot easier mentally for him to adapt to it pretty quickly. So, we've seen a couple of Marriage has played a bit on the wing. Hunt's gone to half back, so they're experimenting a little bit, which is good by Scully. They've just got to change it up and give it a different look.
Still no Touk Miller for the Gold Coast Suns, their co-captain. So Jared Witts is the sole captain tonight. The midfield battle without Miller looks a little bit different. The Eagles are pretty strong in there tonight. Yo, Reid, as we mentioned, Tim Kelly as well, to name a few of the big guns who are available. The Suns do have a good up-and-coming midfield with Anderson and Rao being the 2 leaders in there, and Flanders as well. Do you think the Eagles maybe do actually have a slight edge in the middle tonight, given there is no Touk Miller still for the Suns?
I don't know about an edge. If you see Coley down there, Marriage is in there working away.
Duggo's up there too.
Duggo's in there, which is not foreign to him, so that's good. I just wonder if one of them is going to be the go-to. I think True was going to be the go-to on Sarong last week, but only lasted 1 bounce, so he could be back in for that. A bit disappointed Clay starting. I reckon that should be outlawed, that rule.
That's what we said.
Debutant Clay Hall starting as the sub, the Peel Thunder product from Bidding Up. As I said, getting his debut.
Bidding Up too.
Big shout out. Getting his debut tonight wearing the number 29 Guernsey, but disappointing that he is the sub. I will have to wait. The sub for the Gold Coast Suns is Malcolm Roses. They've already had 1 win this week with Bodie Uland getting his suspension overturned at the tribunal for that tackle in the Q clash. I know Shara to be very happy about that, because when that suspension was initially handed down, there was a message in the group chat that said, "You are kidding me." So
I think I said, "Not this again."
He said, "Oh no, here we go again." So Bodie Uland has been cleared to play. So 1 win already for the Gold Coast Suns early in this week for them, but looking to turn around that fortunes. Chris, I asked Shara a little bit earlier, but want to get your thoughts on this as well, given that your son Jake is part of this forward line structure. A little surprised that they stayed so tall this week, given it didn't really work last week. Williams, Darling, Waterman, Allen all still running through the forward line.
Well, I'm assuming that one of them will be subbed at some point for the midfield run, and it might be sooner than we think if it doesn't work. Although Marriage has gone into the middle by the looks.
Yep.
But we still are tall. Unless one of them's playing a different role, it doesn't look like.
Do you think that that's because they don't have the confidence in a small at the moment with the,
I'm guessing if
who comes in as a small to help
if Noah Long's available, I'm assuming he comes in and one of them goes out.
Petrocelli was suspended. Jack Hutchinson's played
but he's tall.
Some decent pressure footy early. He's about a medium size though, isn't he?
And Tyler Brockman and Noah Long both out for the season with injury.
Yeah. One of those 2 available, one goes out. But I think one of those players, not sure which one it is, they'll have to look to start developing into a backman, I think. If the Brass thing
out of the talls.
All of those talls one of them's got to start to learn a bit more defence.
Yeah, because
If TB does go,
Yeah.
you got Harry Edwards sitting there, and we haven't been able to see enough of Rhett Bazzo. He's been injured all year.
Yeah.
So one of those guys has to look
And-
to go back and play flexible.
and a short, future, however long it is, it's not going to be, multiple years for McGovern. So
No,
all of a
that's right,
sudden
yeah.
you got no Tommy Barrass, no Jeremy McGovern, the two pillars of the last decade down there. So got to develop. the
Well,
back
I
line,
think
don't
that's
you?
Bazzo's role, but he just hasn't been able to get out there this year. He's only played 2 back in the Waffles, so he's not going to get back into seniors this year. 'Cause he wouldn't have thought he's got to have enough time to get match fitness, and you probably wouldn't rush him. He's had a groin issue all year, so
I said it before you came in, but I reckon Harry Edwards is really developing quite well.
well, I think a lot of them are because they're playing not playing on eggshells.
Yep.
Well, I'm coming into the team, but no matter how well I'm going, I'm probably going straight back out. So he's been fantastic beyond the ball this year. He's going for his marks. And the other one's Bailey Williams. He's starting to mark the ball around the ground.
It's really interesting that we see Sam Collins come here tonight for the Gold Coast Suns, who, of course, was at the Dockers a number of years ago, played 14 games for Fremantle, has become a terrific defender at the Suns, was probably a victim at times at the Dockers when they had Pearce, who was going all right there, and they had some really good defenders down back, that he wasn't getting opportunity, and he was dominating waffle football and has since gone to Gold Coast and come on leaps and bounds. Harry Edwards, do you think he's just been a victim? He's probably learned at training, but the fact he's behind Tom Barrass and Jeremy McGovern.
Exactly.
That was the vibe in the team for the last 5 or 6 years.
Yep.
And Jake was part of that. So is Josh Roth and
Yep.
a lot of those guys. They just know they're coming up, but they're not staying.
Yep.
So you're not playing with great confidence.
Yep.
So it's a long apprenticeship, isn't it? Harry's been in there 4 years, I think, 5 years.
Yeah.
But Tommy had to do it
23
as
years
well.
old now, Harry.
Tommy came in and played a bit of senior footy early on, but he was kind of in and out of the side for probably 3 or 4 years.
Depends who you're behind, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Tommy at the time was behind Eric McKenzie,
Mitch Brown,
Will Schofield.
Yeah. So he played a lot of
and Garth, obviously.
played a lot of a lot of waffle football, but comes in and can just play at the level straight away when he's required, as we're seeing with Harry.
Toss of the coin has been done. Jared Witts and Liam Duggan, Akash Fodada, who took it away.
Jared Witts won the toss for the Gold Coast Suns, so captaining on his own tonight with Toot Miller out injured. And the Gold Coast Suns will kick to the city end of Perth Stadium to start this game.
Time to get back down to the fifth member of our team on the boundary with a bit of ground conditions in the starting benches. Ash Nelson.
Yeah, good evening, guys. Perfect conditions down here, really hovering around the 12 to 14 degrees mark. Really still actually don't mind the smell of sulphur in the air, so that suits me quite nicely. But the crowd seems to still be filtering through, packing a bit of a punch. I think they're really enjoying these retro vibes tonight, and good to see the girls getting out there and supporting the boys as well. Very collegial. Let's take a look at the benches for both teams. For the Suns, coming off the interchange, Nick Holman, Braden Fiorini, Will Graham, Joel Jeffrey in the sub, Malcolm Rosas. And for the West Coast Eagles, starting on the bench, Harvey Johnston staying true, Ryan Marrick and Jack Williams, and as you mentioned, the sub, the debutant, Clay Hall, his Guernsey presented by Elliot Yeo. Friday night under lights, boys, doesn't get much better than this. Enjoy the call.
Thank you, Ash. We'll keep cross with you down there on the boundary throughout tonight's game and get the latest injury reports and see what else is happening down at ground level. As you said, the smoke is slowly clearing. It's almost fully gone as the players head to their positions at either end of the ground. The Suns, as mentioned, kicking to the right of our broadcast position, the city end. The Eagles to the right, to the left, the Graham Farmer Freeway end. Mitch Turner here in the box, our experts, Chris Waterman, Sharad Wellingham, alongside me for the call. It's Akash Fodada.
And we're all set for Friday night footy from Perth Stadium. Williams jumps high into Witts, and it's Reid trying to burst through the middle, but he's had the clamps put on him by Matt Rowell, and he earns the free kick for holding the ball. No surprise to see Rowell with the strong tackle, the number one tackler in the game. Rowell wheels and goes and sends the Suns inside 50, and Mac Andrew is out on the lead. And he takes the mark, clutches it tight to his chest in front of Jeremy McGovern. And Mac Andrew, swung forward to start this game for the Suns, can go back and kick for the opening goal of the match from 45 metres out on a very, very slight angle to the right.
Interesting move playing him forward, giving the Eagles a so tall in their forward line.
Just even last week, just noticed Harley's just trying to take that extra tackle on a bit too much. And
I don't think you're going to take it away from his game, though.
No, we're not. You love to see it. He's just got caught a bit the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Andrew comes in, kicks on goal, and he's got it. First blood to the Suns here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Just his second goal for the season for Mac Andrew. But the Suns take the early lead, 1 straight 6. West Coast yet to score. We've played just over a minute in the opening term here on ABC Sport.
Can't get much better than that. Straight out the centre, straight into the forward's hands. It was a really strong mark, wasn't it?
Isn't he an exciting prospect? I mean, so versatile. He is 201 centimetres tall, can play almost anywhere. What an incredible player.
Just didn't get enough body contact early in the contest.
Well, that little kind of leading lane opened up and he recognised it nice and early.
He's just got a little bit of jump on cover too.
Yeah. That vertical leap is incredible.
He's one special athlete is Mac Andrew. Gets his second goal of his season and career. Ball back in the middle. The Suns lead 1 straight 6. The Eagles yet to score. Kelly tries to gather it out of the possession of the middle. Had Rowell for company. Rowell was just tugging on the jumper and Kelly received the free kick. Immediately gives off the handball on the back edge of the centre square to Jimby, who comes wide to Tom Cole. Sharad Wellingham points it out, playing in that wing position tonight. He's spearing the ball onto the chest of the leading Jack Darling, who takes the mark. Opposed to Bodie Uland, who escaped suspension earlier in the week. His decision overturned. Darling goes for a run, kicks it long inside the forward 50. Allen was pushed out of it, no whistle. Ball comes to the back. The Suns managed to clear it through Closey. Lukosius comes over the top, punches it back inside the Eagles forward 50. Coming through is Swallow with pace. He's immediately tackled. Is it Swallow under there or is it? It's Bailey Humphrey. His tap ball will be reset right on the paint of the forward 50.
At left half forward for West Coast, the ruck's in a bit of a tangle. The ball hits the deck. Anderson tackled strongly by Reed, and the umpire's going to have to ball it up again on the paint of 50 at left half forward for West Coast. The Suns with the opening goal through Mac Andrew lead the contest by that goal 3 minutes in. Witts with the tap. Kelly sharks it, gives it off to Reed. Reed sets it high now to the top of the goal square. Allen or Waterman. Ball comes to the back. Allen rides and Allen pops it through. Great work by the West Coast forwards, Oscar Allen and Jake Waterman. Allen kept his feet, was first to it on ground level and was able to dribble it through from just a couple of metres out, and scores at our level. West Coast 1 straight 6, Gold Coast 1 straight 6, 3.5 minutes gone. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's 2 on 2. There's no third man up. It's not crowded. They've got a little bit of space to work with. And it's just a pressure situation for a defender.
Yeah, they've both gone kind of under the ball, haven't they?
Both got worked under it. So it was a dangerous situation for him.
Good start for Oscar Allen to hit the scoreboard nice and early after being really quiet last week.
Yeah.
Got a bit of confidence up and about.
That's great for West Coast.
Big time goal for the Eagles captain. 8th game this season, 13th goal for him. Ball back in the middle. Witts tapped it down. It was sharp by Reed. Sold the dummy. Beautiful handball out the front of the stoppage. Off to Yo. Runs to 50. Kicks into the square. And Darling takes the mark. Use the body. And will go back directly in front from 10 metres out.
They've got a nice connection, don't they, Yo and Reed?
Yeah, they have. I didn't know where Harley was going with that ball, but he found someone.
Game 295, goal 529 for Jack Darling. The Eagles get 2 in a row. They answer back to the Suns, and they take the lead for the first time tonight. 2 straight 12, the Eagles. 1 straight 6, the Suns. We've played just 4.5 minutes in this opening term.
The thing I like about Harley Reid in the contest is he's always ready. Like, he does take on everybody.
Yeah.
But he's also always ready to dish the ball off as well. You know, the way he holds the ball.
Yeah.
And so, you know, he sells a bit of candy and sees an option. He's able to get it out there nice and quick.
But even there was Yowie could have gone to three of the tall forwards, all one-on-one. They all split from each other.
Been a fast start to this contest. Gold Coast with the first, and West Coast have hit back with 2 in quick succession of their own. Williams rises high, taps down towards Duggan. Witts on hands and knees, gets it out to Flanders, slips the Williams tackle, gives it now to Anderson. He's tackled, ball spills free. Now Kelly can send the Eagles back inside 50. It's a low spearing ball, but Sam Collins gets across to intercept. Chips short, finds Noah Anderson at centre half back. Takes his time, looks for an option, goes laterally to Will Powell for the Suns. Anderson kept running, Powell handballs to him. Anderson with another handball, finds Hewland, hard up against the boundary line. Kicks the Suns up towards right off forward, and Andrew with a big fly over the top of McGovern, just couldn't bring it down. Ball comes to Lukosius. A whistle has been blown here, everybody stopped. The umpire's going to bring it back. Has he paid the mark to Andrew, or is it a free kick? Looks like he's paid the mark here to Mac Andrew for that high fly.
It had to have been a mark because there was nothing illegal about that contest.
Andrew just goes short to Flanders. Flanders wants to play on quickly and finds Lukosius. He's at right half forward, just outside 50 and hard up against the boundary line. This will be a tough shot for goal, even with a man of Jack Lukosius' skill. So he pops it into the pocket for a leading King. And Ben King leads out, takes the mark. A very, very tight angle. About 20 metres around from his goal, deep in the right forward pocket.
Well, that wasn't a mark either.
It wasn't a free kick either, so
No.
I'm not sure what it was.
What the whistle was for.
So Ben King had his issues in front of goal lately. This from a very tight angle. Goes the drop punt, and it's narrow. So the first blemish on the scoreboard for the Suns. They're 1-1-7, trailing West Coast 2 straight 12 by 5 points. 7.5 minutes played. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
McGovern with the kick-in duties. Goes fairly straight up to Duggan. There was a fist in there, knocked it away from him. It comes out towards Hunt, trying to kick it on the outside of the right boot. Couldn't turn it around enough. He kicked it straight out of bounds on the full. The West Aussie Will Powell will take the free kick. Kick and a half from home. Kicks it back to where it came. The top of the square. King comes out, takes the mark unopposed in the end. Miscommunication from Edwards and McGovern, and King takes an uncontested mark.
That's twice now where Jeremy McGovern hasn't quite read the flight of the ball, and I don't know if it's because he's aware of contact coming and doesn't want to cop it in the ribs.
It looked like it.
Harry's got to stay with his man, though. He's got to body up his man and can't let him go.
Can't have Jez being the one in front.
Take two for Ben King. This is far easier, and he does the same. He misses.
He has a bad case of the yips.
He has the yips, as Chris Waterman says. He is struggling. That is 1 goal, 8 in the last 2 and a bit games now. So 1-2-8 the Suns, 2 straight 12 the Eagles, 4-point margin, 8.5 going in the first.
McGovern to bring it back in for the Eagles. Kicks long to this broadcast side of the ground. Darling and Williams both rise high for the home team, but the ball is spoiled out over the boundary line at right half forward for the Suns.
He's shooting at 8.3% the last fortnight coming in, and it's just 0 tonight.
What's the year, though? Like, there's a small sample window.
I'll
Yeah,
get
it hasn't
in
been
a second.
that.
46-22 coming in, but that's how accurate he was before this period.
From the stoppage, Kelly with the handball out to Jinby. Just chips up to Darling, who has it. Defensive side of the northern wing.
So he was 45-16, Sheridan. Now he's 46-22 coming in. He's now 46-24.
Darling long down the line. Hewland from the back with the spoil. Flanders, clever handball from Anderson to Fiorini. Another forward handball from Holman to Powell. He kicks low inside 50. Eagles defender slips over. Long at the back, kept his feet. Slaps it out towards Andrew. The Eagles defenders get back, put a bit of pressure on. Edwards did well. Got it to McGovern. McGovern got up to Hoff. And the umpire calls it back for a free kick to Jeremy McGovern for a bit of high contact there from Mac Andrew. So McGovern will go out the far side of the ground now. He's got Waterman on a long lead. Does well to bring the ball to ground. Doesn't have a lot of support around him. Snaps up the line here and finds Jamie Cripps on the defensive side of the southern wing.
Cripps likes something a little bit inboard. It was True. The kick, though, was a shocker. Went over the head. Bouncing ball. Witts can't gather. True managed to get it in the end. He's tackled immediately by Will Graham. And there'll be a ball up. Attacking side of the wing for West Coast.
Fortunate that there was the ground ball that Jared Witts had to get to. Otherwise, it probably would have been going the other way.
209 centimetres tall. It's a long way to go down. As from the restart, Elliot Yeo was taken high by Anderson trying to break through. So Yeo will win the free kick. Slightly attacking side of the wing for the Eagles. Southern side of the ground. Yeo takes off. Kicks a high ball to the hot spot. Going back, Collins punches it away into the path of Flanders. Gathered under pressure, did well to get it to a teammate. The Suns now able to clear the 50. King a long way from home. Couldn't take the mark. Punched away from him. Kelly with a beautiful gather inside 50. His kick on goal smothered by Flanders. Bobbling ball. Anderson gathers. Got a handball to Fiorini. Now Holman, wrong side for him. Manages to straighten up, goes short. And he finds Ben King, who kicked towards centre half forward, looking for a target there in Sexton. It was punched away by McGovern. Now the Eagles win it back. Cripps up the middle, finds Waterman.
Waterman on the southern side, wheels around, goes into the pocket. He's got Allen leading out. The kick is just in front of him. Allen can gather on the bounce, but runs out of room, and the ball is out for a throw-in in the right forward pocket for West Coast. They still lead by 4 points. 11 and a half minutes played here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The umpire tosses the ball back in. Williams doing the ruck work against Witts. He gets in a front position, slaps it out into a bit of space. Anderson and Kelly out after it. And Kelly just harasses Noah Anderson out over the boundary line for another throw-in. About 5 metres further away from the West Coast goal now in the right forward pocket. Take 2 for Witts and Williams from the throw-in. Williams manages to get front position again and roves his own ball. Handball over the top to Kelly. Kelly runs in. Oh, he's gone for the dribbler. And it's rushed through off the boot of Bodie Hewland. Tim Kelly probably needed to put that one through in the air. And it's the first minus score for West Coast. They're 2-1-13. Gold Coast 1-2-8.
Very odd decision. That wasn't a retro. It was a check side.
In unison, Chris and Sharon, just put your hands in the air going, Tim, you got to be better than that. Ball kicked out to the wing from the Suns. In front was Edwards. It went over the back. Holman and Hunt in a wrestle. Coming through the Eagles co-captain in Duggan. Stepped around one. Dribbling little ball up towards Waterman. Did his best to gather, and the follow-up was brilliant. He slammed into Flanders and got him high in the process, which I think there was a head clash front on as they call for a blood rule now, and Waterman just walks up to Flanders and gives him a little fist bump, and completely accidental. A front on tackle. They, I think, hit mushes and noses there. Just a little
front on contact.
Yeah, so a little bit of a cut below the eye of Flanders, but
boxer's cut.
Absolutely nothing untoward, you would have thought.
Nah, it's just face on face as he's coming to tackle.
It was a terrific tackle by Waterman. Unlucky that they made contact with the head. So it is a free kick to the Suns. Up the wing they go through closely. It goes over the back. Coming through Humphrey. Gathers. Immediately tackled by Witherden. Somehow got a kick inside the forward 50. Oh, Long is crunched. Ball hits the deck. Bobbling around the Eagles trying to gather in defence. Marrick got on his kick. Looking for Kelly. Missed the target. There are players down behind the ball, and I think it might be Edwards. Is it Ben King is in a bit of trouble? He is in a lot of trouble. The reaction from the Gold Coast Suns around him initially was calling for immediate assistance, and the doctors and trainers have got out there very, very quick. He is not in a good way.
His bodies came in from the side.
It is Ben King.
Mid-air, and it just didn't look, they didn't land great.
So Ben King
he's moving his body, his legs up.
He's laying on his back in the Suns forward 50, and as Sharad says, he has moved his legs, and there is a camera shot we can see closer up. He does appear to be talking to the staff, but
he did look very still for a period of time.
I think the doctor at the top prefer to keep him as still as they can just for the next situation. Mm-hmm. The fact that he's moving his arms and legs and talking is good.
Yeah.
He might be in trouble in terms of the rest of the game here. The reaction, we haven't seen a replay, but the reaction from his teammates very quickly was to call for the trainers, which normally indicates he might be doing okay now, but he may not have been going so well about a minute ago.
Need to see the replay. Harry's getting treatment on his thigh. Whether he got up and banged his head there, I'm not sure.
It's getting the knee strap potentially, is it? Or just the
I think it was a cut on his...
Harry Edwards, a long gash down his right thigh, and Ben King on his feet now.
Yeah, his blood coming from the nose-mouth region of Ben King as he's slowly making his way off the ground with the trainers. Not a great start to the game for Ben King.
I better say before, they're filling each other out really quickly. The game's moving back and forward. So
here's the replay, guys. Yeah. So King in front. Just hit his face straight on the Hawk's head.
Off his head.
As he's come through.
Yeah. Just a marking contest that went wrong.
Edwards is kind of trying to... the long arm spoil over the top is just kind of force King's head a little bit into the contact. It's
Yeah.
just a bang play.
It's a bang, and he was actually conscious the whole time. It didn't look like he went unconscious, which is a great result for his
Ball back
brain.
in play now at right half forward for the Suns. Marek gathers for West Coast. Off to Yo. He's under a bit of pressure. Gets the handball back to Marek. Tackled strongly by Humphrey. Spins him around. Takes him to ground. And that is holding the ball. Well, he had time, Ryan Marek. He couldn't escape the tackle. And Bailey Humphrey was not letting him get out of that. So he earns himself a free kick for the Suns in the right forward pocket. About 5 metres in from the boundary line. 30 metres out from goal.
I'm pretty sure that was one of the examples like that one there where, you watch that back and he doesn't really dump him in the ground. He kind of lets him go, doesn't he? It's very close to being
Just that one
legal tackle.
one extra handball they didn't need.
The Bailey Humphrey from tight in the right forward pocket. It looked pretty good, but it slams into the upright. So another behind for the Gold Coast Suns. They are 1-3-9, trailing West Coast by 4 points, who are 2-1-13. 17 minutes gone in the first quarter here at Perth Stadium.
Through Witherden, the Eagles bring it out to the wing. Darling flies for the mark, spoiled by Yulin. True flicks the handball back and Darling is immediately gathered. They did this last week, the Suns. They couldn't kick straight early on against the Lions. It cost them in the end. As the ball is restart again, a free kick going the way of the Eagles. Williams gets it, gives it to Harley Reid. Ran into a bit of trouble, lost the ball. Andrews knocked it away. Reid dives back in, so too Jack Williams. Ball in congestion on the wing. It bobbles out of bounds for a boundary throw in. Ash Nelson on the boundary.
Yeah, Ben King just going down into the rooms. It appears he'll be doing the HIA, so when I have more information, I'll let you know.
Ash Nelson down there on the boundaries. We can see Ben King now just wandering down the race. Ball will be spun back in between wing and half forward for the Suns. Knocked into the path of Rowell. He's got Reid there for company. The ball gets knocked out of his hands, out of bounds again for another boundary throw in. 18 minutes played first term. The Eagles lead by 4.
West Coast seem to be sending up a really
I can't
high
find a
forward
loose
because
man.
because we've got Sam Collins sitting in Gold Coast backline all on his own in a really damaging position.
From the throw-in, pack of players form around the ball. Rowell tries to bust his way through the Elliot Yo tackle, and the crowd aren't happy because Rowell has got a free kick for pushing the back, I think, or a dangerous tackle, in fact, it is against Elliot Yo. Well, it was a real battle of strength, and Yo dumped him into the ground. Rowell handball off to Yulin, kicks deep inside 50. But there's no King to aim for. Witherden on ground level for West Coast. Now with Jinby in the back pocket. Just tumbles it out of his defensive 50. The Suns are first to it through Swallow. Back to Yulin, off to Powell. Handball's foul to Rowell. Breaks the Ryan tackle, wobbles one inside forward 50. But the ball is intercepted by Alex Witherden for the Eagles. He has it inside defensive 50, Witherden. Takes his time, looks for an option. Goes short to Waterman. Leading up hard. The umpire said play on, not 15. So Waterman has to handball back to Witherden. Witherden now with a bit of time and space. Clears defensive 50. Kicks up to the southern wing. Allen caught behind. Does well to get hands on it. Claims the mark. And the umpire says that is his mark. He handballs off now to Cole running past. Cole goes short up the wing. Now they bring the ball back to the logo with Waterman. They're going to swing the ball back through the middle of the ground, West Coast. Comes to Harry Edwards, defensive side of the centre circles. Goes for a wander and pumps it long and high inside 50. Collins gets a fist to it for the Suns. Ball spills out the back. Jeffrey first to it for Gold Coast. And under a bit of pressure, he just taps the ball out and over the behind line. One behind to West Coast. They're now 2-1-14, leading by 5 points over Gold Coast. 1-3-9. 20 minutes played in the first term. Friday night footy here on ABC Sport.
See Allen coming off with a finger or a wrist issue.
Kick from the Suns, comes out to the wing. Taking the mark is Johnston. We'll get down to Ash Nelson in just a moment as Johnston goes inboard. Able to find a target. Gets it back from the 1-2 of Weller. Weller, though, missed him with a handball. Reid picks it up for the Eagles. Handball forward to Waterman. Now to Duggan. Has a fumble. Gathers. Run down as he kicked. Brilliant tackle by Swallow. Ball bobbling around inside the Eagles 50. Johnston spun around for a long time. Somehow got a kick away. And I have no idea what the umpire has paid.
That is ridiculous.
He has paid... What is... And there's been a 50... Okay. There's been a 50-metre penalty seemingly against Jake Waterman for dissent. I have no idea. I have no idea what that free kick is for.
Does he think that he
How did
was
David
holding him.
Swallow get the free kick?
Being held, apparently.
Okay.
That's an odd one.
That's the most confusing one I've seen all year. The Suns go short to the middle of the ground. Anderson takes the mark, goes wide now to Flanders, who's bandaged up. I say that because I really don't know. As Flanders now gathers, kicks inside the forward 50, and the only one there to meet it is Cole, able to take the mark on his chest in the left back pocket. Thought about going short to Marek. Now he plays on. Kicks it long up the wing, looking for a target. Darling's there in front of Hewlin. Hewlin did well, punched it to a teammate there in Graham, who kicks inside the forward 50, gathering at ground level and immediately tackled was Lukosius. Terrific work by Cole. Ball up inside the Suns attacking 50. The Eagles lead by 5.
Right half forward for the Suns. Witts tries to take it out of the ruck. On hands and knees gathering it. Rowley's tackled strongly by Witherden, and the umpire pays holding the ball.
I was about to say, he had to call that if he called the one just prior.
That makes the locals happy. Alex Witherden with
And
the
it
free
took a
kick.
little while to get it back. No 50.
Witherden called a play on now. He's under a bit of pressure from Rowell. Manages to run around it, but Rowell affects the kick, and Graham intercepts for the Suns. They're on the attacking side of the broadcast wing. Will Graham. Sizzling ball inside 50 and onto the chest of Long. Well, it was a low kick to the dangerous part of the attacking 50 for the Suns. And Ben Long, in best position, just let out and took it on the chest in front of Brady Hoff, and he can go back and kick on goal from 30 metres out on a slight angle to the right.
Well, that was a case of a kick going to a really dangerous spot, more so than a player, and it was, Ben Long who read it off the boot quickest.
To use a tennis phrase, that was an unforced error by Alex Witherden.
So Long comes in.
Turned the ball over. Look where it goes.
And he kicks it straight over the goal umpire's hat. So the Suns have their second, and they take the lead back in this contest here on Friday night. Gold Coast 2-3-15 to West Coast 2-2-14. 23 minutes gone. Friday night footy here on ABC Sport. Your experts, two-time Premiership Eagle Chris Waterman, Premiership Magpie Sharad Wellingham.
I'm not sure. Is it Brady Hoff who's on him as well there?
Yeah, he is. He's been on him.
Just a little bit slow to react there as the ball came in, wasn't it? And Ben Long reacted much faster. Just, you only need half a foot.
That's it. But this is a good arm wrestle. Neither of them are really letting the other one through to get some clean ball down the ground. So defensively very tight at the moment.
Ash Nelson downstairs on the boundary.
Oscar Allen still down in the rooms, guys. Appears to be a dislocated finger. They tried to put it back in here on the bench. He was in a lot of pain but weren't able to do it, so he's gone down there. He's been down there for a while now.
Oscar Allen off the ground, ball back in the middle. Flanders took it from the restart. Yo grabbed him immediately and he was pinned holding the ball. So the Suns lead by a point, regain the lead, but the Eagles have the ball in the middle of the ground. Yo drives it inside the forward 50. Waterman came out to meet it. Darling was there too. Neither could mark. Ball bobbling around inside the Eagles 50. Duggan flicked a handball out to Williams. Waterman, cheeky little handball back to Cripps, whose kick on goal under pressure was off the side of the boot and was out of bounds on the full. So we've played 24 minutes in the first term. We'll go a little bit longer due to the stoppage with Ben King, who is, as Ash Nelson said, off the ground. The Suns, though, have the ball on the outer side through Fiorini. Kicks it up the wing and Witts was out in front. Didn't take the mark. The umpire paid it. Gathers does the Suns' sole captain today. Kicks up the wing. It ricocheted into Mac Andrews' leg. Straight to Holman. Able to handball over the top to Lukosius. Has to dance around on the wing. Cole held him up. He switches inboard and finds Weller. Weller goes short to the lead of Flanders. Has the ball 60 from home. Head bandaged up. Kicks inside the forward 50. Andrews on the lead. Got away from Edwards. And in the end took the easiest of chest marks and will go back to kick his second of the night already.
Again, just a beautiful leading lane opened up, and
when
Max just read it perfectly.
Gov's not out there, I can see, but that's poor communication. Someone has to get the hole. When you start hearing that one from the coach in about under 14s.
Stand in the dangerous spots. They're all around that leading lane, aren't they? No one wants to get in there.
The defender turned forward, already has one goal tonight. Mac Andrew has two. The surprise package gone forward and is having an impact early on in this first term. The Suns extend their lead, 3-3-21. The Eagles at 2-2-14, 26 minutes played in the first. Mac Andrews, the first multiple goal scorer of the night. Mitch Turner alongside a Cash Fodadar for ABC Sport. Our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Chris Waterman.
Well, there was just no swivelling of the heads from the defenders on the outside of that hole. Alex Witherden didn't see what was going on. Now they've done 3 towards him. You're on red alert as the defender. If your forward's just off centre, you're coming right in on the inside of him. If your forward gets it, he's kicking from 45, so you'd rather let him have that shot.
So Mac Andrew, the first multiple goal scorer of the night, and he's looking dangerous up forward for the Suns. Back in the middle, nice high bounce from the umpire. Witts takes it straight off the bounce. Ricochets off Holman's shins and inside forward 50 for the Suns where Witherden gathers. Manages to get the handball up to Johnston. Now it comes to Kelly. Off to Marek at left half back. Kicks back into the middle of the ground. Bailey Williams stretches up with one hand, takes the mark. Handball's off now to Reed. Runs over the logo. Handball forward to Jinby. Comes wider now to Kelly. Kelly sweeps the handball wider still to Liam Ryan, who goes short and finds Liam Duggan on the paint of 50 at left half forward.
Noah Anderson just went down behind the ball. Interesting to see what happened there on the replay.
Duggan from left half forward. Kicks into the pocket to Liam Ryan. The ball knocked away from him at the last moment. Picked up by Ballard. And he's tackled by Waterman. So the umpire will ball it up in the left forward pocket for the West Coast Eagles.
Some great forward 50 tackles by young Jake. Doing a really good job down there.
Williams rises high, wins the tap, but Witts gathers on ground level. And the Suns can clear defensive 50. It's a long, high kick. Andrew comes from 3 deep and spoils the ball out over the boundary line. 60 metres out from the West Coast goal at left half forward. The Suns leading by 7 points. 28 minutes played here in the first quarter.
Just tried to make a little bit of contact with Harley Reid after he got rid of it before Noah Anderson and just opened himself up a little bit. Nothing in it. As the ball spun back into play, Witts tapped it down to a teammate who was at the bottom of the pack there. Was close. He had a fresh airy when he was getting tackled. Liam Duggan got him cold. It's holding the ball.
Strange. The game still doesn't feel like it's really settled yet, does it?
Nah, it's very scrappy.
Liam Duggan, just a quick glance to the bench to see if there was a message. None coming as he kicks it to the top of the square. Williams flew, went down. Ground level Darling was wrapped up by Powell and swallowed. A ball up 5 metres out from the Eagles' goal. They trail by 7. Williams and Witts jostle for position. Witts with a reach over the top, taps it into space. Anderson's the first one there, and he's knocked off the ball by Ryan. And it ricochets out of bounds.
They're going to think about starting to read off Jared Witts here. He's getting his hands on it a lot. Try and pick him off where he's going.
7 hit-outs already for Witts. Ball spun back in. Here he goes again in front of Williams. Taps it down to space. Duggan the first one there. The whistle is blown. A free kick has been paid. It's going to Matt Rao for a hold in that stoppage. So
umpire's very involved already early, aren't they? And I feel like it's not like it's a really scrappy, dirty game. It doesn't look like there's a lot of holding, but very involved so far.
The Suns go across half back from Anderson to Rao to Powell. Now the kick up the wing. Collins, the unlikely target on centre wing, takes the mark. The Suns player splunt forward. He waits for a target.
Collins on the southern wing. Kicks the Suns up towards left half forward. Harry Edwards with a fist. Gathered at ground level by Closey. Gives it back to Rao. Left foot kick inside forward 50. Wanted Holman. Good spoil by McGovern getting back. Andrew. He's kept it in back, Andrew. No, the umpire has blown for a boundary throw-in. Let's quickly head downstairs to Ash Nelson.
Oscar Allen back up and looks like he's good to go. He's just buddy strapped that finger, and Matt Roses is warming up for the Gold Coast Suns. Still yet to get confirmation about Ben King yet.
Thank you, Ash. And it turns out it's a West Coast free kick here in the right back pocket. So it's going to Ryan Marek. So thought Mac Andrew was about to pull off something brilliant, keep the ball in and snap his third. Instead,
no idea what that free
was
kick
that for kicking
either.
the ball up into the stand.
It might well be for a bit of time wasting. Meanwhile, West Coast clear their defensive lines, and Elliot Yeo has it at right half back.
My lord.
I actually don't know what half these free kicks are for tonight.
Yeo kicks up the line. Liam Ryan's managed to get a little bit of separation and takes the mark on the second grab, falling onto his backside. He's on true centre wing on the southern side of the ground for the West Coast Eagles. Takes his time, called to play on now by the umpire. Wobbles the kick inboard and Jaden Hunt manages to take the mark at his ankles. McGovern runs past, wanted the handball. Hunt decides to kick it himself. And it's a good pass, good option. Finds Jack Darling at right half forward. Still 70 metres from home. The Eagles veteran plays on. Kicks it to a dangerous area. Reed flies from the back. Jack Williams in front, couldn't mark. Ball comes to Dewar. Handball to Waterman. Waterman's handball goes back, searching for Ryan. The Eagles have turned it over here. The Suns have it. And Harley Reid gives away the free kick for a high tackle on Lockie Weller. So the Suns have it back now. And Weller, dangerous kick into the middle of the ground. And it's intercepted by Marrick for the Eagles.
Marrick turns immediately, sees something he likes inside. It was the lead of Williams. And you can hear from the crowd's groans. He missed the target, kicked it straight to Jared Witts.
That's a poor turnover. You just got to score off that.
Had separation, couldn't hit the target as Witts kicks as a wobbler out to Fiorini, couldn't take the mark. Handball's back looking for Flanders, couldn't fully get away from Cole. Handball managed to find a target, ends up with Lukosius high up and under for the Suns as the siren goes to mark the end of the first term here at Perth Stadium. A few boos ring out from the Eagles fans, but it will be the Suns that take the lead into the first term. 3-3-21 Gold Coast, 2-2-14 the Eagles. The goal kickers in the first quarter. Mac Andrew kicked the opener. He has 2 for the Suns. He has just 3 for his career. Ben Long, the other goal kicker for Gold Coast. The 2 for West Coast, Oscar Allen and Jack Darling, have the singles. So the Suns with a 7-point margin. There is another game going on at the moment at Docklands between the Bulldogs, Footscray for this weekend. They're taking on Melbourne late in the third term. The Dogs 11-13-79. They lead the Demons 6-38. A 41-point margin to put the Bulldogs provisionally into fourth spot as it stands. We'll get the thoughts of our experts, Sharrod Wellingham and Chris Waterman, in just a moment. But for now, we'll pause. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
ABC Country brings you Grassroots, the home of the latest, best and new independent country music from home and around the globe, shining a light on the best contemporary and traditional country-fused music. From folk to blues, traditional to contemporary, bluegrass to bush ballads, and everything in between. Stream Grassroots from anywhere, anytime via the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Rowell wheels and goes and sends the Suns inside 50, and Mac Andrew is out on the lead. And he takes the mark, clutches it tight to his chest in front of Jeremy McGovern. And Mac Andrew, swung forward to start this game for the Suns, can go back and kick for the opening goal of the match from 45 metres out on a very, very slight angle to the right. Andrew comes in, kicks on goal, and he's got it. First blood to the Suns. Witts with the tap. Kelly sharks it, gives it off to Reid. Reid sets it high now to the top of the goal square. Allen or Waterman. Ball comes to the back. Allen rides and Allen pops it through. Great work by the West Coast forwards, Oscar Allen and Jake Waterman. Allen kept his feet, was first to it on ground level, and was able to dribble it through from just a couple of metres out.
Ball back in the middle, Witts tapped it down. It was sharp by Reid. Sold the dummy, beautiful handball out the front of the stoppage. Off to Yo, runs to 50, kicks into the square, and Darling takes the mark, used the body, and will go back directly in front from 10 metres out. Game 295, goal 529 for Jack Darling. The Eagles get 2 in a row.
Will Graham, sizzling ball inside 50 and onto the chest of Long. Well, it was a low kick to the dangerous part of the attacking 50 for the Suns, and Ben Long, in best position, just let out and took it on the chest in front of Brady Hoff, and he can go back and kick on goal from 30 metres out on a slight angle to the right. So Long comes in, he kicks it straight over the goal umpire's hat. So the Suns have their second, and they take the lead back in this contest here on Friday night.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time here at Perth Stadium, AFL round 21 action. It's the Suns, 3-3-21, leading the Eagles by 7 points, 2-2-14. As we get the thoughts of our experts here in the box, Mitch Turner and Akash Vodadar alongside us, dual premiership player at the Eagles, Chris Waterman, and premiership pie, former Eagles, Sharad Wellingham. Your thoughts on that opening term of footy?
Well,
it's pretty ugly, wasn't it?
Yeah, stats don't give us a whole lot. West Coast have the only
plus 6 in the clearance.
Plus 6 in the clearances, but the rest is 10 possessions difference. Look, it's just a scrappy game. I think if one team can get some flow on, they'll score quickly, but that's just going to allow the other team. So I'm not sure who's. I would assume Gold Coast to be better at that game right now. They look a bit more clinical.
I think that they're looking cleaner going inside 50. Is that what you mean? I think that their direction and efficiency going inside 50, not converting, but finding a mark inside 50 is better.
We've already discussed
West Coast
it.
feels to be bombing it.
West Coast defenders their awareness has been poor a couple of times when it's gone in the Mac Andrews, just not helping out, not cutting across and filling the hole, which is one of the most basic things in football you need to know to do as a defender.
Do you think it's thrown them a little bit that Mac Andrews started forward again tonight and he's been one of their focal targets? Do you reckon it may just confuse them a little bit, the Eagles defenders? They weren't expecting that?
Well, who were they expecting?
I mean, Ben King, you think is going to be the focal point?
I don't know. Maybe. You kind of got to. If he played forward last week,
it looks like it.
Kicked one goal for his career 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I don't know. You can't be thrown by somebody playing in a position.
Yeah, it is.
Ben King's back out in the ground.
Yeah, he's got 2. We'll go down to Ash Nelson to give us an update on that. Ash.
Yeah, Ben King has been all cleared, so he passed his HIA assessment and is good to go.
We have Ben King 0-2 tonight. Hasn't had the radar. Went down to the rooms after that massive head knock, hitting his just accidentally a bit of a head clash on Brady Hoff's head in a contest. And looked in a bad way. However, he is back out there, as Ash Nelson says. So maybe he can find his radar and we can see he's jogging to that goal square at the Graham Farmer Freeway. And some of the quick stats before we get back underway in this second term. Akash Vodadar.
Yeah, some of the leading ball winners tonight. So Tim Kelly has 8 disposals for West Coast. Alex Witherden, Jake Waterman and Elliot Yeo all have 7. And for the Suns, Noah Anderson with 8 disposals, Will Powell and Sam Flanders also have 7 apiece.
Those are some of the numbers from the first term. The key number, the Suns lead by 7 points. They're chasing that first road win of the year. Looking to bounce back from last week's Q Clash loss to the Lions. They were dealt their first home loss. Players back in position, ready to go. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport. As Jared Witts stands opposed to Bailey Williams in the middle of the ground. Ball hits the turf and we're underway again. Witts taps it down, looking for Rao. Gathers, immediately tackled by Duggan. The umpire comes in, will ball it up. Williams and Witts once again jostle. Witts was able to gather the loose ball after it hit the deck. Got it off to Flanders. The Suns go inside the forward 50. Long flew, couldn't mark. Tapped it to his own advantage, trying to get it to King. He gathered, it was spilt without it. Johnston for the Eagles, he lost it. King steals it, kicks towards goal, trying to make something out of nothing. And even that way, Ben King can't find a major. 0-3 for Ben King. The Suns 3-4-22, the Eagles 2-2-14. 40 seconds played in the second term.
Jeremy McGovern brings the ball back in for West Coast, kicks towards Darling at left half back, and a good strong grab from the Eagles veteran. Rewarded, the umpire blows the whistle and says that's Jack's ball. He's called to play on now, under a bit of pressure from Hewlin. Handballs to Reid. Reid looks to take on Fiorini. Goes back to Darling. He's under pressure here, Darling. Hewlin manages to wrap him up. Darling got the hands free. Off to Witherden, now to Cole. And West Coast will switch across the ground. Back in a defensive 50 in the ball now with Jinby. He'll run across left half back with a couple of bounces out that southern side. Handballs now to McGovern. McGovern wants to bring the ball back to the corridor. That's a dangerous kick. Intercepted here by Rao for the Suns. Gets the handball off to Weller. Weller goes back to Powell. Powell wants Andrew at half forward and he takes the mark. Opposed to Johnson. Kicks low inside 50. On the bounce, Humphrey gathers from right half forward. He kicks on goal. It's bending back and it hits the post. Flying shot on goal from 45 metres out from Bailey Humphrey. He was tied up against the boundary line at right half forward, and it was drifting, but just clipped the post on the way through. So a minor score to the Suns. Their lead is 9 points. They're 3-5-23 to West Coast, 2-2-14. 2 minutes played here, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Witherden brings the ball back into play for West Coast. Witts was at the front of the pack, couldn't mark. Yo did the crumbing, got it to Reed, then got it back again, Yo. Kicks it inside the forward 50. Allen comes out to meet it, going back with courage with the Suns, able to knock it away from Allen. The ball spills, though, back to Cole. His snap inside the forward 50, looking for a target. Powell came out, spilt the mark, laying over the top of it as the ball comes free. The umpire calls for a ball up. So it'll be tossed up 45 metres out from the Eagles' goal. Witts gets a tap to it, knocked on by Powell, spilt towards True. His snap ricocheted off a Sun, fell to Cripps. Punched away by Gold Coast, trying to clear defensive 50. Darling got there first, gave it to Ryan. He's driven into the turf by Holman. The ball goes over the boundary, out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. 55 metres around from the Eagles attacking goal. They trail by 9 points. Only just 3 minutes in this second term. Shallow throw-in. Williams got there first for the Eagles, looking for Reed. Flanders there to knock the ball out of bounds. So we'll toss it in again. 3.5 minutes played in the second term. The Eagles trail the Suns by 9 points.
Let's quickly head downstairs to Ash Nelson.
So Harry Edwards actually headed down to the rooms in that quarter-time break. As it appears, he's actually getting HIA done as well. So it seems like he had a head knock at some point in time during that quarter.
Might have been from that incident which saw Ben King go downstairs. Meanwhile, from the throw-in, the ball in a bit of a scrimmage here, and it comes out now to Bailey Williams. True. Oh, he fumbled. Then he fell over. The ball spills free. Weller has it inside the centre square. Gives it off to Powell. Now to Fiorini. Back to Weller. Sweeps the handball forward, up towards half forward, but a bit of error in communication there with Sexton. And the Eagles win the ball back across half back. Duggan, defensive side of the centre circles. Low pass finds True. True flares it out wide now to the southern side of the ground to Liam Ryan. Ryan waits. Kicks into the left forward pocket. That was speculative, hoping for Oscar Allen. He couldn't find him, and getting in the way there is Noah Anderson for the Suns.
Needs to steady himself a bit, True. Even that position that he was in after the fumble, you could tell he didn't want the footy in hand, kicked it sideways instead of taking on the game.
Everyone does. Mistake after mistake this game.
So Will Powell has the ball. 50-metre penalty, marched him towards centre half back. Kicks it out towards the wing. Flanders gathered, got it back to Collins. Goes short to Hewland. Hewland just backs back a little bit. Another short pass to centre wing. Fiorini has Anderson, who's come straight from the bench here. Gathers the mark in front of Kelly. The Eagles certainly flooding some numbers back. Now Anderson takes off from the logo, kicks it inside the forward 50. Ryan's the first one to meet it from the Eagles. Watched the ball the whole way, took the intercept mark. A great grab from Ryan, who wants to go short to Reed. Kick was a little hot. Harley couldn't take the mark. Then gets back on it. He's tackled immediately by Holman. Once again, the Eagles' poor skills. Not quite a turnover, but the ball back in dispute with the ball up.
I don't know what Liam Ryan's... Sorry, he's doing in the defensive 50 there.
Ball tossed up. Rao couldn't get a clearing kick for the Suns. Hunt for the Eagles gave it straight back to Anderson. His kick high inside the forward 50. Terrific grab. Taken by Long. 2 Eagles from either side. Body contact. Trying to get a fist in. And Ben Long stood strong underneath and's taken a great grab. Will go back and have a shot at his second goal.
He's got Hoff's measure so far for this game. They're in their little one-on-one battle.
Well, that needed a third man up and just a smash. Tell you what,
Witherden tried and just couldn't affect it.
Bailey Williams has got to come up with a different idea on Jared Witts.
Ben Long, set shot, 40 metres out, leans back, kicks it through. Long's got 2. The Suns get their 4th. 4-5-29 Gold Coast, 2-2-14 West Coast. We've played 6.5 minutes in the second term. Our experts here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, Sharad Wellingham and Chris Waterman.
It's just not free-flowing football, and both teams are making a lot of mistakes. West Coast just have to get a bit closer. I think they've got a few more younger guys out there. Young Luke True before just needed to wheel around and go bang straight down the middle into the goal square. Scrambly, but Gold Coast at this point are winning the arm wrestle.
Is that the nice way of saying it hasn't been a great game of footy?
It's well, not to watch, I guess, but I'm assuming from the coach's point of view, it's just an arm wrestle.
Yep.
It's the Suns by 15 points. Out of the middle. Reed out after it. Hassled off it by Anderson. Bit of pressure put on by True. Rowell trying to smash his way through. Manages to get the handball up. But the Suns going backwards. And True onto the loose ball. Runs in and kicks the goal. Well done, young man. Zane True gets his first of the season as well. Great work there by Zane True. Just kept at it. Good pressure from West Coast up forward, and True onto the loose ball. And from 35 metres out, he finished the good work. Bring the Eagles back within 9 points. They're 3-2-20. The Suns 4-5-29. 8 minutes gone here in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that started the middle because Bailey Williams just jumped all over Jared Whitson, got his hand on it, and straight away there was a different feel around the clearance, and it was a scramble. I thought it was holding the ball.
It was holding the
spun
ball
around.
Just because he's flailing his arms everywhere doesn't mean he gets to be spun 360, does it?
But they all just hunted the ball and got it.
Questionable song from Zane True as well.
Yep, I wondered that. As the ball's back in the middle, Williams taps it into space. Duggan, the first one onto it for the Eagles. High up and under kick. The Koshis and Cripps go at it. Johnston comes through for the Suns. Tried to find a teammate. Cripps was there to immediately gather. Was it Graham underneath it? It was tackled. Ball up. Attacking side of the wing for the Suns. Cripps gathered immediately by Lukosius. Will have another ball up. Witts this time, front position, tapped it, ricocheted off bodies, it flicked off Lukosius to Anderson, then Kelly stole it, gave it to Cripps for West Coast, kicks it towards half forward, big pack flies, Williams against Collins, Collins knocked it to space, Powell able to gather for the Suns, gets it to Flanders, kick up the wing looking for Andrew who flew, punched away by Jinby.
Great spoil from Jinby there, third in line and managing to get over the top of 200 centimetre player.
Graham did the roving. The Suns end up getting it inside the forward 50. It's ricocheting off bodies. Hoff got it to Williams. Williams' handball missed the target, but well done by Kelly to gather for West Coast and kick up the wing. And Darling, who can't take the mark, opposed to Powell, had a couple cracks at it. Players diving on top of the loose ball on the wing. They're tied up. Will have a ball up.
Excellent work by Tim Kelly in defensive 50. He got rid of Lloyd Johnson with one arm and picked up the ball with the other. Williams and Witts with the tap. Reed flashes through the stoppage. Anderson gives it off to Swallow. Kicks up towards half forward, but there's no one there for the Suns, and Hunt can intercept for West Coast. Goes short across the ground to Witherden at centre half back. Laterally once more, now to Hoff. Defensive edge of the centre square from West Coast. Hoff short to Harvey Johnston. Just his third game for the Eagles. He goes short to another youngster. Tyrell Dewar has the ball on the logo, broadcast side of the ground. Short and wider once more now to Ryan Marrick. Number one pick in the mid-season draft last year, Ryan Marrick. Wheels inboard and sets the ball up to a dangerous area where Allen can take the mark. Well, he had an uninterrupted run at the football there, Oscar Allen. Ran around the pack, got to the front position and plucked it out of the night sky. Did the Eagles co-captain, and he can go back, going for his second goal of the evening from 45 metres out, as good as directly in front.
It's good to see the young Eagles up the ground, share the ball. What it made Gold Coast do is come out and defend.
Very nice.
Not as many defenders up against Oscar.
Both of the, Harvey Johnson and Tyrell Dewar, so both through. So showed some composure there, didn't they?
Yep.
And Oscar Allen finishes the good work of the young Eagles. From 45 out, he pops through his second goal and brings the margin back to just 3 points. West Coast 4-2-26, Gold Coast 4-5-29. It's 11 minutes gone here at Perth Stadium. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
What are we trying to say, Shaz?
Dewar.
Tyrell Dewar.
I was trying to say Dua.
Well,
Dewar.
it's called. This is the weird thing. It's pronounced Dewar, but he goes by his nickname's Dewar.
That must be why.
Yeah.
No, it's good. Last 5 or so minutes by West Coast been really good. Getting some clean ball up forward. And we're back to an even game.
Enjoying the songs too that are playing after the Eagles goals. Maybe not quite.
You like that one?
That's
the
a
one
great
before.
tune. Oh, that one wasn't. The one earlier wasn't great. It's not quite the Gabba, I guess, in some of the Take Me Home country roads, but it's a pretty good start. They certainly hear that a lot in Brisbane. The Suns, that would give them nightmares if they heard that played. Restart back in the middle for a second time. Umpire spots a free kick, and it's going to Jack Williams. McAndrew in the ruck against him. Infringed. So Williams with a free kick. Handballed across to the runner in Kelly. Ran into trouble. Handballed out to Witherden. Immediately tackled by Holman. Dispossessed. The Eagles made a meal of that. Fiorini tried to take the advantage. Umpire said no. So it comes back to Nick Holman. Career he's made himself. Just 9 games for Carlton. Great kick up the middle. Finds Fiorini. 9 games for Carlton. 118 for the Suns. Sure kick forwards of Flanders. Has the ball just beyond centre half forward. Kicks like a pitching wedge, little chip into the pocket. Andrews is in front, couldn't mark opposed to Williams. Ball comes to ground, and the umpire has paid the mark to Williams.
He pointed the wrong way then, which is why the crowd is in arms.
I just don't know how you pay a mark
Headphones
to
really-
anyone there. There was 2 players grabbing the ball. Just play on umpire as Williams clears it for West Coast. It goes out to the wing. Weller somehow got a handball to Fiorini. On to Humphrey then to Holman, who's tackled by Cole. Ball ricochets out of bounds. I just don't know how you give anyone a mark in this situation.
I thought it was pretty clean, but
2 sets of hands on that.
yeah, 2 sets of hands.
Well, anyway, the ball will be spun back in 65 around from the Suns' goal. It was a shallow throw in. Williams got there for the Eagles first. Couldn't get it to a teammate. Flanders gathered, gave it to Weller. His kick inside the forward 50s, punched away by Jimby from Lukosius. Ball still inside the Suns' 50 at right half forward. Hunt gathers a West Coast tackle by Humphrey. They'll be balled up just inside the paint, right half forward. 14 minutes gone. The Suns lead by 3.
It's McAndrew and Jack Williams doing the ruck, Bert. Williams tapped it, ricocheted off the shin of Hunt and back into the lap of Andrew, who was tackled, and the umpire will ball it up once more, just inside the forward 50 now for the Suns. Andrew tries to take it out of the ruck, basically threw it away. Ball comes now to Duggan. Duggan snaps the Eagles up to the wing, but the ball is intercepted by Charlie Ballard of the Suns. Still attacking side of the wing, on the southern side of the ground here, the Gold Coast Suns. Ballard will go back and across to Bodie Hewland. Hewland, one of 4 Queenslanders in this Suns side. He kicks a low pass up towards half forward. Jack Williams does well, knocks it away from McAndrew. Darling out after it on ground level. Has to contend with Ballard. And the 2 key position players see the ball out for a boundary throw-in on that southern wing. Still the attacking side here for the Suns.
See, Clay Hall is just on the phone downstairs.
We'll get down to Ash Nelson in just a moment as the ball's tossed back in. Andrews to the front, tapped into space. Hunt gathered for the Eagles. Got it to Kelly. Now Yo. Floating kick up the wing looking for Darling. Got to him on the bounce. Had Swallow for company. Did well, Darling, to kick it into the space of Duggan. The rain calms down a bit as Duggan kicks it inside the forward 50. Allen can't mark. Eagles coming into Rove. Cripps is there. Collins of the Suns. He's tackled. Dispossessed. Now Duggan's over the top of it. Ball underneath him as players dive in. It'll be balled up inside the forward 50. Ash Nelson downstairs quickly.
Confirmation from the Eagles. Harry Edwards is out. Clay Hall, the boy from Binnendup, in.
It's a big blow for the Eagles. Edwards subbed out. Clay Hall in for his debut. Ball tossed up. Humphrey's got it from the restart. Kicks it beyond defensive 50. Jinby couldn't take the mark. Ball spun up in the air. Hunt sat under it, gathered, and was set upon by a couple of Suns. It'll be a ball up. Still inside the centre square. See a shot of Harry Edwards. Well, Harry Edwards out of the game. Clay Hall getting ready. Suns from the restart, kick the ball to half forward, diving for the mark was Lukosius, couldn't get it, Rao could, gave it to Holman, then off to Anderson, was slow to get Boots a ball, did so eventually, got it to Flanders, now Fiorini straightens up and misses. A minor score, 4-6-30 the Suns, 4-2-26 the Eagles, 17 minutes played in the second.
Well, it hasn't been the most skillful game at times. The West Coast have the ball at half back. Jack Williams got it from the kick-in, goes across the ground to Johnston, who goes across further still here to Tim Kelly. Has it at centre half back inside his defensive 50 at the Graham Farmer Freeway end. Across the ground to Ginbey. Ginbey gets it out wide. Hunt getting a round of applause from the Eagles fans. His pressure led to that Fiorini miss. And Clay Hall as well, big round of applause as he comes onto the ground. West Coast still have the ball, southern wing. Duggan comes back and across the ground here to McGovern. McGovern up the middle. Here's Harvey Johnston, attacking side of the bullseye. Wheels around, kicks into the pocket. He's got a couple of options. Allen, he flies. Cripps stayed down. Ball knocked down at defensive 50 by the Suns. Powell knocked over behind the ball. Lloyd Johnson here for the Suns. He manages to gather cleanly and spirals it inside forward 50. 1-on-1, King and McGovern. McGovern knocks it down. It's 2-on-1 here for the Suns. McGovern goes to ground. King gathers and he'll run into the open goal. He can't miss from there, and he doesn't. Rolls it through from 5 metres out, and the Suns go end to end and extend their lead back out to 10 points. Ben King gets his first goal after 3 behind so far tonight. Gold Coast 5-6-36, West Coast 4-2-26. 18 minutes gone here. Friday night football on ABC Sport.
The pressure game Gold Coast is a difference in this at the moment. They just won't let West Coast get any free ball movement. They are all over them, and they're just hunting at ground level. That's a goal from nothing, really.
That was the easiest one, but is it like a basket in basketball or a putt in golf? Sometimes you just need to see one just go through the middle and then you steady yourself.
My concern for West Coast is they're struggling at any clean inside 50s.
No connection inside 50 at all. It's just the pressure Gold Coast are applying around the ball.
Ball back in the middle. Witts opposed to Bailey Williams. Umpire surprisingly has spotted a free. It's going to the Gold Coast captain. So Witts has the ball. Slicey looking kick inside the forward 50. Lukosius out. Couldn't take the mark. Umpire blows the whistle again. Free kick spotted. This time going to the 50 gamer in Brady Hoff. So infringement in the marking contest against Ben Long, and Hoff has the ball. Having a great season. Kicks it up to the wing. Allen pushed out of it blatantly by Collins, who took the mark. The umpire closest paid the mark. The non-officiating umpire came in, overruled and said it was a push out. So Allen does get the free kick. A horrible short kick looking for Harvey Johnston. Missed the target. Collins comes in, tackled by Allen. Managed to get it out towards Flanders. Over the top to Lloyd Johnston. He's got a leading target, pushing back towards goal in Lukosius. Spills the mark. Able to soccer it towards King. He's had the ball knocked away from him. Manages to get a handball on the ricochet to Flanders. He handballs to Anderson. Now over the top to Lloyd Johnston. Dancing in circles. 2-metre kick to Anderson. The Suns have worked themselves outside their forward 50, and now that turns it over. Bailey Williams for the Eagles gives it to Kelly, who spots up Witts on centre wing. That was an ugly 30 seconds of footy.
This is turnover footy, and now it's a 50-metre penalty as well. So
I just don't know what's happening. It's so confusing.
Jared Witts is going to be marched inside 50. In fact, he's going to be well within scoring range here.
What's the 50 for?
Did Jake Waterman go?
Yeah, he did come in. I'm not 100% on the rule, to be honest.
Seems like he's encroached on the mark. Maybe the umpire had already called stand.
He came from behind.
Does he wash the jumpers this week?
Well, if the umpire's called stand, you can't come from outside the 5. But Jared Witts, the Suns captain, kicking on goal from 40 metres out directly in front, and the roar of the home crowd tells you the story. He's pulled his kick away to the right. Minor score for the Suns. They're 5-7-37, leading West Coast by 11 points to a 4-2-26.
McGovern has the kick-in duties. Goes for a run, takes a little cheeky bounce, Jeremy McGovern, and then spears it onto the chest of Matt Rao from the Suns. Turnover again. Rao kicks towards half-forward, sat it on ahead of his teammate Sexton. Knocked away from him. The Eagles, though, Flick the ball back inside their own defensive 50. Jimby got it to Cole, who spilt it. Coming through Sexton for the Gold Coast Suns. Handballs forward, long through traffic. Somehow rode the contact. Got it to a teammate in Graham, who kicks the goal. It's not pretty football, but the Suns are the ones who are getting themselves on the end. They get their sixth. Graham gets his first. 6-7-43. Gold Coast, 4-2-26. West Coast, 22 minutes played in the second. Chris Waterman, Sharad Wellingham, our experts on ABC Sport.
Well, this will shock you. They've had 9 scoring shots from turnover, Gold Coast.
Oh, West Coast by foot are just horrible.
Look, effort's there, and you kind of that's all we've been asking for from West Coast, but they're just not able to stand up in the pressure at the moment that Gold Coast's putting on them. It's
Well, I was about to say they've got to start biting one off through the middle, but the ones they're picking are just not hitting. They're
hitting it straight to a Gold Coast player.
Gold Coast or hitting the ground. Just poor skill execution.
And it's some of their highly skilled players too. McGovern, Kelly, these are some of the guys turning the ball over. As the umpire tells the ruckman he's going to throw it up. There's been a 6-6-6 infringement somewhere. So Witts takes it out of the ruck. The Suns have kicked the last 2 of the game. They've got their lead out now to 17 points. And they're going to win this centre clearance as Humphrey tumbles it inside forward 50. Goes over the head of McGovern and Lukosius. Long getting back for the Suns, but he's beaten to it by Hoff. Hoff's handball put his teammate under pressure. Long takes it back for the Suns. Into Lukosius. He handballs. What did Anderson running past? Left the football behind. McGovern gives it to Williams, who just dumps the kick out of there. Dewar in a one-on-one contest. Ryan now comes and assists. Swoops up and picks the up one-handed at his bootlaces. Kicks for Waterman. Ballard front position. Liam Ryan gathers and his coat hanging on the way through and earns himself a free kick on the southern wing. Ballard slow to get up. Ryan moves it quickly by hand to Darling. Darling kicks the Eagles inside forward 50 and Allen's out on the lead and he slides out on his knees and takes the mark. Just inside the boundary line at left half forward. Wants to go quick, chips in board and finds Jamie Cripps. The umpire called play on, wasn't 15. Back to Allen, back to Cripps. Snaps high in the air off the left boot, top of the goal square, Marek! Big leap, Ryan Marek. Well, it looked like West Coast were going to mess up another opportunity to score. But coming from 3 deep, Ryan Marek launches himself over the pack. And in the end, he marks on his chest at the top of the goal square.
Well, that was indicative of West Coast night. Kick inside was short, played on, and 3 kicks inside 50 to score.
Marek goes around the corner. He snaps it through for his first of the evening. And West Coast get one back and bring the margin back to 11 points. The home side, they're 5-2-32. Gold Coast 6-7-43. Your experts here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. 2-time Premiership Eagle Chris Waterman, Premiership Magpie Sharad Wellingham.
It's really odd feel, isn't it?
There's no weirdest type of feeling the way this game's going.
The decision to not kick it out of their defensive 50.
Oh, that was
their
cool.
lack of connection going inside their forward 50. It's a very strange night. But the effort's there.
The effort's there. It's just strange things happening. It's all around the ground.
It's the strangest game of football I've ever called. I don't know what half the umpires' decisions are because they're coming from nowhere. Players are turning it over left, right, and centre. It hasn't been a great spectacle, but it is an arm wrestle, as Chris Waterman has said. Ball back in the middle. Bailey Williams opposed to Witts. Reid came through clean. Got it to Hunt, who just spilt the handball. Ball coughed up. Now the Suns win it back out of the middle. Flanders emerged with it. Kicks it towards a leading target in King. Jimby did well from behind to spoil. Gathered as well. Gave it to Hoff. Just steps back. Balances himself. Kick beyond defensive 50 is a good one to Reid. Took the mark. Played on. Ran around Witts. Trying to get the handball over the top to Williams. Did so. Williams to the run of Hunt. Now kicks inside the forward 50. Waterman! What a grab! Out of position from behind, took the mark. 2-on-1 against him, against Ballard and Collins. There's a bit of push and shove off the ball in the same spot we had it from the Derby last week, because Allen's just gone over to the Gold Coast defenders and let them know.
Oh, Andrew Embley enjoyed that one in the box next door.
And Xavier Ellis next to him. Both of them jumped out of their seats.
Hasn't kicked a goal tonight, Jake Waterman. He's kicked 44 for the year. He's on a 45-degree angle. He's 30 out. Waterman comes in to finish off his work. Never in doubt. The Eagles get 2 in a row. Waterman gets his first. The margin's back to 5 points. The Eagles 6-2-38. They trail the Suns 6-7-43. We've played 27 minutes in the second term. Jake Waterman is on the board. Goal number 45 for the year.
That was a great transition.
Yeah, it's the first time they transitioned the ball with pace through the middle of the ground and Jake got a couple of steps, run up.
Yeah. I just saw the stats for his year. 35, 12 or 13 he's kicked from set shots. He's kicking remarkably well. But yeah, the transition, I think Reid wasn't sure if the kick was him and it nearly went over his head, but it enticed him to play on and keep going through the middle, didn't it?
Had to go back with a bit of courage, Charlie, just to take the mark.
So West Coast answer the Gold Coast 2 in a row with 2 in a row of their own. From the restart, no clear winner, and the umpire's going to have to ball it up again. As Yo picks himself up off the turf. Whitson Williams wrestle, but the Suns are going to get the clearance through Joel Jeffrey. Handballs to Powell. Powell kicks to half forward and Sexton takes the mark. Probably still too far out to score. He's about 60 metres from home at left half forward.
That was deliberate. That was a great kick.
Sexton kicks low. He wants Andrew on the lead and he's got him. Just got a couple of metres out in front of Ruben Ginbey there, did Mac Andrew. And once he's got that little bit of gap, he's pretty quick and he's got one hell of a long reach, Mac Andrew. So
yeah, it's an enormous reach and a massive mismatch.
Yeah. Well, it's a big
Harry Edwards going off.
Big call for Ruben. And this is what we were talking about before. Did one of those tools get developed in a defensive role that could have gone back and filled like a Hipwood did last week for Brisbane?
But who's capable at the moment?
And Mac Andrew coming in to shoot for goal number 3. 30 metres out, directly in front. No trouble at all. And the Big Sun has his third of the night. And after 2 in a row from the Eagles, the Suns hit back again. They seem to have all the answers so far, Gold Coast. They're 7-7-49 to West Coast, 6-2-38.
Well, answer that
he's
question,
got 2 goals, but Oscar Allen is the one up forward who has played down back at AFL level.
What I'm saying to answer that question, if this happens in 12 months' time, they need to be able to pull that trigger. So it might be someone here tonight, a Hutchinson who's not playing, one of those guys, Maric he's 6'5".
Yeah, he's plenty of height on Ryan.
Jake, Oscar, Jack. There's 5 or 6 of them. One of them's got to go back and cover that.
Especially if it's life after Tom Barras, who is potentially on the go. Well, they'll have to get used to needing another tall key defender who can play a role.
It's a good learning tool for Ruben tonight too.
Ball back in the middle. Witts taps it forward to a teammate. Immediately tackled is Graham.
Clearances have tightened right up.
11-point margin in the way of the Suns. Witts taps it to a teammate in Sexton, stolen by Yo, and the two just wrap each other up in the middle of the ground. Yo slowly gets to his feet, gives it to the umpire, throws it back up in the air. Witts tapped it, looking for Anderson. Spilt out the back, though, to Jeffrey. He kicks a high up and under, looking for a target in Holman. Was getting held by Cole. The umpire spotted it. Blowed the whistle for a holding free kick. So Holman takes it, plays on, kicks it into the man on the mark in Cole. Ricochets back to Holman, take 2, reloads, kicks it inside the 50. King can't take the mark. McGovern was there to spoil the ball. Hall gets his hands on the ball for the first time with a little handball to a teammate in Ginbey who gets run out of bounds. So maybe not the most memorable of first touches of Clay Hall, a little 1 metre handball, but he's got his hands on the ball, the debutant.
Knows what it feels like.
He knows what the ball feels like. It's tossed back in, punched off the ruck stoppage to Ginbey. High spiralling kick out towards the wing and too far in front of Darling, and Hewland goes out of bounds on the full. So the Suns will win it back. Hewland has the ball. Just loads up and kicks a bomb back to the top of the goal square. Andrew Fluke couldn't take the mark. Ball hits the deck. Eagles have the numbers. Witherden gets it to Cole. Handballs back to Ginbey. Now Yo under pressure. Kicks a high up and under. Coming across. Hall manages to get the pressure on Fiorini. The debutant punches it out of bounds for another throw in right at the right half forward junction.
The ball to be spun back in at right half forward for the Suns. Williams gets front position. Witts reaches over the top and gives away the free kick in doing so. So Bailey Williams will have the ball left half back for West Coast. They trail by 11 points. So we close in on half time. Williams kicks up the southern wing. Wanted Darling in front position, and he's just nudged out of it a little too easily there by Bodie Hewland.
Very easily.
So Hewland has it on the wing for Gold Coast. Goes for a run along the boundary and sends the Suns back inside 50. Andrew at the back. Rises high, and in the end, Witts has plucked it. Well, in the middle
at the back, Witts at the front.
That's right. In the middle of all that pack, the Suns certainly had plenty of height. Mac Andrew came flying through, and in the end, staying down and taking the mark was the Suns' captain, Jared Witts. He's had a shot on goal already tonight, which he wasn't able to get through the major opening. But now the Suns' captain, his co-captain Tuke Miller, is out with injury, and he has the opportunity to put the Suns 17 points up after the halftime siren. He'll kick from a tight angle, 45 metres out. In he comes. He kicks, and that's a great finish from the Suns captain. Oh, that'll hurt West Coast. Jared Witts from a very, very tight angle, deep in the right forward pocket. That is a brilliant finish from the Suns captain. And they have a 17-point lead heading into halftime, Gold Coast. They are 8-7-55 to West Coast 6-2-38. And they finish with the last 2 goals of the half to the visitors.
Terrific goal by the captain tonight, Jared Witts. Solo duties, as Cash Fodenar mentions, in the absence of Tuke Miller. So that margin at halftime is 17 points the way of the Suns. The goal kickers tonight for Gold Coast, Mac Andrew. Defender turned forward. He has a career best 3 goals to his name. Ben Long has 2. Will Graham, Jared Witts and Ben King all with majors as well. For the Eagles, Oscar Allen has 2 goals, and then singles to True, Darling, Marrick and Waterman. The Suns, they led by 7 points at quarter time. They've extended that out to 17 points here at the major break. We'll get a news update and an Olympic update in just a moment, but before we do that, our experts here in the box on Friday Night Footy for ABC Sport. Dual Premiership Eagle, Chris Waterman. Premiership Pie and former Eagle, Sharad Wellingham. Your thoughts on that first half?
Well, a lot of things tightened up, certainly in the clearance area, Shaz, but one thing that has broadened out the wrong way is the hit-outs.
Yeah.
Which has taken control there. It's 18-10. Clearance has got back to
16-20.
So West Coast were 7 or 8 up, so they've halved that back. Oh, look, we'll say it all night. It is really an arm wrestle. It's a series of mistakes by both teams.
Do you think the Gold Coast pressure is making the mistake?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
They're pressure.
Because I'm almost like, some of them, they're not even, under that much pressure, but they're still not really able to execute.
Yeah, I think it's just
referred pressure.
Referred pressure.
Yeah, okay.
It's the one thing that footballers have to learn as you get older, going through your career. Pressure's the one thing it doesn't require skill.
Yeah.
It's all between the ears, and the good coaches get their teams to do it. And they all understand. We're going to make turnovers. Have a bad kick here and there, but don't drop your pressure off, because that just keeps pressure on the opposition and forces them into turnovers. And what was the turnover?
Yeah, so that was where
from?
I feel like the Gold Coast are just able to execute skill at a higher level at the moment. So turnovers have resulted in pretty much
10 points.
10 points difference. So, 5-5 though.
But it's 10 shots to
10 shots from turnover.
Yeah.
It's pretty significant. Now, it's just so happens that because it is an ugly game, West Coast has scored 4-1, but it's only half the scoring shots.
Yeah.
So they're able to West Coast transitioned well in that one passage of play, but Gold Coast pressure's just not allowing any transition from up here. But it's strange because it doesn't even look like there's like big tackles or it's scrappy pressure, isn't it?
But West Coast have got that 3 or 4 group of really, really young. Clay Hall first.
Yeah.
Dewar.
Yeah.
Johnson. They've really got the 3 or 4 bottom end that just real babies. They're just fresh out of the womb. They're just scratching the surface here. So
Yeah.
that's taken its toll a little bit.
And I also think that True's
another one, yeah.
looked a little bit
There's
unconfident.
five, so there's nearly a quarter of your team that are under 10 games.
So that's why it's got that scrappy feel to it, and you can understand that. But like I said through the call there, like you can take the scrappiness because the effort's still there, and they're in the contest at least. They're not just getting belted, which is promising. But Gold Coast, it's not like they're being and elite at anything. They're just better at everything, if that makes sense.
And the Mac Andrew 3 goals and the minus Harry Edwards could take its toll at the end of the game too.
Big time.
Big second half coming up in about 15 minutes' time here at Perth Stadium. The Suns look well on track to break their away hoodoo curse this year and get a win for the first time since round 9 last season against the Eagles that they've won as the official away side. At the moment, they lead by 17 points, 8-7-55 the Suns, 6-2-38 the Eagles. A quick score update from the other game in AFL action tonight. The Dogs, 15-17, 107, lead the Demons, 9-5-59, 23 minutes played in the fourth quarter. A 48-point margin to the Bulldogs. We'll check in with an Olympic update with Clint Wheeldon in just a moment. But before we do that, let's pause for the time being here at Perth Stadium and get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Good evening, Tim Wharton with ABC News. The Foreign Minister says she will advocate for a further apology from the Israeli Defence Force following the death of an Australian aid worker in Gaza earlier this year. Isabel Rowe reports.
Zomi Frankom was among 7 aid workers with World Central Kitchen who were killed by an IDF strike in April. The federal government has released a report it commissioned into the incident and the IDF's response. Air Chief Marshal Mark Binskin's review found the strike was not knowingly directed at World Central Kitchen, but there were serious failures in communication within the Israeli army. Foreign Minister Penny Wong says Ms Frankom's family isn't satisfied with the IDF's response and she'll advocate for a further apology.
I hope they understand the importance of that.
The IDF has dismissed 2 officers over the incident and formally reprimanded 3 others.
The CFMEU is being urged to consent to administrators taking over its branches accused of alleged corruption and criminal activity. The Fair Work Commission has launched proceedings in the federal court to install Mark Irving KC as administrator of the union. If successful, he'd have the power to remove up to 270 union officials and control its finances and assets. Workplace Relations Minister Murray Watt says if the CFMEU doesn't consent, the government will have legislation ready to intervene further.
There is no place for criminality or corruption in the construction industry, and bullying, thuggery and intimidation is unacceptable in any workplace. Enough is enough.
The Williambilla shooting inquest has heard from senior Queensland Police who oversaw the rescue of a young constable wounded in the tragedy on the state's Western Downs. Alex Brewster reports.
Constables Rachel McCrow and Matthew Arnold were ambushed and killed by Gareth, Stacey and Nathaniel Train at a Williambilla property in December 2022. The Trains also shot their neighbour Alan Dare before the trio was gunned down by tactical police. Senior police have emotionally recounted the rescue of Constable Keely Bruff. The inquest has heard she ran from cover upon hearing code words from colleagues diving over the Train's property fence before embracing another officer. She was then bundled into an abandoned civilian car and driven from the scene. The inquest resumes on Monday.
Speaking outside the Brisbane inquest, Queensland Police Union President Ian Levers today praised the actions of officers on the day.
We saw extreme bravery, and in no other word, every one of them, they are a hero, and we should recognise that.
The Minister for Indigenous Affairs says she'll reach out across the political divide to continue to push for progress for First Nations people. It follows comments from opposition leader Peter Dutton, who said that there'll be no Makarrata Commission if he wins the next federal election. The Makarrata was proposed in the 2017 Uluru Statement from the Heart to oversee a treaty and truth-telling process with First Nations people. Melandiri McCarthy is at the annual Garma Festival in Arnhem Land and says the government will continue the conversation.
What we don't want to see in this country country is the hatred and the hurtfulness that occurred throughout the referendum, and I, for one, will not accept that. We have to have this discussion and dialogue in a respectful way, and I will continue to push that.
US Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump believes elections are won by the presidential pick, not their running mate. The comment comes as Mr Trump's vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance, faces backlash about his remarks on women without children. In recent days, comments made by Mr Vance in 2021, referring to Vice President Kamala Harris and other Democrats as a bunch of childless cat ladies, have surfaced. Mr Trump says historically, vice presidents have done little to win presidential campaigns.
The choice of a vice president makes no difference. You're voting for the president, and you can have a vice president who's outstanding in every way, and I think JD is. I think that all of them would have been, but you're not voting that way. You're voting for the president. You're voting for me.
You're up to date with the latest on ABC News. I'm Tim Wharton.
Time for the family road trip.
98. The big prawn.
Yes.
99.
The big mosquito. It's a real one.
And 100.
Easy. The big Listen app.
Oh, cool.
The ABC Listen app has a big array of road trip-ready podcasts, radio, audiobooks, music and sport. Something for everyone.
I guess it has to be big to fit in all those podcasts.
For a big selection of audio entertainment.
Really, Dad?
Listen big. Download the free ABC Listen app today.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Clearing kick for the Suns. Hunt for the Eagles gave it straight back to Anderson. His kick high inside the forward 50. Terrific grab taken by Long. Two Eagles from either side. Body contact, trying to get a fist in. And Ben Long stood strong underneath and has taken a great grab. Will go back and have a shot at his second goal. Ben Long, set shot, 40 metres out, leans back, kicks it through. Long's got two. The Suns get their fourth.
Bit of pressure put on by True. Rowell trying to smash his way through. Managed to get the handle up, but the Suns going backwards. And True onto the loose ball, runs in and kicks the goal. Well done, young man. Zane True gets his first of the season. Marek wheels inboard and sets the ball up to a dangerous area where Allen can take the mark. Well, he had an uninterrupted run at the football there. Oscar Allen ran around the pack, got to the front position and plucked it out of the night sky. And he can go back, going for his second goal of the evening. 45 metres out, as good as directly in front. And Oscar Allen finishes the good work of the young Eagles. He pops through his second goal. Power knocked over behind the ball. Lloyd Johnson here for the Suns. He manages to gather cleanly and spirals it inside forward 50. One-on-one, King and McGovern. McGovern knocks it down. It's 2-on-1 here for the Suns. McGovern goes to ground. King gathers and he'll run into the open goal. He can't miss from there, and he doesn't. Rolls it through from 5 metres out. And the Suns go end-to-end.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Friday night footy here at Perth Stadium. AFL round 21 action on ABC Sport. It's the Suns leading the Eagles by 17 points at the major break. Second half coming up very, very shortly. Before we get back to the footy action here, let's get an Olympics update with Clint Wheeldon. Clint.
Thank you, Mitch. Plenty in action at the moment. The Australians currently taking on Greece in the basketball. They trail by 4. 9 minutes left in the second quarter. Greece 28, the Australians 24. Of course, in the earlier games, the Australians too good for Spain, but they did lose to Canada by 10, so they need to win this one. There's also a bit of hockey action going on as well here at the games as we speak. Big chance here for the Australians. They need a result to go their way in the men's Pool B game against India to avoid Germany in the next stage. It's half-time, but India lead 2-1. They did lead 2-0 after the first quarter, the Australians striking back 2-1 at half-time. Big night in the pool, it always is. Kaylee McEwen in lane 5, the USA's Phoebe Bacon in lane 4, and Regan Smith in lane 7, as Kaylee McEwen looks to go for the double-double. She's already defended the 100 back from Tokyo. Can she make the 200 back her own again tonight? And Cam McAvoy is in lane 5 in the 53. The athletics got underway a little bit earlier today. Eleanor Patterson and Nicola Ollie-Slagers both qualified for the final of the women's high jump. In the women's 100, Bree Masters is through to the semi-finals. She finished third in her heats. And the Kangaroos, that's the 3x3 team, split their 2 games on day 7, had a 21-12 win over Azerbaijan and lost 17-21 to Spain. Did lead by 4 points earlier, but their record is 4-2, so they're a great position to go through and qualify first or second in their pool. Lots more Olympic stuff to come. We'll keep you right updated here on ABC Sport. Mitch?
Appreciate the update there, Clint. All the Olympics action coming up. If you are listening to us in the regions around the place, around Australia, you will be able to catch Olympic action throughout the night here on ABC Sport, but plenty of action going on. The Boomers at the moment taking on Greece. We'll keep you updated with that score as it's nearing, well, it's in the second quarter. Greece leading 30-24 with 9 minutes remaining in the second. Here at Perth Stadium, though, 2 quarters in the books. The Suns, they led by 7 points at quarter time. They extended their margin out to 17 points at the half-time break. The Eagles got back within 5, but the Suns kicking the final 2 goals. Jared Witts with a goal after the half-time siren from an acute angle to extend that lead out to 17. The goal kickers, if you missed it earlier, Mac Andrew leads the way for the Suns with 3. Oscar Allen, the only multiple goal kicker for the Eagles with 2 goals. Mitch Turner here alongside Akash Fonadar. Second half's a little too far away. A quick score update from the other game. The final score is in from Docklands, 15-20. The Bulldogs, Footscray this round, 15-20, 110 to the Demons, 9-5-59. 35 scoring shots to 14 in that game for a 51-point win to the Dogs. That will not pretty much, but that makes it, I imagine, incredibly hard looking at the ladder for Melbourne to now get in with 3 games left. That is pretty much ending their run, you'd imagine, at a top 8 spot. And for the Dogs, provisionally, with, well, I guess this game and 7 others to play out this round, they sit in 4th, but they're in incredible form at the moment. Our experts here, Chris Waterman, Sharad Wellingham, we've dissected a little bit of that first half and what's gone wrong for the Eagles and what's gone right for the Suns. But in this second half, you spoke about it before, it's hard not to talk about how concerning is it going to be for the Eagles without Harry Edwards. You want to talk about the
just in
the
fairness to
the
Melbourne, the drive all the way to Marvel Stadium tonight.
Yeah.
That was a tough trip for them.
A much easier trip than the Suns coming from Queensland and the sunny state over here to WA to play a night game in the cold in Perth. So commiserations to the Demons over there. We'll welcome in all those listeners from that game a little bit later on and get them up to date with what's happening here. But just mention again, the Harry Edwards. No Tom Barras already. McGovern's back this week, but now losing Edwards. We saw Ruben Jinby playing on Mac Andrew in that second term. That, I know you might have to throw the magnets around, but that can't continue, can it? Mac Andrews is 201 centimetres tall.
Well, we discussed the tall forward options over the summer. Got to teach them a bit of defence so they can pull these levers during games.
What do you do now, though?
I'll be getting a look at West Coast without a Tom Barras down the track.
Well,
potentially.
Reports are there. A lot of fans going, hey, let's get the picks in.
I don't want Tommy to stay. He's a terrific defender. So
3 years on his contract.
Yeah, but if Tom's out there, Mac Andrews not having as much fun as he is tonight, that's for sure.
Oscar Allen's kicked too, but
do
you put Oscar back? He's played a key defensive role for the Eagles in the past.
I think there's enough power up in the forward line to be able to do that.
Well, you've got Waterman, you've got Darling, you've got Williams. You can afford to put Oscar back.
I reckon you can.
Do you put Jack Williams back and say, hey, here's some development for you?
Well, Jack's rucking.
Yeah, he's got a ruck.
Yeah, that's true.
So he's the backup ruck.
Do you put Darling back?
Well, unless you put Darling into the ruck. Jack's not ready for defence yet. Oscar's one that's been there.
Yep.
But look, if he goes 4, 5, 6, you've got to think about it. He's got 3 now, but if it's bang, bang, bang early in this quarter, you go, right, we've got to stop this.
He's never kicked multiple goals.
Possibly.
He's only
We're about to find out.
He's only kicked 1 for his career coming in. He's got 3 to half time. I mean, the confidence will be up for Mac Andrew. We know he's a freak of an athlete. He's 201 centimetres tall, picked 5 back in 2021. He's incredibly talented.
He is. The options are around him, though. We did see the channel just open for him far too often. The other defenders have got to sag off and come third man or help out at some point.
Anything jumping out on the stats, Akash Fonadar, you can you can tell? What are the team stats telling us at half-time?
Well, actually, I'll start with what I've got in front of me, which is the individual stats. Then I'll go to the team stats for you, Mitch. But Sam Flanders, one of the ones that we talked about early on tonight about his influence in the midfield. He's the leading possession winner on the ground. He's got 17 disposals. Noah Anderson, 15 for the Suns. Will Powell and Jared Witts have 12 apiece. Jared Witts is also up to 18 hitouts. And for West Coast, Tim Kelly's got 14. Alex Witherden, 12 disposals. Ruben Jinby, Jack Darling and Elliot Yeo all have 11. And if we just look at that hit-out tally that we've been comparing a bit, so Bailey Williams has 10, Jack Williams has 4. As I mentioned, Jared Witts has 18, and Mac Andrew, who's been the secondary ruck for the Suns, has 4. So it's very much a dominant ruck performance there from the Suns, in particular Jared Witts, something that you were a bit worried about, Chris.
Clearances aren't going the Eagles' way, though.
Clearances have been pretty much squared up. They
got squared up that quarter. But
19 to 17 West Coast way. So.
That Jared Witts' influence in the midfield's having a major input in this game.
22 to 33 inside 50s, though.
17-point lead to the Suns here at halftime. Third quarter about to get underway. Mitch Turner alongside Sharad Wellingham, Chris Waterman, Ash Nelson, and Akash Fotodar.
It's Bailey Williams with the first clearance for West Coast, nudges it up towards centre half forward. Kelly came flying through, couldn't gather it. Reed has it knocked away from him by Rowell. Weller now from the Suns, off half back, handballs to Anderson. Anderson off to Swallow, Swallow to Flanders, and they edge their way forward here, the Suns. Inside forward 50 now, Long, and he's got a free man at right half forward, and it's Nick Holman. So Holman takes the mark. The man on the mark, Liam Duggan, is about 40 metres out. And Holman's on a 45-degree angle to the right.
It was just a game of checkers then, wasn't it? It was just one over the other, over the other, over the other, linking up with forward handball.
So the Suns, they kick the last 2 of the first half. Holman for the first of the second half. Well, that won't do it. It's off the side of the boot, into the pocket. Marrett came flying through with the fist. Not sure if he actually made any connection with the ball, but it trickles in to the left hand behind post for a boundary throw in deep in the Suns forward line. So the umpire will toss the ball back in, and we know the Suns are dangerous in this situation. Forward 50 stoppages with a man like Jared Witts in the ruck, and he flicks it up over the back to Anderson, who kicks it high. It floats towards goal, and it's through. Well, we talked about their danger in that situation, and they've executed that perfectly. Witts with the tap over the back. Anderson found space, snapped on goal, and it floated through the air and through the major opening. So the Suns kicked the first goal of the first half. They're 9-7-61 to West Coast 6-2-38.
Well, it's a great ruck knock, but it's the kind of
Harley Reid
ball watching, isn't it?
Yeah, got caught napping and got blocked.
Just inside, you know,
there he is.
Anderson takes a really good pattern around the stoppage, but you got to be checking your man at a defensive 50 stoppage.
Got all their forwards out, just created the space. That's where West Coast needed to push in there. Someone has to come from up the ground and push in and fill that hole.
So the Suns strike first in the second half. The 9th goal, ball back in the middle. Witts taps it over into space. Reed gathered it though for the Eagles. Took a bounce. Little fends off 2 on the opponent in Flanders. Kicks wide and finds Duggan. Duggan plays on immediately from the wing. Runs his full measure. Now kicks it looking for a target. And Waterman over the top. Couldn't take the mark. Ballard had front position. Kicked in quite favour any of the Eagles forwards. Ballard takes the mark. Goes short to right half back, and Lukosius presenting up. Gathers. So Lukosius hits it sweetly up the wing. McGovern leads the way. Couldn't take the mark. King punched it away from him. Rowell did the roving. Did well to arch his back, get away. And handball over the top to Flanders. Has a run. Takes a bounce. Runs a long way. Kicks it inside the forward 50. Coming from the side, taking the mark was Jinby. He sagged off Andrew, took the intercept possession, and that's a win for the Eagles youngster on that occasion.
Great hands by Ruben Jinby. Long left foot kick out of defence. Lukosius in best position. Williams does well to spoil from the back. Gets it on ground level. Off to Reed. Now to Yeo. Handballs into Kelly. To Duggan. Now to Witherden. Sweeps a long handball forward through the centre square. Here goes Jamie Cripps. Kicks out in front of Waterman and misses the target. Collins comes out to meet it. slaps it out towards Powell, and the Suns can rebound outside defensive 50 through Closey. Closey's kick is intercepted, though, by Brady Hoff, who has it on the edge of the southern edge of the centre square. Gives it off to Kelly. Kelly kicks up towards right half forward and finds his captain in Oscar Allen. Still 70 metres from home. Goes inboard to Witherden. Witherden short, sets it up on the head of Kelly. Weller spoils, now comes to Rowell. Fends off Marrick. Turned over though, Kelly did well. Gets it off to Liam Ryan. Ryan kicks inside 50 and hits Dewar on the chest. Well, it wasn't pretty, but West Coast will have a set shot at goal through the hands of Tyrell Dewar, who will kick from 35 metres out on a 45-degree angle to the right.
Is there a full moon tonight? Some weird things happening out there.
It's strange. Upside down world. That just shows the importance of somebody being able to find a target inside 50. The kick was elite from Flying Ryan.
So Tyrell Dewar, he's come through the West Coast Next Generation Academy. Has 1 goal this season. On the right boot from 35, and it's dead straight over the umpire's hat. West Coast answer back with their first of the second half. They bring the margin back to 17 points. West Coast 7-2-44, Gold Coast 9-7-61. We've played 5 minutes here in the third quarter, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's so clinical, that kick inside 50, isn't it? Just across the body. Oh, actually, it has come off the inside of the boot a little bit, but it was exactly what he was trying to do.
He knew what he was doing. Just shanked it a bit.
Yeah. But having that vision, great hit up. Great hit up. Good connection.
They made a meal of it before that, though. I mean, Cripps had Allen over the top, over the back. He had Waterman short, and he went for Waterman and missed him. 2 options and he couldn't hit either.
Just that kind of
chose the third, as they say.
Ball back in the middle, Witts opposed to Williams. Williams actually got the knock forward. Anderson grabbed it, immediately set upon by 2 Eagles. Somehow got a kick free, looking for Sexton, trying to gather the Sun, tried to soccer it forward. Going in was Marrick. He was tackled dangerously and high by Graham. So the Eagles will have the free kick. Marrick goes short, made Hunt work for it on the logo. And he made the kick come off in the end. Had to slide and was able to somehow hold on to it. Was Jaden Hunt. Takes off. Ran into a little bit of trouble. Kicks a high up and under to half forward. Dewar, opposed to the veteran in Swallow, takes the mark. Game 2:38 for Swallow. Game 4 for Dewar. Dewar now kicks inside the forward 50. Williams can't mark for West Coast. Handball intercepted by Lloyd Johnston. Runs across his own goal face. Then kicks it on the left. Out of bounds on the full.
I think the footballs are broken. The footballs are broken.
There must be something wrong with them. The players are fumbling, slipping over, and barely kicking drop punts half the time.
Alex Witherden will take the free kick, sucks up in the pocket. He tried to give the ball to the first gamer in Clay Hall and said, hey, the umpire said, no, Alex, you'll have the set shot. So Witherden, tucked in the right pocket, goes the banana across the face. Can anyone mark for the Eagles? No, it's punched through in the end by Hewland. It'll be a rush behind. So the Eagles 7-3-45. The Suns 9-7-61. As they bring the ball back into play, 7.5 minutes gone.
That's a 16-point lead to the Suns. The West Coast have a chance to go back inside 50. McGovern knocked it down to Reed. Gives it off to True. Kicks long and deep. Darling in position A. Ball over the back now. Jack Williams gathers. Jack Williams snaps. And Jack Williams kicks the goal. Just kept his feet, did the youngster. Was first to react as the ball went over the back of the contest. And from 20 metres out, he snaps through his first of the evening. It's the Eagles' 8th. They've got 2 in a row now, and they bring the margin back here to 10 points. The Eagles are 8-3-51. Gold Coast are 9-7-61. We've played 8 minutes here at Perth Stadium. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Chris Waterman and Sharad Wellingham.
It's a good spot to kick it to, but I don't think it was the right option. The option was to use the hands in front, but kicking it to a dangerous spot, and it's
and back in quick.
Yeah,
so the defence couldn't set really.
But it's still a 2-on-2 with an extra Gold Coast player at the back, I think, but managed to managed to get it over the left shoulder nicely. But good strong in the contest from Reid, wasn't it?
Ball back in the middle. Wayward bounce from the umpire. They'll reset. So we'll go again. This time we'll be balled up. Ball tossed up back in the middle. Witts and Williams go at it. Ball bobbling around. Williams able to get a clever little tap. Bailey J over to Kelly. Kick towards half forward. Foot races on between the two 27s, Powell and Darling. And in the end, the boundary line is the one that wins out. So it'll be balled in. Ball's about 75, 80 metres around from the Eagles' goal in between wing and half forward. The margin's back to 10 points. Bailey Williams, Jared Witts wrestle. Witts again just reaches over all 209 centimetres of him. Got it to Fiorini, who in turn got the handball on to Graham. And it's a downfield free kick against Harley Reid for just giving a solid bump to Fiorini after he gave the handball. Wasn't a lot in it, but the ball was paid down free of the free kick. It's with Mac Andrew, kicking a half from home. Runs around, plays on, kicks into the pocket, looking for a target in long, and Cole's there to knock the ball out of bounds. Ball up, or ball in, 30 metres around from the Suns' goal. They lead by 10 points, 10 minutes gone. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
I can't believe that's a free kick.
Yeah, because he stayed down.
Harley Reid continues to throw his weight around as the umpire tosses the ball back in the left forward pocket for the Suns. Witts with a big fist just out towards the boundary line. Bailey Williams gets there first for the Eagles, but he's under pressure as he kicks, and it is out into the crowd. So the Suns will have it back at left half forward. In fact, it's going to come right back inside the 50. So Ben Long will have it. He's got 2 already tonight, Long, and this is not beyond him. 40 metres out, tucked up on the boundary line at left half forward. Things undecided, drop punt or snap around the corner. He'll go the snap. Ben Long from the impossible angle drifts across the face, and in the end it stays in. Players out after it, and Jinby in the end just wraps up Humphrey and shoves him over the boundary line in the right forward pocket for Gold Coast.
Olympic update. The Boomers, the Australian men's basketball team, they trail Greece 33-50. That's not good at all as the ball spun back in here at Perth Stadium. Witts taps it over the back for the Suns. Sexton overran it. Long did well, came out and gathered. His handball for Jeffrey was a little hot. Couldn't gather and is pressured over the boundary line by Harley Reid. So ball in, right half forward, the 50-metre junction.
They've got to take care of these clearances out the back. Jaden Hunt got let off big time then.
12 minutes played in the third. Ball spun back in. Shallow throw in. Bailey Williams got to the front. Graham came through. Reid went harder, won the ball. Handballed out in front of space. True, and just couldn't gather before the boundary line came.
Well, that's one way to do it. Bailey Williams can win the tap. Get him front, muscle him out.
He's won 12 taps tonight. Jared Witts has 24.
He won the hit out, but there was two Gold Coast players.
Witts this time got in front, didn't quite get a clean hit out, might have got a finger on it. Coming through was Duggan for West Coast. His hack out of midair went straight to Closey. Ball back in the Suns' hands. Witts gave it to Graham, dispossessed. Now somehow Rowell got it to Jeffrey. A little bit of fast footwork on Kelly. Then Duggan kicks it inside the forward 50. King and McGovern going at it. And McGovern did a terrific job. Was almost knocked off balance, somehow got a fist in. Punched it out of bounds for a boundary throw in back inside the Gold Coast Suns forward 50 once again. They still lead 9-7-61 to 8-3-51. 13 gone in the third.
The umpire unfurls and spins it in. Williams gets front position. And Mac Andrew just sharks the tap. Handball was too hot for Humphrey. Lukosius out after it. Clay Hall comes hard the other way. Fends off an opponent and clears the defensive lines, much to the cheers of the West Coast fans. The high kick up towards the wing. Jack Williams couldn't take the mark, and the Suns have it back through Jeffrey. Running away from his own goal. Shrugs the Duggan tackle, but Allen intercepts the handball. To Duggan, back to Allen. Allen coughs it up though. Hewlin has it now for the Suns. Turnover again. Now Reid for West Coast. Tries to break through Matt Rowell's tackle. You're not getting through that tackle, Harley. Matt Rowell doesn't let anybody go.
The interesting part of that play was the tackle from Liam Duggan, the initial one, where he didn't want to take him to ground, and threw him instead of completing the tackle.
There's more tackles than anyone in the AFL this season, does Matt Rowell. He's also fifth in clearances, having such a strong year. Kicks towards half forward. Andrew and King can't mark. Johnston there for the Eagles. Got it to Jack Williams. Underground handball to Dewar. Can't keep it in. Ball goes out of bounds right in front of the Gold Coast Suns bench. So as we see Bailey Williams coming off for a spell. The backup rucks are in. Mac Andrew v Jack Williams. Shallow throw in. Jack Williams in front. Couldn't get a clean hit out. Rowell came through. Immediately tackled by Duggan. Did not give him an inch, the Eagles co-captain. Ball up on the AFL logo on the wing.
There were a lot of numbers around this stoppage.
Andrew flew high, didn't get a hand to it. Williams did well to take the ball out of the ruck, kick it forward. Darling out of position, almost took the mark against Hewlin. Cripps for the Eagles came through. His kick ricocheted off power for the Suns. Gets it to Jeffrey. Gold Coast trying to find a target. Up half back, and Jeffrey's kick missed the target of Andrew. Goes out of bounds on the full. And Williams has it for the Eagles.
So Jack Williams just on the attacking side of the interchange gates. Comes inboard now and kicks deep into the pocket. Liam Ryan jumps high, can't mark. Ball at the back. Allen off the outside of the boot. That is a very, very clever pass from Oscar Allen. He was about to shoot on goal from the left forward pocket and then spotted up Tyrell Dewar all on his own. 30 metres out from goal, as good as directly in front. And he hit him on the chest with the check side pass. So Dewar can go back and kick his second goal of the term and make it 3 in a row for the Eagles and bring the margin back into single figures.
Smart kick.
Great kick, wasn't it?
In comes Tyrell Dewar. From 30 out. As straight as you could want. Great kick, Tyrell Dewar. Great setup by Oscar Allen. And West Coast have 3 in a row. And the margin is back to just 4 points. West Coast 9-3-57. The Suns are 9-7-61. And we played 16 minutes in the third quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Not surprising that West Coast have just got momentum with Witts off the ground.
Yeah, exactly. As he re-enters the ground,
he comes back into it straight away.
But that kick was really, really smart and selfless play by the skipper and Oscar Allen outside of the boot. Executed perfectly, and Dewar.
Terrific goal from Tyrell Dewar. Gets his second. As we welcome in listeners from Victoria and the AFL stream from the Dogs v Melbourne here to Perth Stadium. The Suns v the Eagles. The Eagles have just cut the margin back to 4 points. The Suns 9-7-61 lead the Eagles 9-3-57. 17 minutes gone in the third. The Eagles this time breakaway from the middle through Yo. Kicks it towards Darling. Can't take the mark. Ball goes out of bounds off hands. If you're just joining us, it was the Suns by 7 points at quarter time, by 17 points at half time. They now lead by just 4 points. McAndrew has 3 for Gold Coast. Dewar and Allen have 2 each for the Eagles. Ball spun back in off the ruck contest. Yo gathered. Snapped towards the top of the goal square. Ballard did well to gather. Got around an opponent or two. Kicked it out towards the wing. Johnston sits under it and Lukosius punches it out of bounds for the Suns. It was the Suns that kicked the first goal of the night through McAndrew. The Eagles are the next 2. And the Suns have been ahead since the 23-minute mark of the first term. They still continue to lead now as the ball's spun back in. Rowell breaks out of traffic as he's done so often this season. On the left boot, kicks it up the wing. Witherden got away from his man, spilt the mark though. Johnston went in for Gold Coast, couldn't take it. Hunt onto it for West Coast. Handball's out in front of the youngster Harvey Johnston. Was able to gather. Now finds Williams. This is Jack Williams. He's 55 from home. Kicks to Waterman. Hands out like vices. Typical grab. Takes it and will go back for a chance at his second. Mitch Turner here in commentary. Akash Fotodar alongside me, our experts Chris Waterman and Sharad Wellingham.
It's not just Witts going off. It's the effect that Jack Williams has just had as the ruckman on the ball.
He's competing, isn't he?
He's coming on in leaps and bounds, Jack.
So Jake Waterman makes his approach. Normally very good from the set shot. He likes this one. Turns to his teammates. It wasn't a great kick.
Ugly. That was ugly.
It was a floater, but he turns to his teammates and says, well, if it goes straight and it goes through the big sticks, that's a goal. That's 2 for Jake Waterman. The Eagles are in front, 10-3-63. The Suns 9-7-61. Is that how you taught him to kick, Chris?
I don't think so.
That was a mother kick.
that was not a pretty kick. We're going to get a replay of that potentially because I need to see what way this was.
His reaction was
that's off the shin.
Yeah.
Sideways.
It's nearly spun 90 degrees, hasn't it?
Didn't he look like a kid that had just done something wrong? And he turned to the guys and said, yeah,
that didn't
it's that
deserve
one
to go through.
coaching tool. Doesn't matter how they go in, there's still 6 points.
Exactly.
Waterman with his second. Eagles leading goal kicker this season, and West Coast have the last 4 of the game and have taken the lead by 2 points. No winner from the ball up, so the umpire will toss it up again. Williams and Witts. They burrow in after it, and the umpire's going to have to sort it out one more time. So Jake Waterman up to 46 goals this season. Neither ruck can take it out of the contest, but Jack Williams on the bounce. Tumbles it inside forward 50. Waterman nudged off it by Ballard. He did well, the Suns defender. Sweeps the handball to Flanders. Back to Sexton. Forward now to Graham. Graham along the northern wing. Takes one bounce. Takes another. Dewar chases. Another bounce for Graham. That's 3. Kicks the Suns to a dangerous spot inside 50. Holman is up. Fiorini flew in. Ball now at ground level. The Eagles can't clear. Comes out to Swallow. Into a dangerous spot again. Lloyd Johnson in good position. Harvey Johnson nudges him out. And at the back, it's King. Well, the 2 Johnsons went up in front. The ball floated over the back of their contest. And in best position to take the mark was Ben King. He spent a fair bit of time off the field in the first quarter after a heavy collision from a head knock with Brady Hoff.
I'm concerned about Liam Duggan also just after a contest.
It was a big hit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The King from 20 metres out, directly in front, makes the goal umpire do some work, but it's through. Stops a run of 4 straight West Coast goals. King has his second of the night, and the Suns are back in front by 4 points.
As you now see the West Coast Eagles doctor actually making their way out to Liam Duggan. It was completely innocuous, really. He kind of went in and copped a head knock in the as he attempted to tackle somebody.
I'm not sure he hit his head on.
It looked like a whiplash type thing, didn't
it? Yeah, I think more of his chest. It was just the force.
Yeah, okay. Definitely shook him a little bit, but as he's
back,
made his way back from
a couple of weeks out with concussion, Liam Duggan, which was his second concussion of the season as well. So
the first one was quite a sickening one from memory.
He's moving okay in the middle. He's dancing around Matt Rao at the moment as the 2 rucks wait to go at it. There he is involved. Rao pushed him off it from the restart. True came through. He's tackled by Rao. What a surprise. The tackling leader. That'll be number 10 for Matt Rao, I believe, tonight, to go with his 15 touches and 5 clearances. Ball back in the middle. Tumbles the way of the Suns. Johnson comes out, can't gather. He was pushed off it by Harvey Johnson. Good work by the young Eagle. Got it to Yo. The kick up towards Cripps. Takes the mark, turns, kicks towards Allen at half forward under pressure. A lot of contact from the front. The umpire says it's okay. And it'll be tossed back in after it's knocked over the boundary. Oscar Allen just maybe asking, was there a free kick there? But none forthcoming. So Witts and Bailey J. Williams await the throw from the boundary umpire. Witts gets to the front, punches it into space. Flanders is the first there for the Suns. Handball forward to Powell. Another handball over the top to Anderson. Short kick is a good one to find Lukosius. Continuing the run was Swallow. He got the handball from Lukosius, who delivers inside 50 to Long. Wants to play on immediately. Sees a player right over the back running in. Unable to get there as closely. The Eagles through Hall, win it back. Gets it to Ryan over the top to Jimby. Now kicking off half-back. It's a floating ball towards Cripps. Can't take the mark. Waterman trying to soccer it to a teammate. It goes back to the Suns. Sexton gathers. Inboard to Rao. Another handball inboard to Anderson. Sees something he likes in the forward 50. It's Long. Can't take the mark. Holman rose. breaks the tackle, feeds it back to Long, snaps on goal and kicks it. Ben Long has got 3. He's having some sort of game. He's dangerous in that forward line. And the Suns get their 11th and extend the margin back out to 10. 11-7-73 Gold Coast, 10-3-63 West Coast. 10-point margin, 24 minutes played in the third here at Perth Stadium. Our experts on ABC Sport are Chris Waterman and Sharad Wellingham.
Well, Bailey Williams has got to go to work here and cover what Jack Williams just left out on the paddock for 6 or 7 minutes. He turned the game, Jack, and he got in the face of Joe Witts. He didn't allow him to run up and control the clearances, so Bailey's got to go in and follow that up.
So West Coast, after 4 straight goals, hit the lead, but they didn't hold on to it for long, and the Suns are back out by 10 points after 2 straight of their own. It's Bailey, Williams and Witts. The umpires pulled a free kick here, and it's going the way of the Suns. Anderson wanted to take advantage. The umpire says bring it back, and it goes to Matt Rowell. From the bullseye, Rowell plays on now and kicks the Suns inside forward 50. But standing in the hole to take a good defensive mark for the Eagles is Brady Hoff, the 50-gamer. He has it in the left back pocket for West Coast. He'll bring it out to this northern side of Perth Stadium. Reid and Rowell in a one-on-one. Will Powell got in front for the Suns, but Williams takes it off hands to Kelly. Out in front of Reid. Tries to fend off Powell. Powell gets him by the hand, pulls him down, and that'll be holding the ball. Great work by Will Powell. Didn't let Reid get away.
Great work. Knew the fend was coming, didn't he? And just didn't reach for the body. Actually, just grabbed the arms with both of his hands.
Just grabbed Harley Reid's wrist and pulled him down to ground. So Will Powell has the free kick. Defensive side of the wing for the Suns. Sets it up high to half forward. Mac Andrew can only get one hand to it. Jack Williams on ground level for West Coast. To Harvey Johnson. Put Jinby under a bit of pressure. Darling tumbles a kick towards half forward now. Weller can't take the mark. The ball ricochets off his hands and out of bounds, and it'll be thrown in at left half forward for the Eagles. The Suns leading by 10 points, 26 minutes played in the third quarter.
I prefer West Coast to do a bit more of that. Just bang it on the boot, because now the problem's 40 metres further down the track.
Yep.
Ball spun back in. Jack Williams opposed to Witts. Swallow took it away for the Suns. Kicked it into the middle of the ground. It's a Holman. Had a runner coming past in Jeffrey. He gives it off to Closey. Kick up towards half forward Andrew v. Witherden. One-on-one. It gets out the back. Hoff was able to knock it away from Long. Now regathers it. Gives it to Witherden. Under a bit of pressure. Snaps around his body up to the wing, and a great grab taken by Jeffrey, who cut across in front for the Suns. Took the mark. Now he's weighing up his options. A kick and a half from home, southern side of the ground. Jeffrey went to play on, got in a little bit of trouble now. Kicks a high ball inside the attacking arc. Lukosius flew, couldn't take the mark. Long tapped it to a teammate in Flanders. Working inside, tight confines, kicks it to the top of the square. Sexton went up, Fiorini went up, and he was held by Jack Williams. A little arm around the waist of Braden Fiorini. And the free kick has been paid. Top of the goal square. You see a replay. I think it was from just a second or two before that one. Here we go again. I think it's a free kick there. He put his left arm around and turned Fiorini. As soon as you grab them, the umpire goes.
I think it's eyes on the opponent, not on the ball.
Yep. Fiorini, 20 metres out, almost directly in front. Gives the double cobra as he punches it through. The Suns margin out to 16 points, 12-7-79. The Eagles 10-3-63, almost 28 played in the third. Fiorini gets his first goal of the night.
Yeah, definitely. Looks as though he's hindered his...
He didn't really grab him. There's not a lot in it.
He's kind of got his hands resting on his shoulder for a second there, and he doesn't have eyes on the ball at that stage. So that's probably what the umpires looked at there. But,
could have easily let that one go.
Yeah. It's either way, isn't it?
The goal's a big penalty.
That move has been made as Bailey J. Williams goes into the forward line.
Jack Williams back in the ruck. 4 goals apiece so far in this second half. And from the ball up, Duggan just sits on top of Flanders, and the umpire will have to ball it up again. So Jack Williams and Witts tangle. It's Witts this time, gets it down to Anderson, who bursts clear, takes a bounce. His left foot kick inside 50 is a dribbler, and Hoff can gather for the Eagles. Gives it off to Witherden. Witherden handballs now to Cole. Cole sweeps it back to Hoff. The Eagles go wider to Yo. Kicks it in the centre of the ground and finds Kelly in a bit of space. Kelly wheels and goes straight away. Kicks and finds Darling. 60 from home. Wants to move it quickly. He's got Jack Williams in the pocket, getting forward on Witts. The Suns captain does well. Gets a saving fist in there. At ground level. Looks like it's Kelly in there who goes in for the Eagles, and he's tackled by a couple of Suns, and the umpire will ball it up. 35 out from the West Coast goal. Witts and Williams. Witts wins it down. Dewar gathers. Handball to Marrick. Gets off to Harvey Johnson. He snaps goalwards, but Ballard is there like a goalkeeper, takes the saving mark just along the behind line for the Suns. They maintain their 16-point lead. Almost 30 minutes gone here in the third term.
Suns bring the ball back into play. Good fly on the outer side by Swallow, the veteran. Got up and took the grab. Game number 238, David Swallow. Goes short, play on call. Flanders hasn't realised. He's got the ball in his hands. No one realised. Eventually Reid came at him, had to kick up the wing. Cole's in front for West Coast, knocks it away. Anderson was able to gather for the Suns. Got it to Humphries. Tumbling ball. Looking for Long, couldn't find him. Witherden gave it to Johnston. The youngster just panics, handballed it back to where it came. And then kicks it up the wing, Witherden. Bailey Williams flies, can't mark for West Coast. It falls to Duggan on centre wing. He kicks up towards half forward, knocked away from Darling. Jeffrey spun around in the tackle, missed his boot. Holding the ball, Eagles free kick. Darling kicking a half from home. Looking for a target, takes a run, finds something he likes in short. It's Duggan. Seek forward to the Eagles co-captain, took the mark. And we'll go back, take the set shot. We'll kick from tightish angle on the right. We'll kick from just inside the 50, you'd think.
Missed a couple of early options, Jack Darling, but composure and work rate from Liam Duggan made an option very late open up.
Back in the side after missing a couple of weeks with concussions. Kicked just 14 goals for his career. Has kicked a goal this season. Duggan kicks on that left. It doesn't quite make the distance. It's off hands and eventually through for a minus score. So no goal to West Coast on that occasion. 10-4, 64. The Eagles, 12-7, 79. The Suns.
Is that the Clint Wheeldon convoy?
That is the Concorde, is it?
Convoy. He'll be upset with us for getting that wrong. As the Suns have it at left half back. They've turned it over though. West Coast have it back. Harvey Johnson kicks towards Ryan. He dropped the mark under pressure from Weller. Gets back onto it, Ryan. Gives it to Dewar. He's tackled by Graham. Now Kelly comes crashing in. Does well. Wins the football. Gives it to Hoff. Hoff to Yo. There's 55 from home. He kicks backwards into the centre of the square. Bounces off the shins of Cole. Manages to break a tackle. Kicks up towards the goal square. Waterman flies. He can't mark. The Suns knock it down. Darling off hands. Gives it to Cripps. And his kick towards goal is marked on the line by Lockie Weller. Jamie Cripps just couldn't get enough on the snap. Weller's kick. Darling gets a hand on it. Turns it over. Gives it back to Hoff. Hoff to Waterman. Waterman snaps goalwards. And he kicks the goal. Forward pressure from West Coast. Finally has some reward. And on the three-quarter time siren, Jake Waterman kicks his third and gives West Coast a bit of momentum and a bit of hope going into the final term. The margin at the final break is just 9 points in favour of the Suns. They're 12-7, 79 to West Coast 11-4, 70.
Waterman with his third to end the quarter, cut the margin back to 9 points. So the Eagles do make some headway in the third term. It was 7 points at quarter time. It was 17 points at half time, both the way of the Suns. Now at three-quarter time, Gold Coast hold just a 9-point advantage, looking to get that elusive away win on the road this season They haven't been able to do it yet. Can they bring it home in this final quarter? They lead the Eagles by 9 points. The goal kickers for the Suns, 3 each to Ben Long and Mac Andrew, 2 to Ben King, singles to Witts, Graham, Anderson and Fiorini. For the Eagles, well, you heard it just then, 3 goals to Jake Waterman, 2 to Oscar Allen, 2 to Tyrell Dewar, 1 to True, 1 to Darling, 1 to Jack Williams, 1 to Ryan Marrick. That are the Eagles goal kickers. 1 quarter left to play here. Friday night footy at Perth Stadium for ABC Sport. Mitch Turner alongside Akash Fotodar. We'll get the thoughts of our experts in just a moment. This is Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country, hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Weller spoils, now comes to Rowell, fends off Marrick. Turned over though, Kelly did well, gets it off to Liam Ryan. Ryan kicks inside 15, hits Dewar on the chest. Well, it wasn't pretty, but West Coast will have a set shot at goal through the hands of Tyrell Dewar, who will kick from 35 metres out on a 45-degree angle to the right. Tyrell Dewar has come through the West Coast Next Generation Academy, has 1 goal this season on the right boot from 35, and it's dead straight over the umpire's hat. McGovern knocks it down to Reed, gives it off to True, kicks long and deep, Darling in position 8, all over the back now, Jack Williams gathers, Jack Williams snaps, and Jack Williams kicks the goal. Kicks deep into the pocket, Liam Ryan jumps high, can't mark, ball in the back, Allen off the outside of the boot. That is a very, very clever pass from Oscar Allen. He was about to shoot on goal from the left forward pocket and then spotted up Tyrell Dewar all on his own. 30 metres out from goal, as good as directly in front. 30 out, as straight as you could want. Great pick, Tyrell Dewar. Great setup by Oscar Allen. And West Coast have 3 in a row.
Jack Williams is 55 from home. Kicks to Waterman. Hands out like vices. Difficult grab. Takes it and will go back for a chance at his second. Normally very good from the set shot. He likes this one. That's 2 for Jake Waterman. The Eagles are in front.
The Eagles can't clear. Comes down to Swallow. Into a dangerous spot again. Lloyd Johnson in good position. Harvey Johnson nudges him out. And at the back it's King. The kick from 20 metres out. Directly in front. Makes the goal umpire do some work, but it's through. Stops a run of 4 straight West Coast goals. King has his second of the night, and the Suns are back in front.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
3-quarter time here at Perth Stadium. It's the Gold Coast Suns, 12-7-79 leading the West Coast Eagles, 11-4-70, a 9-point margin. Heading into the last term, Mitch Turner and Akash Fotodar up here in the commentary position. Ash Nelson on the boundary, our 2 experts in the box, Chris Waterman and Sharad Wellingham.
Well, I thought Jack Williams had a major impact on the game then. We're just looking at the hit-outs. Joe Witts has had 34, Bailey Williams 13. Jack Williams came in for 7 or 8 minutes and really changed the game and got West Coast going. He's had 8 hit-outs. But it's his round the ground work. He's had 15 possessions.
That's the thing, hey.
He's just making
cracking in when it was like when the ball's on the ground, and then he's working for an option.
He's standing and facing Joe Witts in the clearances. He's just bodying him up, and then as soon as it goes out, he's got him covered with his run and spread, and he's done it really well. He's become an extra midfielder in there, so that changed the game a little bit. And of course, getting that goal on the siren, 9 points is gettable because they hit the front from 17 points down in that quarter.
I think that they'll have a bit of energy still. By the look of them, they don't look like they're fatigued either side, for that matter. So I think that there is going to be an idea of taking the game on because they're not fatiguing as yet. Who pulls the trigger on taking it on first though? It's going to be interesting.
West Coast don't have their sub up their sleeves, but that's fine. Gold Coast still got theirs.
They
Roses.
do.
Roses. So they got Roses, and he's dangerous and pretty sharp round goals.
Yeah.
I just think the way the game's played, that no one would have run big K's here because of the way the game's gone back and forward. So they should be up for the fight here.
Some quick stats that Cash voted up before this last quarter gets underway.
Yeah, Sam Flanders, a leading disposal winner on the ground with 24. Noah Anderson is 23. And for West Coast, Tim Kelly's got 21. And Alex Witherden with 20 disposals. As Muddy and Sharon mentioned, Malcolm Roses, the Gold Coast Suns sub, still yet to be activated.
Final quarter coming up here at Perth Stadium. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. It's the Suns leading the Eagles by 9 points. About to get underway in the fourth term. Jack Williams into the ruck, still against Jared Witts. Witts wins the tap forward. Reid onto it though for West Coast. Go over to Yo. Tumbling kick towards Dewar. Clean bowled him. Sexton gathered, gave the handball to Witts, and the handball into the middle of the ground from the Suns captain. Missed the target. The Eagles go back in through Cripps. They win it. Gave it to Ryan, then to Reid. Stood up in the tackle. Handball off to Yo. His kick smothered. Reid crashes back in. He's tackled by Powell. It'll be a ball up inside the centre square, slightly favouring the attacking end of the West Coast Eagles. Williams and Witts wrestle. Yo went down off the ball. Coming through and taking it and getting tackled straight away was Anderson. He wanted a free kick for a high tackle. It wasn't forthcoming. So they'll toss it up again. Once again, Williams and Witts. Williams wasn't facing the ball. Witts wants a free kick and he gets it. Just a little too big and strong on that occasion. He's doing a good job though, Jack Williams. Witts gets the clearing kick up to the wing, looking for Long, who got in front of Hoff, took a good mark. Wanted to roll quickly, had nothing inside, so he goes short out to the wing to Weller. Plays on, steps around Cripps, now kicks into the full forward line. McGovern in front. Takes the intercept mark. We haven't said that too often tonight. He did on this occasion. And he'll rebound for the Eagles from the right back pocket.
So McGovern sends the Eagles out of defensive 50. Collins almost took the intercept mark, but it came to Allen. Hands it off to Duggan. Duggan past the logo. Takes a second bounce now. Keeps running the Eagles co-captain. A third bounce. Handball's over. Liam Ryan breaks 50. He's got Waterman all alone in the goal square and he finds him. Coast to coast from West Coast. And Jake Waterman takes the mark all on his own in the goal square. And he can go back and aim for his fourth goal and, more importantly, the first goal of this final quarter.
Good speed by West Coast. Good run by Duggo.
Waterman comes in, pops it through, easy as you like. He's got 4. The Eagles have the first of the final term and the margin is back to 3 points. West Coast 12-4, 76. Gold Coast 12-7, 79. 2.5 minutes gone in the final quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, 2-time Premiership Eagle Chris Waterman, Premiership Magpie Sharon Wellingham.
Well, you said it was a great run by Liam Duggan, but also intelligence of Liam Ryan to split off and can make that angle. So the defender who was running in front had to make a decision. You got to make an opposition make a decision, and so splitting off to the side there enabled him to, press Liam Duggan. Then you're off on your own.
He did say someone's going to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
They did then.
Take it on.
Yep, take the...
Ben King and Jake Waterman both on 48 goals for the season. This time the Suns win the clearance. Hoff, though, sliding in for West Coast at centre half back, took the intercept mark. Flicks it wide by a foot to Cole, who then on turn to the Eagles co-captain again in Duggan. Flanders up at 24 touches for the Suns. Anderson behind him on 23. Tim Kelly leads the way with 21 for West Coast. Duggan's kick up the wing is an absolute flower bag.
Malcolm Roses is out there.
Powell's taken the mark. We'll get down to Ash Nelson in just a moment and find out who has been subbed out for Gold Coast Suns. Mota Hewland has the ball on the wing at the moment. Runs to the logo, just sinks the slipper into it inside the forward 50. McGovern read it well, couldn't take the mark, spilt it. Ball bobbling around inside the Suns attacking 50. Rowell just put his head over it, picked it up, fed it back to his great mate at Anderson. High kick into the forward 50. The first gamer in Clay Hall, one out with Holman and did well. Just knocked the ball, pressured it over the line. The Eagles are able to reset. It'll be a ball in right on the forward 50 junction, right half forward. Jack Williams still doing the ruck work for West Coast as opposed to Jared Witts. Did well on this occasion. Got it into space to Clay Hall. Tried to razzle-dazzle, get away from Graham. Got a little bit of space. Kicked up the wing and beat all comers. Out the back. Tapped towards Ballard for the Suns. Looping handball over the top to Sexton. Goes short. Witts has the mark. Kicking a half from home. The Gold Coast solo captain tonight. Thought about playing on. Didn't initially, then he did. Ran around. Kicked it to a target no one can mark. Players fly in the pocket. First one onto it is Humphreys. Tackled immediately by Witherden. Ash Nelson downstairs.
Just a tactical change, guys. Joel Jeffrey coming off, replaced by Malcolm Rosa. So there is the sub being used for Gold Coast.
Witts and Jack Williams. Rao tries to burst his way through the stoppage. Knocks the ball back into the corridor. Jinby attacks it and he's crunched by Long. The Suns win it back, but Swallow turns it over. Cripps with a fumble. Rao coming through again. Breaks the tackle. Handballs off to Weller from 45. Kicks towards goal. And he's missed to the left-hand side. Weller.
Let off for Jamie Cripps there with the uncharacteristic fumble.
So just a minor score for the Suns. Their lead is now 4 points. They're 12-8-80. West Coast 12-4-76.
After they lost to the Roos, Damien Harvick said his club and his side need to grow up. This is a chance for them here, the Suns. They lead by 4 points. Have they grown up at all in the last month? The kick from the Eagles comes out to the wing, gets over the back of the pack. Jack Williams grabs it, kicks towards Waterman. 2-on-1 against him. Yulin one out. Shared it with Ballard. Looping handball over the top now to Fiorini. Takes a bounce. Wanted a teammate to come with him. No one did. Eventually gave it to Graham, who gave it to Yulin. Slammed into the turf by Reid. They turn it over the Eagles.
He's hurt his leg, Reid.
Kelly has the ball, gives it to Marrick. Kick up the wing. Cripps has a man over the top in Darling. He's all on his own in the middle of the 50 marks. The pressure comes late. It comes too late. And the mark will be paid to Darling directly in front. 35 metres out. The trainers have gone out to Harley Reid. It looks like it's just cramped.
A full, yeah.
A full leg lock in both legs.
Yep. Heart and mouth then.
He did the ironing board. He went straight back. Looked like he was doing the luge. At the Winter Olympics, did Harley Reid.
He's just knocked back a bottle of that pickle juice and sent the trainers away.
Jack Darling has the ball in his hands, almost directly in front. 35 out, already has one to put the Eagles back in front. Jack Darling cannot deliver. He pulls it to the left. It's a minor score. 12-5-77 the Eagles, 12-8-80 the Suns. They lead by 3. 7 played in the final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's getting tight and tense here at Perth Stadium. Powell with the long kick from the kick-in. Witts gets in front of Bailey Williams and takes the mark for the Suns. At left half back. They're on this broadcast side of the ground. Kicks long up the line, up to the wing. Tim Kelly in the best position. Ball goes through his hands. Swallow at the back for the Suns. Bumped off it by Reid. Handball towards Graham. Rowell again, clean at ground level. Gets the ball. Handball to Sexton through centre half forward. Kicks out to a leading King. Too much reach for Alex Witherden. He had front position, Ben King. And no matter how much pressure the Eagles defender tried to put on him, King was too good and took it out in front in the hands. He can go back and kick on goal from 45 metres out, directly in front. Going for his third, Ben King.
Matt Rowell wanted that football. He went and got it, and he set this goal up.
48 goals this season. Ben King from directly in front. Make that 49. When the Suns needed him, he steps up with the all-important major. And Gold Coast get that lead back out to 9 points. 13-8-86 to West Coast 12-5-77. 9 minutes played in the final quarter. Friday night footy here at Perth Stadium on ABC Sport.
It's officially his best season, Ben King. Now he's got 49 goals. It beats his previous best back in 2021 when he kicked 47. So officially a career year for Ben King.
2 identical set shots at either end of the ground have just separated this game.
Yep.
Big time.
One delivered, one didn't. So Ben King, goal number 49 for the year. moves back one ahead of Jake Waterman, who's with 4 goals tonight, is on 48 in the Coleman medal race. Charlie Curnow still leads all comers with 56. Ball back in the middle. Bailey Williams with the ruck reversal is now rucky against Mac Andrew. There's a free kick going to Matt Rowell in the middle of the ground. He takes it quickly, plays on, kicks it inside the forward 50. Jinby read it best. Read it all the way and comes out and takes the mark. Good intercept mark from the Eagles youngster. Brings the ball outside, defensive 50, out to the wing. No one can take the mark initially. Allen gathered for West Coast, got it to Dewar. Little up and under on the kick as he's looking for a teammate. Rowell and Yo went at it. Neither could mark. Darling did the roving. Somehow got a kick out to space. Allen was running onto it. The boundary line beat him. Goes out of bounds. 70 metres around from the Eagles' goal. They trail the Suns by 9. We've played 10 minutes in the final term.
So as Mitch mentioned, the ruck roles have reversed. Bailey Williams up against Mac Andrew. Williams front position. Comes to Yo at ground level. Andrew tackles him. Yo wanted a free kick for high. And the umpire said, no, you shrugged that tackle high. Give me the ball. I'm going to ball it up. So tossed up again. Williams and Andrew. Williams tries to flip it forward. Powell knocks it back the other way. But West Coast through Harvey Johnson from 50. Kicks long to the pocket. Darling is up. Can't mark. Knocked away and knocked out of bounds for a boundary throw in up along the behind post in the left forward pocket for the Eagles. They're still trailing by 9 points. An opportunity here from a forward 50 stoppage for West Coast. Shallow throw in. Williams just takes it out of the ruck and the ball bounces off his thigh. Comes to Ballard of the Suns. Handball's out into space. True gets it. Gives it off to Liam Ryan from the forward pocket. He snapped and he kicks the goal. Great work, Liam Ryan, from the left forward pocket, 20 metres out. Didn't have a lot of time, didn't have a lot of space, but he kicks his first goal of the evening. And we're back to a 3-point ball game at Perth Stadium. The Suns 13-8-86, leading West Coast 13-5-83. Your experts on Friday night footy here on ABC Sport, Chris Waterman and Sharon Wellingham.
Yeah, super clean. Super clean, wasn't it, by True?
Zane True, sorry.
Zane True just comes through with a beautiful handball.
Just smart play. He kept it alive in the forward line. And the Gold Coast were napping. Thought it was going out. It was a game changer.
Had a couple options in front of him, didn't he, Zane True? And he went the one that was a bit further back but had more space in Ryan.
Exactly. It was the best choice because the next possession or whatever Liam was able to do with it was created.
This will be a major blow, maybe the telling blow to the Suns if they can't hold on to this lead. They're chasing a maiden finals appearance. They haven't won away from home since they beat the Eagles last year. This will be tough to come back from if they can't hold on. They still lead by 3 points, the Suns. Ball back in the middle. Yo wanted it a bit more. His kick was a grubber. Coming through out of the pack was Kelly, the soccer forward. Cripps wasn't able to gather. He was pressured out of it by Closey, and the umpire, very quick whistle as Anderson was wrapped up by Marrick. Wants to throw it up. Ball up inside the centre square. Bailey Williams opposed to Witts. Taps it out in front. Anderson gathered. Got it to Closey. His handball knocked down. Still somehow got to Fiorini, who just handballed it to no one. It's picked up by Bailey Williams of the Eagles. The umpire has found a free kick for a hold. And it's going to Fiorini.
The tackle lingered.
The tackle from Dewar, I believe it was, held on a bit long. So the Suns win the free kick through Fiorini. Goes short to Anderson, who now kicks up the wing, looking for Witts, pushed out of it by Johnson of the Eagles. Dewar gathered at ground level, gave it off to Bailey Williams. The ruckman just snaps it further afield. Kelly couldn't take it. Closey, clever little tap to Anderson. The umpire said a little too clever. Called it a scoop. The Eagles fans like it. They win the free kick. Yo goes quickly, has the lead at Waterman, and he laces him out.
Outstanding kick.
Waterman presented to the pocket. Yo just had to finish the work off. He did so. And now Jake Waterman has a chance for goal number 5 and to give the Eagles the lead. He has it tight in the pocket. City end of the ground, left forward pocket. He's about 40 metres out. He'll snap around the body. Waterman plays on. It's bending, it's bending, it's bending. It's short of the goal line. And it comes off hands. Can't help but think he maybe could have gone the drop punt, Jake Waterman. He's kicked it so well all year. It's a minor score. 13-6-84 West Coast, 13-8-86 the Suns.
2-point ball game here. Friday night footy at Perth Stadium. Sexton has it for the Suns in the left back pocket, and he goes short to Hewland at half back. Still inside defensive 50 Gold Coast. West Coast get numbers behind the ball. Hewland forced to kick long and high up the line. Bailey Williams rises high. He can't mark, but the umpire's going to pay a free kick. No, he's paid the mark to Bailey J. Williams. True centre wing, northern side of the ground. The Eagles have it back. They're trailing by 2 points. Williams floats it up to half forward, and Nick Holman reads it the best, and he takes to mark at left half back for the Suns. Keeping the ball along this northern side, Holman plays on, kicks long. Long can't mark. True at ground level gathers for the Eagles. Handball to Kelly. Kelly forward to Williams. Gives it back to McGovern. McGovern into the pocket. He wants Allen in a one-on-one with Collins. Allen front position. Knocks it down to ground level. Hewland with the pickup. And Darling with the solid tackle. Locks the ball inside forward 50 for the Eagles. So we'll have a ball up. 25 metres out. 45-degree angle around from the West Coast goal. Whitson Williams lock arms. No clear winner. Holman out after it. But who else other than Matt Rao with the clearance? Kicks it long to the wing, but McGovern too strong for Andrew. Wins it back to the Eagles. Sends West Coast into the forward pocket. Darling and Bailey Williams there. Neither can mark. Comes to Holman. Now Rao to Powell. Handball to Anderson. He's tackled by Yo, but he managed to get his hand pass clear to Flanders. Gives it back to Holman. His left foot kick up the line. He wants Andrew. McGovern's in front, and McGovern takes the intercept mark. The West Coast veteran. What he's made a career doing, those intercept marks. He has it defensive side of the northern wing for West Coast. The Suns lead by 2 points. 17 minutes gone. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
McGovern, kick up the wing. Big pack forms. Darling in front. Williams stole it away from him. He tried to claim the mark as it rebounded to him, Jack. The umpire wasn't buying that at all as Reid had the ball ripped away. The umpire blew the whistle before Rao could take off with it. So it'll be tossed up. Bailey Williams v Jared Witts. Falls to Rao. Once again gets the clearance. Kicks up the wing. Jimby leaves his man, and Andrew comes across to take the intercept mark. He's done it a couple of times tonight. Has Ruben Jimby. Looks laterally, nothing was on, so he kicks back up the wing to Darling. Big punch from Powell from behind for the Suns. Punched it straight to Anderson. Had a fumble. You can't do that around Elliot Yo. He wrapped him up.
There's a potential if they just keep dumping it down the line like this that it's just going to rebound back against them if they're not able to take a mark.
Well, Gold Coast are really defending the middle of the ground. West Coast can't switch at all.
All tossed up. Jack Williams over the top. Beautiful tap over the top of Witts. Got it to Kelly. Fed back to Witherden. The kick for the Eagles goes to the top of the square. Collins punches it straight in the path of Liam Ryan. Oh, he loses the ball. Coughs it up. The Suns win it back. Closey on top of it. It's tackled by Darling. Ryan might have copped one across the back of the head accidentally in there. You can see the replay. Ball tossed up. Top of the goal square. Witts taps it down. Ball in congestion. Crashing in at the bottom of that is Reid. Can't break through. It'll be tossed up again. It's about 20 metres out from the Eagles' goal. Williams and Witts go at it. Witts taps it down. Reid out of traffic. Kick was smothered. Or diving on top of it. In massive trouble will be Fiorini or Sexton. It's Sexton. The umpire lets him get away with it. Now Collins and Reid get a bit tangled up. Nothing untoward. Ball tossed back up in the air again. Tap towards Rao for the Suns. Somehow Gold Coast clear it to the wing. McGovern, though, out to meter on the bounce to West Coast. Handballs forward to Kelly. He's 51 from home. He stops, looks for a target. Can't find one inside the forward 50 players. Crash to ground. Oh, Reid just bumped Flanders off it. It spills to Yo. High kick to the top of the square. Who can take the mark? No one. It's off hands and out of bounds.
And Sam Flanders is sore from that bump from Harley Reid.
So is Harley.
Oh yeah, they're both sore. That was a big clash of a couple of strong and solid bodies.
Oh, great bump.
West Coast with some repeat inside 50s, but nothing to show from it on the scoreboard just yet. The Suns still lead by 2 points. The throw in the right forward pocket is shallow. It's gathered by Yeo. He gives it to Cripps. Cripps snaps goalwards. It'll be across the face, and Sam Collins just volleyball spikes it through over the behind line. It's a minor score to West Coast, and the margin is just 1 point here on Friday Night Football.
Has Harley broken his finger or something here, or dislocated it? He's called for the trainer. He's looking at his finger. He may have just had it pop back in.
Yeah, it's just shaking it off.
The Suns bring the ball back into play. 20 minutes played in the final term. It's a 1 point lead to Gold Coast. Kick out to the wing. Jinby gathered off the back of the pack. Gave it to Harley Reid. Got it back. Long, brilliant pressure from the Sun. Gave it to Reid. Ran into trouble. He's tackled. He's taken the ground. It's holding the ball. Players dive in. Reid and King going at it. Now Kelly comes in. Knocks over Fiorini. They are pushing and shoving. It's a melee right in front of the Eagles bench. And after all of that, Reid will come off and get his finger assessed. The one thing you don't want to do is be fighting and having your hands in jumpers when you've hurt your finger. Ben King takes the free kick with the Suns. Kicks it inside the forward 50. Cole spilt the mark. Jinby stumbled. Andrew gathered. Got a handball out in front of Johnson. Titus of angles. What can he do? He steps around. Gives it to Roses. Somehow keeps it in. Handball back to the top. Gives it off to Swallow, who misses. Couldn't snap it back from the top of the square. It's a minor score. Suns lead out to 2 points. 13-9, 87 Gold Coast. 13-7, 85 West Coast. This is a genuine arm wrestle. 21 played in the last.
There are 34 players in the Gold Coast half of the field right now. It is dense.
McGovern with an ambitious kick in. Wanted Ryan at centre half back. He flies high. He takes the Suns' opponent with him, but Gold Coast have the ball back. It's Closey. He's absolutely crunched by Hoff. And the Eagles fans love that from the 50-gamer. Closey was about to put the Suns back inside forward 50, and Brady Hoff has just put a shoulder into his chest, and the pressure sees the ball out of bounds for a throw in at right half forward for Gold Coast. Their lead is still 2 points. 22 minutes gone in the final term.
Liam Ryan just landed on David Swallow. Couldn't hurt.
Straight down the middle.
Game 238, that would have hurt.
The Eagles chant rings around Perth Stadium. Kelly from the clearance gets the handball to Cripps. Back to Kelly. Kelly up towards half forward, wants Darling. He's turned around and the mark is taken by Powell for the Suns. Gold Coast have it at right half back. Powell goes short and wide and finds Sexton. Still at right half back. Just slowing things down so everyone inside the ground can catch their breath. Sexton kicks long and high up the wing. Couple of targets up there. King in front. Can't take the mark. Ball at ground level. Whitson true. Whitson knocked over. Manages to knock the ball out. Pack of bodies all around it. Rowell just socking it forward. Roses has some time to spin around on his knees. Gather kicks towards Long. But it's just over his head and the mark is taken by Hall. The first game for West Coast has an inside defensive 50 and he flares it out wide to Alex Witherden in the right back pocket.
Oh, he got a big cheer, did he? The boy from Bidding up, Clay Hall. Read the ball well as the Eagles now move it up to the wing. Cripps has it.
Still have to take the game on here, Eagles. A little bit kick mark.
Entering red time well and truly here in the fourth quarter. Cripps and switch it across to Jinby. Pierce immediately takes the game on. Runs through the middle. Couple of bounces. Short to Kelly. Has it a kick and a half from home. Sees something in the pocket. Kicks towards Darling. Can't take the mark. At the back, Allen can't gather. Powell beat into it. Handball over the top to Fiorini for the Suns. They repel for the time being in front. Holding his position there. To be... There's a Ben Long in front of Cole. Ball just bounced before him, so it'll be a ball up. Ash Nelson downstairs.
Harley Reid back out onto the ground, guys. Headband on and the finger all strapped up, so good to go.
It's an important player out there for West Coast. Ball back under the way. Players diving in at half forward will have another ball up. Just outside the paint of 50 at right half forward for West Coast. The Suns lead by 2 points. Witts taps it into space. Rowell hunting it down. Reid and Hall with him. The Eagles do enough to worry him out of it. Comes off his hands, goes out of bounds. for a boundary throw-in. Between wing and half forward for the Suns, they still lead by 2 points. We're entering the dying stages of this fourth term. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Jack Williams into the ruck, up against Witts. Witts just gets a paw on it, slaps it forward. Hall gathered, he was tackled. Reid picks it up, gives it off to Yo. Yo bounces it inside 50. Darling front position, gets his hand all the way to Duggan. It was a bit hot to handle, bounced off his midriff. Duggan got it on the second attempt and he's tackled to ground by Weller. So it'll be a ball up inside forward 50 for West Coast. About 15 metres in from the boundary line in the right forward pocket. Still 40 metres away from goal. Bailey Williams there into the ruck. He takes a running jump and slaps it. And West Coast win it back through some tough contested football. Duggan has it. He's tackled by two Suns after Jamie Cripps came flying through and crunched Fiorini, who looks sore as well. So repeat stoppage inside forward 50 for West Coast. Williams and Witts lock up. Witts with a tap to Duggan. Duggan snaps on the left. And the Eagles co-captain puts them in front in the dying stages. Liam Duggan. That is a great goal for West Coast. Just when they needed it, they are now in front. And there can't be long left in this contest. West Coast up by 4 points. 14-7, 91. Gold Coast 13-9, 87. This is Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Great goal. It was a great goal. It wasn't pretty. The footballs haven't been spinning all night, and this one was no different. But it went straight through the middle. In front at the right time at the moment. Can they hold on? Like you said, can't be long left. But that was just repeat stoppage after stoppage, wasn't it?
Yeah, big 3 minutes coming up. Damien Harbert will be sitting there going, oh my God, here we go again. But it's been a good fight by both teams, but West Coast have locked it in their half.
This is interesting. We see Oscar Allen going up and starting on the wing. I imagine this will be a quick back behind the play.
He is going back behind the ball, for sure.
They led.
So Marich will come from forward up onto the wing.
100 minutes they've led for the Suns. The Eagles for 20. The biggest lead the Suns got out to was 23 points. The Eagles win the clearance. No need for the spare man on this occasion. Marrick did well to win the ball. Got the handball forward. Cripps gathered. Handball to Waterman. Shakes the tackle. Gets it to Cripps. Tied in the pocket. This will be something special. Jamie Cripps from the tightest of angles sends the Eagles fans into a frenzy. They can smell a victory. The margin's out to 10 points. They haven't won since round 10. And the Suns are staring down the barrel of yet another defeat on the road. 15-7, 97 West Coast. 13-9, 87 the Suns. We've played 27 minutes in the fourth quarter. And Jamie Cripps has got his first of the night, and it's a ripper.
Haven't felt like this for a while for the West Coast game. What absolute fight.
Two great goals.
Two great goals.
There's 38,671 in the crowd, and it sounds like about 60,000 at the moment as we're back in the middle.
Anderson for the Suns. He's tackled by Duggan, and the umpire will ball it up once more in the centre of the ground.
So Oscar Allen has gone behind the play, but I think it's Powell who's equalised the number.
Yo gave it to Hunt, who was on hands and knees, but he dished it back to Yo, and West Coast go inside forward 50. Reid in a wrestle with Ulan. Ball came to ground and the Suns win it back. Ballard with the handball towards Long. Anderson now. The umpire letting things go. The ball comes towards defensive 50 for the Suns. Sexton under a bit of pressure. He's cool and calm, does well. Handballs now to Rowell. Rowell forward to Graham. He's under pressure from Hunt. Manages to slip the tackle. Gives it off to Powell. Powell to Weller. And the Suns through half forward. Weller sends them deep looking for King. Ball out the back. King gets there. Picks it up. Onto his left side. Breaks through a tackle. Goes the roller. Roserson Hoff. Hoff does well. Knocks it away to McGovern. McGovern tackled by Johnston. Handball back and Hoff decides not to rush it. Runs off his defensive goal line. Kicks out in front of Dewar. And the Eagles are out of defensive 50. Dewar sweeps the handball to Darling along the southern. He doesn't have a lot to kick to, so he just goes long up the line towards Reid. And the ball beats Harley Reid and trickles out for a boundary throw-in at left half forward on the southern side for West Coast. And considering the numbers that the Suns had, I think that's a win for the Eagles there.
Oh, they were out though at the back, the Eagles, weren't they? Jake Waterman was all on his own if it sat for Harley.
They just got to lock this ball in here and let the clock run down.
Eagles lead by 10 points. 29 minutes played here in the final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So we're just going all the way back. So the ball is in between wing and half forward for West Coast. They're doing a score review at the other end of the ground, the Graham Farmer Freeway end, from that ball that was near the goal line, and just checking whether Brady Hoff managed to keep it in or if it was over the line. Now,
if it is a behind, does it get taken back to the kick in?
Yeah, they go 120 metres back in the other direction almost.
But do they wind the clock back?
Well, that's the question we asked earlier in the year when this happened. Look, it is no score, so the right decision was made. It was play on. So we can resume proceedings from the far side of the ground. Ball spun back in between wing and half forward for West Coast. Comes down to Duggan. Kicked an important goal in this final term.
Can't be long left. Can't be long left here.
Ball tossed up again. Rouse out after the loose ball as he's done all night. He gathers, kicks it up the wing. There's still enough time if the Suns can go quickly and kick a goal. The Eagles, though, win it back. Hunt wins it. Short to Duggan. Not 15 plays on. Loops it over the top to Cripps. Now Yo kicks a tumbling ball up towards half forward. Ricochets off shins to Witts. Gets it to Humphrey. The handball misses the target. Weller, he's tackled. Now Sexton. Handballs forward to Rao. Tackled by Yo. The umpire will ball it up. We've played almost 31 minutes. And time might have just beaten the Gold Coast Suns here because they trail by 10 points. They need 2 scores. This one, though, off the stoppage, down to Anderson, kick towards half forward. King can't gather. Rose is the sub. Had a fumble, an important one too. The Eagles have won it back. Oscar Allen gives it to Hunt. His kick smothered. Ball bobbling around a half-back and the Eagles win it. McGovern to Allen, out to the wing. Darling takes the mark. Just takes a trot, kicks it 30 metres backwards to Allen. Allen kicks it up the wing to Darling. They're taking valuable seconds off the clock, the Eagles. They lead by 10. Harley Reid wins it late. Was it within? It is Reid. Kicks it short. Yo takes the mark. They were down by 23 points, the Eagles. They had to come from behind. But they finally taste victory again. After 9 straight losses, the Eagles are winners, and the Suns have once again fallen short on the road. The Eagles win by 10 points.
And claim them for their own. But now we've got them back again. Our Eagles have come home. We're the Eagles, West Coast Eagles, and we're here to show you why. We're the big birds, kings of the big game. We're the Eagles, we're flying high. For years we learned the lessons, and we learned them very well. And now we've added West Coast magic, and we'll give you merry hell. We're the Eagles, West Coast Eagles, and we're here to show you why. We're the big birds, kings of the big game. We're the Eagles, we're flying high. So watch out, all you know-alls.
The old song rings out around Perth Stadium. It's been a long time since the Eagles have heard their original song. It's been a longer time. Well, it's been a long time since they've heard their song at all after the final siren. Winners by 10 points. The Eagles 15-7, 97. The Suns 13-9, 87. The Eagles kick 4-1 in the final term to take the 4 points. Their 4th win of the season. They've dealt the Suns a major blow to their final hopes. It might be the telling blow. Chris Waterman, Sharrod Wellingham, They had to come from behind. They did it the hard way. But it's all worth it for the Eagles fans to hear their favourite piece of music.
Yeah, great win. Great win. Can't wait to see Damien Hardwick's presser this week.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, spitting chits. But that was there. They lost that game. That was there for them to put away at different stages in the third quarter, and they couldn't do it.
Do you know what I loved about it was what we spoke about? Those 4 young guys who were all part of this win and all contributed at some stage in one way or another. I thought the read and the composure of Clay Hall in the last, where he intercepted that mark in the defensive 50. Obviously, Diwa.
Tyrell Dewar.
You can say Diwa.
That's what he's
That's
called.
his nickname.
Yeah.
Jack Williams.
Jack Williams.
Jack
was
Williams
awesome,
was
wasn't
huge
he?
in the third quarter. He changed the game around.
Well, he was going so well, Muddy, that they actually swapped their ruck rotation,
Yep.
and he became the number 1 ruckman.
We said at three-quarter time they should just start with Jack, and they did.
Yep. So, huge game from him.
First win for Jared Schofield as well as the interim coach. So, big moment for him.
Does he get the sports drink shower? Does he go in the middle of the song? We'll have to find out from Ash Nelson when she's down there in the rooms.
It's a good. It's good to get a win when you're putting your hand up for the big job, though, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Well,
I think what's even more important is the way they're playing, and definitely playing a better brand of football.
Well, they were brave by picking those young fellas and putting them out there. And I mean, they're a good team, Gold Coast. Don't worry about that. They're right in that middle part that's looking for finals, and that might have been it tonight for them. But
I think that's the season kind of. That's the season.
Probably say 5 or 6 guys under 10 games, and lose a key back. Thought Ruben Jimby hung in there all night in the end. He's just done his job and put pressure on and got plenty of the ball the other way. Had 21 possessions, Ruben, and played on King and Mac Andrews.
And I thought Brady Hoff started a little bit slow. Not slow, but he was getting done by Ben Long, and he came really good in the third and fourth quarter.
The goal kickers, just to go through them now before we get down to the rooms. The Eagles celebrating on the field. The Suns have already left. The Eagles, Jake Waterman kicked 4 goals. Tyrell Dewar and Oscar Allen kicked 2 apiece. Jack Williams, Zane True, Liam Ryan, Ryan Marrick, Liam Duggan, Jack Darling, Jamie Cripps, all with singles. For the Suns, Ben Long and Ben King, as well as Mac Andrew, all kicked 3 goals. Jared Witts kicked 1, and singles also to Will Graham, Braden Fiorini and Noah Anderson. The final score, though, 15-7-97 West Coast, 13-9-87 the Suns. It is yet another loss on the road for Gold Coast. The season, you'd think all but done. They finished with Essendon, Melbourne and Richmond, but with how close that ladder position is, you just cannot afford to drop a game this late in the season. That could be it for the Suns. The Eagles, though, they take something out of that. Their 4th win of the year. They officially improve on last year's results now in the win-loss tally with their 4th win. And the first win, of course, I say, for interim coach Jared Schofield, as the Eagles soak it up in the 1995 retro Guernsey.
Keep playing in it.
Runs out.
I know.
Keep playing in it.
Don't hang it up.
I know
Keep
he was
going.
subbed out in the second quarter with, failing a HIA, Harry Edwards, but that's his first win in, was it 27 losses in a row? He had some unwanted record, Harry Edwards, so
Really?
he'll be one that'll enjoy. I mean, he might be a bit sore in the head and probably not in the best of spirits having been subbed out early, but he'll be enjoying the fact that they managed to finally get a win in a game that he's played in.
Well, there's a record in that result that's going to continue, and that is that David Swallow has now played 238 games and counting without ever featuring in a final. It's the most ever by an AFL VFL player, not to win or a final. He's never played in a final. He's played 238 games, and that might finish at 241 for this season without playing in a final.
Yeah.
3 losses in a row for the Suns, so once again a late season sort of fade out. They're still 13th on the ladder now, but as you said, Mitch, it seems unlikely they're going to be able to sneak in.
Look, they sit on 36 points after that result from their 20 games. There's a real chance that I mean, St Kilda play Brisbane. They're behind by a game, so they won't jump them in terms of ladder position, you'd think. But above them, Collingwood and Melbourne are both one win ahead of Gold Coast at this stage. Essendon are 6 points ahead of them. Hawthorn and Footscray Hawthorn's 2 wins ahead. Footscray 3 wins ahead. Like, they are now pretty much out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look,
because they need other results to really go their way.
No, that's the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, no, that's them done. But they've still had a much improved year. They've got to win as much as they can towards the end. The only good thing for Harry Edwards is Tom Brass comes back out of protocols next week, so it's 1 for 1.
They get a warm round of applause, the Eagles, from their fans as they enter the race. Jared Schofield and Harley Reid with a massive embrace. They get another win. Ash Nelson is down in the rooms. Ash.
Yeah, guys, can barely hear you at the moment because you talk about the round of applause out there. They're getting a massive round of applause down here at the change rooms at the moment. I can barely get a look, and you should see all these phones being held up because they are recording this exact moment. They are savouring the moment, the Eagles fans and loved ones down here. So the boys just filtering through now. They've got all the members of the board here looking on. Dom Shee's there as well. Harry Edwards, of course, out with concussion. They're all huddling up, ready to enjoy this moment in the sun. Of course, just their 4th win of the season. So lap it up, West Coast Eagles fans. Here we go, ready for the club song.
Ash, I'll be surprised if you didn't get covered in sports drink down there because we could see the images of the room. Plenty of Eagles in the middle getting absolutely showered with it. Their first win. Clay Hall on debut. His first game and he gets a win, something that, I tell you what, there have not been a lot of Eagles in recent years that can say they played in a win on their debut. The last 3 years they've had to wait a little bit longer. They've had to wait a little bit longer. So he's thinking, what are you talking about? This AFL game's not that bad. The Eagles, terrific win by them tonight. 15-7-97, defeating Gold Coast 13-9-87. So terrific result for the West Coast Eagles getting their 4th win of the year. Sharrod, Wellingham, Chris Waterman. We'll get your votes a little bit later on, and we'll try and get downstairs into the West Coast rooms with Ash Nelson as well. But what can a win like that do for the Eagles? I know it's one of those ones where we didn't really know how to tip and how to read it heading into the game because the Suns' away form's been so up and down. But they were behind by 23 points, the Eagles. The Suns led for most of the game, and they found a way to get the win.
Yeah, it's a great win. And it's a bad loss.
It's a worse loss, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really?
I mean,
because it's season ending for the Gold Coast. It's probably a bigger result for them, and the effect of it is bigger than West Coast. You know, getting one win and exposing some youngsters and debutant getting his win. I think the story probably lays with Gold Coast losing again and losing in a bad way in terms of being up 90% of the game, getting overrun in the last. Like, it's a pretty bad way to win it.
4 goals up
lose it
against the bottom-ish team.
Yeah.
Should be putting them away. They've lost the key back.
That's 2 close losses for the Gold Coast on the road to teams they should have beaten in North Melbourne. They lost by 4 points, and now here to West Coast by 10 points.
They weren't doing the last 15 minutes. They weren't doing any of the things they did in the first 3 quarters. They were not running. It was almost like they froze. West Coast locked them in and said, we're going to win this game and you're not. And they didn't know how to get out and didn't know how to play that game where they were just quick, go, bang. So they've got to get that out of their head. It's all in their head. They can play the game and win it because they do it for most parts of it.
Is it a game style that when the chips are down, when they're fatigued and when the chips are down, is it a game style that like they're not quite able to execute under pressure? Do they have to be able to resort to something else?
Well, Richmond did it well. These guys just have to get better at it and fitter at it.
Yeah.
And hit the scoreboard.
Yeah.
They could have been 5 or 6 up at half time. I mean, Ben King's missed. He kicked 1-3.
And this is maybe one of the one of the trains of thoughts about Dustin Martin potentially going to Gold Coast. I know he's at the back end of his career. His best footy and his absolute peak of Dusty's beyond him. But if he could give you 15, 16 games at least and have a few rests throughout the year, is there not value in the experience of Dusty Martin around this younger group who just have so many lessons to learn? They should have won that game, really. They were in front all game and they just couldn't find a way to do it.
Rioli as well.
Like, there's got to be a role there for a Dustin Martin without giving up too much for him. If he can go for cheap, surely he adds some sort of
Is he going to move
experience.
to the Gold Coast for cheap, though?
No, but if he wants to go and then you can get that done, you take him, don't you?
Yeah. Yes, I think you do.
If he says 300-400 grand, minimum, like we've seen Nat Fyfe take a big pay cut over here in the west of the Dockers because he knows he's not at that level anymore.
I'm seeing Dean Rioli up there before Martin, and he makes a big difference.
Daniel
Rioli.
Yep.
We'll go back down into the Eagles' rooms now because Ash Nelson is with one of the players. Ash?
Yeah, guys, I've got Ruben Jimby here with me. Ruben, you just chipped away that halftime deficit. What were the feelings and the emotions when first you saw Liam Duggins go through and then that final goal as well by Cripps? It was a ripper.
Yeah, it was an interesting feeling. Duggos was a bit of a shizzler, a bit of a floater, and I was lucky enough to go through, and then bit of Cripper magic to finish the banana and get us 10 points. So when it's less than a goal, you're still really on edge, but when it gets to 10 points, you got that bit of wiggle room. But it was great to have Gov down there, and with Harry Edwards going down early, the back line really stepped up, and I was so proud of the boys.
How'd you find it as well down in the back line as well? You had a pretty tough task on occasion. Mac Andrew, he was in a fine goal-kicking form tonight.
Yeah, I've gone down the back line last month with Harry Edwards going down early. We were down a tall, so I guess I had to play a bit taller. But, I think I adapted the game well, had a better second half, but Mac Andrew definitely was a tough task.
It's probably been a long time sort of between wins, but what's the feeling amongst the group now? This is the first win for Jared Schofield as well. It's nice to get it done for him as an interim coach.
Yeah, we had a couple of boys in the huddle there, the Gatorade shower. We had Scoey in there, Hoffy playing his 50th, and obviously, one of my best mates, Clay Hole, playing his first game. So a lot of milestones for the boys, and to finally get a win for Scoey and win for all the boys is such a surreal feeling.
All right, let's head upstairs now with our ABC commentary team. Marty Waterman up there. We've also got Mitch Turner, Cash Fotida as well, and Sharon Wellingham on expert comments.
That's how we do it. Sharon Wellingham last, of course, Ruben. Before I ask you any questions from our experts, I've just got to say a little goodbye to our local radio audience on the Gold Coast and our WA regions who are heading off to listen to the Olympic coverage. I'm not sure if you're an Olympic fan, Ruben, but I hate to be the bearer of bad news for everyone, but the Aussie Boomers have lost 77 to 71 to Greece, so our basketballers are in a little bit of trouble. But I'll let Sharon and Muddy ask you some questions, Ruben. I just thought I'd update the basketball score for you all.
G'day, Ruben. Chris Waterman. Well done going back tonight and filling that role, but you've been back there most of the year, and it looks like your game is really, you're gaining a lot of confidence from just playing at that one spot all year.
Yeah, I think so. I think definitely over the last month, I guess, spending a bit more time down back. I guess I was on ball and I was about to do the defensive stuff, but not quite the impact going forward. But I guess if I'm good defensively in midfield, why not try out the defence? And I was pretty happy with how it went today as a group, and to have Gov back down there helped so much.
Rude Shads here, mate. The hit-outs were absolutely dominated by Wits, and, the boys were really able to equalise, and at one stage you were up in the clearances. I'm not sure how we ended up. We ended up at the end of the game as well. Talk to us how you broke that away from them.
Yeah, obviously Witsy's a heck of a man. He's a mammoth of a man, but yeah, we really backed Baz in to really compete, and I guess if they've got first touch of the hand, we just really backing our boys with Yowie and Harles and TK just really got to work, because we know that Gold Coast team's so highly contested, but I was proud of the boys and definitely how they stepped up in the last quarter.
Having said that, Ruben, Jack Williams was the one who changed the game in the third quarter when he went into the ruck. His game's going to new levels as well.
Yeah, his work up forward obviously started as a key forward, but he chops in the second ruck, and his ruck stuff's getting awesome. He's able to get a few clearances himself and nullify Witsy's work. So yeah, another one of our young boys that's really stepping up and playing some great footy.
Mate, you mentioned a couple of the flower bags that went through as goals. Was there something wrong with the footy tonight? Because the skills, for the most part, they were a little bit off. It was a bit of an ugly, scrappy kind of affair.
Yeah, a bit of a funky kind of game, but I think just because I think we brought the pressure. Gold Coast obviously is a super high pressure side, and so I think we're trying to pride ourselves and really build that identity. So when there's a lot of pressure around the footy, the skills can get a bit sloppy, and I guess it was just good to scrap out the win.
You're touching on that identity. Is that something that Scoey's already really trying to instill? Is competitiveness in the contest and really putting a fight out there each week?
Yeah, I think the main thing he's been drilling into us is playing with that tough edge but finding the line. I think in the Derby last week we definitely did play with the edge but maybe overstepped at times, but I think, that's what Derbies are for. But this week I think we found the good balance just between going the footy but when protecting your mates, we were there to help out.
Ruben, Akash here. After nine losses in a row, a tough sort of 2-3 months change of coach, how do you keep the morale and the energy up around the club?
I think just as we get a younger team, I guess the young boys have been told to just naturally bring the energy we have and let the young fellas bring the energy and let the old fellas lead, which I think we got a great mix tonight.
And when you get guys like Harvey Johnson, Tyrell Dewar, who have only played 2-3 games each, Clay Hall playing his first game coming tonight, does that really help give the other guys, I know you're not a veteran yet, you've only been there a couple of seasons, but does it help give you guys who've been around a little bit longer a bit more of a lift?
Yeah, for sure. I love playing with the boys that have only played a couple of games. I think it's only been my second season, but lucky enough to play 35 games or so. So the boys playing their first, second or third game, like Tyrell, Whopper and Clay, I was so happy with how those boys did, and they really brought the energy and their skills.
One of the young guys, you mentioned him already, and I do want to ask you about him. Jack Williams, I thought was terrific when he went into the ruck tonight. How much time does he actually spend working really on his ruck craft? I know he sort of come in as a key forward and a bit of a second ruck, but he spent a lot of that second half going up against Jarrett Witts and did a fantastic job.
Yeah, well, his nickname's Big Fundy around the club, so he works on his fundies all the time. But whether that's his ruck craft or his overhead marking up forward, he's got all the fundamentals, so we love playing with Big Willow.
Love how Akash is calling you a veteran, just 19 years of age, Ruben, and game 37.
Wise head, he's a wise head.
Mitch Turner up here, mate. Great to have you on after what was such a good win. The move to half-back that we've spoken about and going behind the ball, did you go to the coaches and have a chat to them about where your best position was for your development of your game? Did they come to you and have that conversation? How did it kind of come about that you'd done a bit of time in the midfield but you were going behind the ball?
Yeah, I think it's been a constant chat throughout my whole career over the last couple of years, like playing inside, a bit of wing, and I was just trying to find the best position of me where I can impact the game. And I think in the midfield, as I was saying, I could impact defensively, but wasn't quite having the impact I'd like. So I've improved over the last month in my impact, and hopefully can keep building.
We'll ask. You haven't won a lot of games in your career so far, Ruben. It has been a hard first couple of seasons for you. How hard is it to balance the treasuring this really, really good win that you've got 4 points and you've finally tasted victory for the first time in a while, to not getting too carried away and knowing that you want to win more than this and you want to go on and get a couple more by the end of the season?
We've only got a few games left, but I think I guess what we're really going after is what can we get out of the last 4 games and now 3 games. I think really building into next year, get some games with young fellas and just getting that feeling of winning, and I guess close games like that we haven't really played in, so it's a different experience.
Mate, what's the vibe like down there right now? Is it palpable? Can you feel it, the energy?
Oh yeah, it was nuts. As soon as that final siren went, it was a feeling I probably haven't had before. The emotions are so strong, and just because we haven't won a super tight one like that in a while. So to get Clay Hall a first win, I think that's my 4th or 5th win, and I think Hoffy's played 50 games and only won 5 or 6 games himself. So it's so good to see the young fellas, but also the old fellas finding some wins as well.
Well done. Congratulations, Ruben. You've got North Melbourne in Tasmania next week, so you're going to have to jump on the plane, but enjoy the win.
Take a jumper.
Thanks, fellas. Cheers.
I believe Ash Nelson may have another player down there as well as Ruben Jimby. So
certainly do. I've actually got Clay Hall here. We've got the boy from Beating Up the Debutante. He's just putting on the mic now. Getting used to the media. There we go.
Straight onto Media Street, Clay.
Clay, congratulations. How was it? I mean, you started as a sub, but you came on pretty early. What was it feeling like out there playing at AFL level? Congratulations.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, it was very surreal, that first sort of run out there. Once I realised I was going to be subbed in, was unreal. The crowd sort of got around me, and then I just got to find my feet for the first 5 or 10 minutes before half-time, which was really good. Enjoyed it all. Now,
your one win for one performance. You're the guy that needs to be given a game from now on.
yeah, hopefully a good luck charm from here on, but we'll see what happens.
Tell me about this year. It's been a pretty up and down year for you. It looked like you were going to make your debut pretty early on in the season, then you had a couple of injury setbacks. Who's kind of helped you through the process?
Yeah, it hasn't really been a single person thing. There's been so many people helping me. Obviously, little ankle setback in pre-season and then another hand injury throughout the season, which I was thankfully able to play through. But no, it's been unreal. There's been so many coaches and players who have just guided me so well the whole time. So it's been pretty smooth sailing with the group that we have here. They're all so young. We're all so connected, which makes it so easy.
Let's head upstairs to our experts, Chris Waterman and Sharon Dwellingham. Over to you.
Clay, we spoke about this pre-game. Congratulations, actually, first of all, on the debut and your and the win. But, mate, is it frustrating having to start as a sub, or do you get your head around it quickly and you just move on?
Oh, mate, I got my head around it real quickly. I've been given a shot at AFL. I can't complain at all.
And, you know, when you said you were getting ready, when you're sitting there for... What stage did you go on?
I went on at about the 20-minute mark, 25-minute mark in the second, I reckon. So
17.
I knew someone was down in the change rooms that whole quarter, so I was itching the whole time, but I hope Harry's all right.
And how do you prepare yourself after having sat down there for a little while? What's your thought process and process to prepare yourself?
Now, the coaches made it really easy. I just got on the phone with Luke Shuey. He sort of guided me through what was happening with the wings, and then Scully hopped on, but they kept it really simple. They just told me to go out there, have fun, and do what I've been doing in the waffles, so they made it really easy for me, which was awesome.
The Clay old man was a pretty relaxed customer around the footy club back in the day. How was he this week? Was he pacing up and down the hallway?
Oh, I wouldn't actually be able to tell you. I gave him a FaceTime call because he's still down south there, about an hour and a half or two down south. But when I got here today, I could tell he was a bit more tense than normal. But no, he's over the moon. We've got the win.
Clay, I know we've got to let you go very shortly, but you're just pinching yourself. It's not that hard, this AFL game, is it? Come in, debut, first win. I mean, there's a lot of your teammates who would have no idea what that feels like.
I bet all of them are thinking, I wish it was this easy. But no, it's awesome. To get a first game, first win is unreal.
We better let you go. Congratulations
Well
on your
done,
debut and your first win, Clay. Enjoy it. And we appreciate your time.
Sweet. Thank you very much. Cheers for having me.
Clay Hall down there, Eagles debutants, getting the win on debut, which is a very, very rare achievement for the Eagles in the last couple of years, but well done to him, the 292nd Eagle, to make his debut, the 6th this year, so there's certainly blooding a little bit of youth, and well done to Ash Nelson getting a couple of chats, including Ruben Jimby as well, who we spoke about it a bit, but he really has just flourished since he's gone behind the ball, hasn't he?
Oh, I think he just looks more comfortable, more at home with the game in front of him, and he's providing a really dashing backman as well. Like, he's really grabbing the ball and taking off. Like last quarter, that one where he just tucked it under, had 2 bounces, run through the middle. It's impressive, and I think that there are certain players who like to have the game in front and can go at it, whereas when he was in the midfield, he played a bit of sideways footy. With the game in front, he's kind of a bit more direct, isn't he?
But he did that tonight after being jammed back down on
having
most dangerous forward in the game, because Harry went down, so he's had to go back and play on him, and just grew and ended up playing in front of him.
But he's actually a big fella, and he's athletic, so he moves well. There was a couple of those contests where, they're both coming out at it, and he's able to stay with a guy who's got 10, 15 centimetres on him in the reach. It was really impressive.
11 centimetres Mac Andrew had on Ruben, so even though he is a big young man, a big height difference, and he managed the role quite well in the end.
Pivotal in the second half because he shut him down and then got ball himself and started going up the ground.
And as you mentioned, that run through the middle at the end when they needed to take the game on West Coast, someone had to do it. And there was a couple kicks from different players that went laterally and didn't want to turn upfield. True did it at one stage throughout the game, but Jimmy just grabbed it and went, as a 19-year-old, just took off down the middle and said, we've got to try and break this game open and do something. Incredibly impressive. We'll get the votes in a little moment. I don't want to jump ahead of it. I don't know. Who's been given the honours of doing the votes tonight, Sharad? Is it?
No, we're both doing it. We've been in discussions.
All right.
We're working on it together.
I'll give you a pen. I will say, Chris, Sharad nailed the votes with Cara last week as he drops his accreditation down the front. He nailed the votes last week in the AFL Footballer of the Year. He gave the 3 votes to Sarong alongside Cara, the 2 votes to Brayshaw, 1 vote to Tracy. He differed from the Glendenning Allen voting, but he nailed exactly what the coaches voted. So he's in form, is Sharad, so no pressure on the two of you.
They ended up losing the game, but I just thought for the majority of it, Jared Witts was the dominant player around the ground. I mean, 53 hit-outs.
Yep.
The one that changed it was Jack Williams just going to get in his face in that third quarter for 10 minutes, and that just swung the game a bit and ended up making him the starting ruckman in the last quarter. But Witts overall was the most dominant player on the field, I thought.
He only had 10 hit-outs, Jack Williams, but it was the effect he had on...
Around the ground.
Jared Witts' hit-outs, though, had less effect once Williams just...
but
just put a bit of pressure.
He was the reason Gold Coast were in the position they were in.
Yeah. We'll do the votes in 2 minutes so we can...
take some time because we'll see if we can get a bit of the press conference from either Jared Schofield or Damien Hardwick. Very risky taking a live Damien Hardwick press conference to air after the comments he made after the loss to North Melbourne about a month ago, because the growing up process from Gold Coast just doesn't quite seem to have happened at this stage. They, as I said, led for 100 minutes of that game and didn't quite get the win. Some of the other stats, I've heard a few of them, but Cash, do you want to run through some of those individual and team stats here while we see if we can wait for the coaches to come out and say their piece?
Yeah, so as Muddy and Sharad mentioned, the ruck was obviously dominated by Jared Witts and Gold Coast, so 59 hit-outs to 29 for the Gold Coast, but West Coast still won the clearances 42 to 35. Gold Coast led the inside 50 count, 52 to 46, and although they did lead that, of course, West Coast winning the game by 10 points, 15-7-97 to Gold Coast 13-9-87. Some of the major ball winners, Tim Kelly led all comers. He had 31 disposals. Elliot Yeo had 26 for West Coast and 628 metres gained as well. Alex Witherden and Jamie Cripps with 23 disposals apiece. And for the Suns, Noah Anderson led the way with 30 disposals. Matt Rowell, who was particularly good in that second half, he had 30 disposals. Sam Flanders had 25. Will Powell 24. And Jared Witts had 21 disposals to go with his 53 hit-outs and a goal as well. So there's some of the individual numbers for you there, Mitch.
Could I just point out something very funny on social media? The AFL has made a typo, and they've sent out a tweet on X, as it is now known, and their first tweet was a photo of Jake Waterman, and the caption said, "Alec Waterman does not drop a mark on the lead." I can see it in my updated where the tweets have come through, because then they've obviously deleted it and retweeted it again. Said Jake Waterman just does not drop marks on the lead. So Alec Waterman, who I think is he here tonight? Is he watching on? Chris, did he come along?
No. He's actually down at the my folks' house in Mandurah because they got peeled down there.
Yes. So
playing the night down there.
Playing for Claremont, of course, Alec. But hey, getting a nice little pump up on the AFL socials, of course.
He kicked 4 in one game. Or did he kick 6 here? Did he kick 4 or 6?
Kicked 4 in an Anzac Day.
Yeah, kicked a few bags. Did Alec at his time at Essendon. Was at West Coast for a short period of time, but had a really shocking run with illness and injury while he was at the Eagles. But terrific after he went to the Bombers and then, of course, returning to Claremont. But getting a bit of shout-out on the AFL socials, rightly or wrongly, is Alec Waterman taking credit for his brother's work.
Yeah.
The votes, Sharad, first ABC Footballer of the Year?
ABC Footballer of the Year?
Do you want to go first or do you want to go Christian? You choose the order.
Yeah, we'll go ABC Footballer. So we've gone 1 vote to Alec Waterman. Sorry, Jake Waterman.
Was that a genuine mistake?
No, that was
Was that a funny joke?
That was me joking. 2 votes to Elliot Yeo. Thought he was really influential through a extended period through the game. Really influential. But the best on ground with the biggest influence was the big ruckman, Jared Witts.
Yep, fair enough. So
absolutely.
ABC Football of the Year, 1 to Waterman, 2 to Yeo, 3 to Witts. So for the Jeff Christian medal for the West Australian Footballer of the Year, that would mean 3 to Yeo, 2 to Waterman, and who gets your 1?
Williams.
Jack
the J
Williams.
variety.
Very well played. So repeating those votes, ABC Football of the Year, 1 vote to Jake Waterman, 2 votes to Elliot Yeo, 3 votes to Jared Witts, and for the Jeff Christian, 1 to Jack Williams, 2 to Waterman, 3 to Elliot Yeo.
Really tough one, wasn't it? Because it was an even contribution from all of the Gold Coast. I think Matty Rowell played a great game. So did Noah Anderson. But you look at them matching up. I think that the West Coast midfield almost took the win. You'd say, even though Gold Coast led for most of the night, I felt like West Coast midfield were getting pretty good reward, but they were just getting, and that's off the back of having no hit outs. For them to be able to fight that.
Jack Williams.
Well, they
swung the game
count.
They won the clearance count
by 5, and they
which
got
is
smashed
unbelievable effort. Unbelievable effort. And it was they brought both ends of the ground up all night, so it was quite a condensed ground. Like, you looked at a stoppage and there'd be 3, maximum 4 forwards and defenders in each end. And so it was really packed around the stoppage and packed laterally from the stoppage as well. So, like, both forwards were up, and you didn't have that openness laterally of the stoppage for the wings to kind of create space.
And we're talking about, we got all swept away in the last quarter because it was brilliant. Well, the third quarter was pretty good. So the first half was just ordinary footy.
Turnover footy.
West Coast was just kicking it back to them, and there was fumbling by both teams.
I think you read out at one stage in that first half that was 7 scores from turnovers.
11 scoring shots from turnover.
Yeah, dreadful.
For the Gold Coast side. And it was 5 scoring shots for West Coast, but they had 4-1. And Gold Coast had
10,
5. Yeah.
10.
You guys both talked about that midfield battle, and we know how good the Gold Coast generally are through the middle of the ground. Well, West Coast actually won. Well, you mentioned clearances, but they also won the uncontested and contested possession counts.
Yeah.
2 areas where they're ranked last this season.
It was remarkable. Do you know what else was good tonight from West Coast? Tackles inside forward 50. They had 8 tackles inside forward 50.
Big improvement of what they did 2 weeks ago when they were
at 0.
Especially considering we questioned it pre-game with the height that had gone in, and for them to be able to lay and like that hit the Harley, that doesn't count as a tackle, but like that's forward 50 pressure. Remarkable.
The game that we witnessed in the first half didn't turn out to be the one that we saw at the end, that's for sure.
It turned out to be
2 different halves.
Pretty good game of football that second half. The Eagles were winners by 10 points in the end over the Suns. 97-87, the final totals there. Let's go inside the press conference of Damien Hardwick and get his reaction to his side's 10-point loss to West Coast.
Commiserations, Damien, on the loss. Where did it get away from you late, do you think?
Oh, we just got belted and contested ball. I thought, when the whips were cracking, I thought their contest work, both in the contest and outside the contest, with their pressure was very strong, and we fumbled and bumbled and just couldn't get clear. I thought credit where credit's due. They played a really good, consistent brand of footy and got better as the game progressed, and we probably went the opposite.
Were there critical contests in those last, 5-10 minutes that you reflect
there was a
on?
heap of them. They outnumbered, outworked, out-hustled. They just wanted it more. Our guys, we spoke about it. At the end of the day, when push comes to shove, you have to play your moments within the contest. You can't get out-bundled, you can't fumble, you've just got to be strong and nullify it, and we just failed to do that. Too many guys tonight just didn't play to an acceptable level on that front.
It was a super physical game as well. How did you view that aspect of it?
Yeah, it was probably a good game of footy to watch, sort of thing. But we've come out on the wrong side of the ledger. Scully's got them playing a good style of footy. They look dynamic. They've got some good players in their midfield that are healthy and vibrant and up and going. And we just couldn't quite get the ascendancy we were working towards. Clearance game was poor early, then we got it back on even ledger, but then our contest work fell away. So probably trying to put too many fingers in holes to get the game going our way.
Was the Carrot final still on the board to the players? Is that something you spoke about? So what I'm getting at, does it disappoint you if that's the case, that did get away from you in the last quarter?
Yeah, we're disappointed to lose. The fact of the matter is, you got to play the game a certain way, and you've got to make sure you have the consistency of performance, and you've got to play a September brand of footy, and we didn't tonight. Our contest work, and in fairness, the last couple of weeks, it hasn't been to the level that we'd like. So we're going to sit there and make decisions on players that, once again, it's our job as coaches to help them and make them better, or, work on the development phase of that part of the game, but we've also got to be better in critical moments and play our moments better, and that's the disappointing thing from our point of view. When we have a chance to be stronger over the ball and get the ball going forward, we just didn't get it done.
You mentioned earlier, you said you've got to grow up as a team. Is it a similar feeling tonight? You don't have to use the same language, obviously, but...
Yeah, well, we have ample opportunities. We have more inside 50s. They had the opportunities late. They scored every time they went in. They looked dangerous. And everything probably looked a little bit hard for us going inside 50. We had opportunities where we had +2 in front of the ball, but we just couldn't get it done, and that's frustrating. They're goals that you leave on the table that you should win. Then we just don't make the most of our scoring opportunities. So, it's on me to get us better in those facets of the game, and we will get better, but it's frustrating to come this far and play the way we did. That's taking nothing away from West Coast. I thought they were outstanding. High pressure, high contest, got the game that played how they wanted to play.
And how shattering is it knowing that finals now into the equation?
Well, it can be shattering, or the next 3 weeks could be defining for what it looks like moving forward, because this is an all-familiar tale to this football club, to our football club, and we've got to change it. So at the end of the day, our playing group, our coaches, our organisation has to stand up and say, listen, let's get to work. We've got 3 weeks to turn something around. We've never had a winning season. I think our max win's 10. So let's work towards something. Let's try and sit there and, supporters who are hanging tough and are building and all that sort of stuff, we want to make sure we sit there and finish off the way we should finish the season off.
Do you feel for the guys, Damien, who are consistently performing at that level? A guy like Matt Rowell, again tonight, doing everything he can?
Yeah, I thought he was outstanding, and I feel for everyone, to be honest. There's guys, it's not as if they're not trying. Sometimes there's things that we've got to teach them and we've got to get them better at. But the fact of the matter is we're not getting it done. So sometimes it's 1 step back to go 2 steps forward. So we're to make some tough calls about what that September brand looks like. And are we at that level at the moment? Okay, well, let's go back and let's work on your game to get it to the standard. And, I don't deflect the fact that it's my job to get these guys up to speed. We've failed in that this year, and we're going to make sure we get better.
The move McAndrew up forward really worked wonders in the first half. What was behind that early on?
Mac forward. We generally wanted to play a structure, and Kingy's, as harsh as it is, has probably been overwhelmed a little bit by defenders dropping onto him. So we needed another tall, flexible target up there, and Mac was probably the last one available for us to pick, if that makes sense. We've got a number of injuries to our key position players at the moment, but look, I thought he was pretty good. He looked strong. He looked dominant. He kicked 3 goals, so that's a good performance from his point of view. Probably got tired towards the end, but we sort of we're trying to get him in ruck up forward, but sometimes you rob Peter to pay Paul. But if he helped down back, yeah, absolutely. But did he certainly help up forward? Certainly did.
Do you think you'll stick with it for the next 3 weeks?
Yeah. Look, I'm not too sure. We've got some players at the lower level that, we've got to see, give them an opportunity what that looks like and work our way through there. So it's too early to tell at this moment. We'll have a look at the tape.
And what about King's effort to cop that early knock and then come on?
Yeah, he just got smacked in the snoz sort of thing, had some stitches and all that, but it was really courageous, I think, to come back and really contribute the way he did. So, it's a commendable effort for Ben. I thought it was an outstanding, game for him. Looked good again, I thought, and, his kicking boots on a little bit better today as well, which is nice.
Gold Coast coach Damien Hardwick there after his side's 10-point loss to the West Coast Eagles here at Perth Stadium tonight. And the quote from Damien Hardwick after a bit of pause and reflection was, "It's an all too familiar tale for this football club. They had ample opportunities, as they've said. They've been able to get the ball inside 50 all year." He said it looked easier for the Eagles than it did for them. It looked very, very hard. It didn't always look easy for the Eagles tonight. They certainly made it look hard for themselves through, I'd say, 75, 80% of the game. It wasn't until the last 15 minutes they started to break it open a little bit, but once again tested, and they just haven't been able to pass the test and grow.
No, and he probably had to show a lot of restraint, or restrain himself from what he really wanted to say because of the backlash he copped last time, but I'm sure his head would have been in the exact same place as it was, if not worse.
They looked pretty ominous in the first part with McAndrew.
Yeah. Couldn't kick straight. King missed 2 early goals. It does change things, doesn't it, when you put it on the board and the pressure builds early.
They looked like a 10-goal better team in the first 15 minutes when they were going forward. West Coast were all over the joint.
Couldn't connect at all, could they?
No, couldn't connect inside 50, and they had 5 shots and goal and were 2-3, I think.
Marks inside 50 would have been ridiculous in the first half. So
it finished with 12 apiece, but the Eagles got, as I said, a few of those late. Jake Waterman stuck a few in the second half. He kicked most of his goals coming in the second half, and then he kicked 3 in the fourth and the third quarter to Jake Waterman, but and a bit of experience for the Eagles. The difference maybe was the experience standing up. Those last 3 goals they kicked in a row, West Coast, came from Liam Ryan, Liam Duggan, Jamie Cripps. So 3 experienced players that stood up when they needed to deliver and managed to get the job done. Can it become just contagious throughout the group? Like this do you start to just believe in not the hoodoo in a sense, but you can't win away from home. Early on, you lose a few away from home, and you think, okay, it's hard to win on the road. But you get to this point where you've lost to North Melbourne on the road, you've lost to the Eagles on the road. Do you start to just... Is it hard for a side not to buy into the fact that, what is going on? And it's in the back of their mind every time they get on the plane.
Talking West Coast?
Gold Coast.
Goldie.
Okay.
Every time they get on the plane,
they'd be thinking...
Is it starting to creep into their head thinking,
Absolutely.
we're good, but something will go wrong here?
They'll get it one day. They'll get that win and it won't turn back. They'll just go on with it. But West Coast, looking forward in 6 or 7 days, they're the opposite. They've just got to get on that plane and say, we've got North Melbourne down here. After that, they've got to get back to work tomorrow and contain this, which will be hard for them.
Yeah, enjoy it, but
go down with a vicious attitude to beat North Melbourne down there.
They've got to be
week.
ruthless.
Absolutely, this week at training.
Do you let them enjoy it? You say enjoy the night?
No.
And then you
When's the game next week?
Sunday, is it? Must be Sunday.
Yeah, it's in Hobart against. It's in Hobart against North Melbourne, so it's one of the longer trips in footy for the Eagles, and they play on Saturday mid-morning Eagles time.
Sorry, boys, straight under bed and straight back in the morning. Unless cover it for an hour or so, great.
Down there, maybe revel in it down there in the change rooms for a bit, get around
Quietly amongst each other. You can have a couple
hang on.
quiet celebratory drinks.
It is Friday night, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's Friday night.
I think it's Sunday.
So don't go wild, don't go out in the town.
Yeah,
you get around each other and have a few drinks tonight and just enjoy it.
Yeah. So they're going to fly out.
You've got to capture the enjoyment as well. I reckon, like you've got to remind them that like you play sport to win and be around. You know, you don't just go straight back. You have to make
do a little bit tonight. Get to the waffle tomorrow as a group and try and follow the boys, and so we all spend a fair bit of tomorrow together.
Yep.
Probably Sunday off, recover, back to work Monday because you're on the kite Thursday. Monday, walk in 8 o'clock straight away. First thing Monday morning, heads in a different space.
It might be their last really good chance for a win this week. It's in Hobart coming up next week for the Eagles, which is, as I said, really tough trip against North. Then they face Carlton back here, who'll be hunting for a top 4 spot, you'd imagine. And then they have Geelong in Geelong for the final game. So the last 2 weeks are very hard.
That's a good challenge, though.
I mean, you can only play what's in front of you.
But that's what these under 10 games players need to go and face at the end of this year.
Hard trips, yeah.
So it gives them all something to think about. Well, that's what the big boys do in the AFL.
For the Suns, they've got the Bombers next week in Melbourne, and they've got the Demons at Carrara, and then Richmond in Melbourne as well. So
all winnable.
Certainly winnable, especially the way the Bombers have gone recently. Melbourne smashed tonight